Grand Venerable Zixing could only accept Lin Moyu's gifts, and none of them were ones she could refuse. Forget about the primordial energy, she wouldn't even dare to think about the core of the remnants of heaven and earth. After years of struggling in this dangerous place, all the gains are far less than the gifts Lin Moyu has given. Especially Lin Moyu's words, laying the foundation for breaking through to the great venerable realm in the future, even though it's not a direct breakthrough, are something that can't be obtained even if you ask for it. After Lin Moyu finished speaking, he ignored Grandmaster Zixing. He knew very well that Grandmaster Zixing could not refuse. He said to Ning Yi and the others, "Let me see how your injuries are." Ning Yi and the others' injuries have not fully healed yet. Some of the injuries have deepened and will take a considerable amount of time to fully heal. But it's okay. Once you enter your own world, you can nourish yourself with the primordial energy and recover in no time. According to Ning Yi and the others, the Purple Star Venerable has treated them fairly well over the years and has not put them in any real danger. When there was real danger, Grand Venerable Zixing always went herself, truly treating Ning Yi and the others as her own. Even if he had selfish motives, at least he never mistreated them. Lin Moyu had previously discerned from Ning Yi and the others' eyes that they held some respect for Grand Venerable Zixing, but no hatred. Otherwise, there's no point in talking about gifts, just deliver a punch directly. Lin Mohan still needed some time to absorb and refine the essence. After talking with Ning Yi and the others for a while, Lin Moyu came to Grandmaster Zixing again. "Senior Zixing, after you leave here, have you thought about what to do?" Grand Venerable Zixing said, "Do what you always do, just like before, as if he were already dead." Lin Moyu shook his head. "You may not have been out for a long time, and he may have been resurrected in another form, but that's not the real him. The real him is still hidden behind the scenes." Grand Venerable Zixing said, "If he resurrects, then we'll feign compliance, wait for his next move, and act accordingly." Lin Moyu said, "He asked me to refine some of the formations, but I deliberately left one in the North Pole unrefined. I would like to ask about the true purpose of these formations, and also, who exactly are you people?" He told me that some of the great masters opposed him, but so far, I haven't discovered any enemies. Grand Venerable Zixing said, "Indeed, Sword Venerable passed away early, and there are some things she didn't know. Since you want to know, then this old woman will tell you. Boyang is a great venerable from the central region, while I come from the ancient wilderness. You don't need to find it strange, as great venerables also exist in the ancient wilderness. It's just that I was born in the central region and attained enlightenment in the ancient wilderness. There is also the great venerable Baizhong from the upper realm, and the great venerable Shuizi from the lower realm. Besides the four of us, there are several other quasi-great venerables, including the Sword Venerable, the Divine Phoenix Great Venerable of the central region. However, the Divine Phoenix Great Venerable is currently in a state of suspended animation, awaiting rebirth. In the central region there are also quasi-great venerables of the true God, and in the upper region there are Fanqing and two quasi-great venerables of the void. The quasi-great venerable of the lower realm is somewhat mysterious, and I don't know much about him, but he must be one. After all, the lower realm is his stronghold." Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. "He's from the lower realms?" Grand Venerable Zixing chuckled. "That's right, he came from the lower realm, but the time he attained enlightenment was quite peculiar. It seems that he was also somewhat related to the ancient wilderness, and he wasn't entirely in the chaos. Then there is the Star Power Grand Venerable of the Western Pole, and two quasi-grand venerables, who remain neutral, neither participating nor opposing. The Great Venerable Night Frost of the Arctic and the two quasi-great venerables do not agree with his actions, but they do not completely oppose them either. They have their own ideas and can be considered opportunists. Finally, there are the two siblings from the Eastern Pole, the September 9th and the September 9th Great Venerable. The younger sister, the September 9th Great Venerable, and her older brother, the September 9th Quasi-Great Venerable, are both staunch opponents. Besides these two siblings, there are two other quasi-great venerables in the Eastern Pole who also oppose him. However, we are powerful enough that their opposition is useless and cannot stop us." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "What about the Golden Venerable of Antarctica?" Grand Venerable Zixing said, there is only one Grand Venerable Gene in Antarctica, no quasi-Grand Venerables, and he is trapped in Antarctica and cannot leave. Whether he is here or not makes no difference. He once said that Gene Dazuin's identity was extraordinary, and we could not win him over, nor should we provoke him. By the way, it seems there's some kind of agreement between him and Gene Dazuin. Lin Moyu said, I have fulfilled that agreement. Gene Dazuin will soon regain his freedom. I wonder what choice he will make. Grand Venerable Zixing said, I have dealt with him before. Near the Antarctic Insect Monument, he was very powerful. Even he back then couldn't have gained any advantage. Although he has been trapped there for so many years, he has never stopped cultivating, and his strength has reached an unknown level. Moreover, his insects are everywhere, so he may have already found some opportunity and is just waiting for the day he can escape. Gene Dazuin's identity is indeed extraordinary. He was once the Golden Sun God, one of the very few people who have survived through countless cycles of great upheavals to the present day. Gene Dazuin had a vague feeling that once he was freed, he might do something amazing. At that time, Gene Dazuin gave me the feeling that he was an existence who had seen through everything, especially this world, and seemed to have no attachment to it. On the contrary, a mad light would occasionally flash in Gene Dazuin's eyes. This is the most terrifying thing, when a top-tier Grand Venerable loses all attachment to heaven and earth, and becomes sufficiently insane. Heaven knows what he might do to heaven and earth. But that's a story for later. Lin Moyu said, it seems that there are more people standing with him, and their strength is greater. Grand Venerable Zixing said, that's natural. Otherwise, even if this scheme were successfully set up, it wouldn't have lasted for countless years. Lin Moyu asked, you still haven't said what those formations are for. Zixing shook her head, if I had known, I would have told you long ago. I didn't know either. At that time, he and Shuizi Dezun were the ones who set up the formation. Shuizi Dezun had the best relationship with him and had no doubt about what he said. So there are many things that only the two of them know. Lin Moyu said, I have been to the lower realm, and I saw that my elder sister seemed to have left behind a legacy there. Grand Venerable Zixing said, back then, the Sword Venerable's fame shook the world. Who didn't know that when she disintegrated, her sword intent scattered into the chaos and was obtained by many people? However, in the lower realms, the Sword Venerable did indeed leave behind a legacy. It was his suggestion at the time that in case the physical dissolution failed, with this inheritance, perhaps it would be possible to gather consciousness and rescue people from reincarnation. But now, thinking back, it wasn't like that at all. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, sensing the hidden meaning in Grandmaster Zixing's words. Before the Purple Star Grandmaster could elaborate, Lin Mohan's voice came from the side. He left a wisp of my soul in the lower realm. In case of failure, I might be saved with this soul. Now, looking at. After I returned, I went to the lower realm to look for her, but her soul was no longer there. But it doesn't matter. After my aunt broke through, it doesn't matter whether that wisp of soul is there or not. He can't possibly threaten my aunt with that wisp of soul. Lin Moyu chuckled, sis, just focus on your breakthrough and don't get distracted. Lin Moyu pondered in his heart that although Lin Mohan's soul was nothing after her breakthrough, it was still a ghostly soul. However, if the Great Lord of Calamity still has extra time essence stones, he can use that wisp of soul to find Lin Mohan's past and launch an attack from there. However, once Lin Mohan breaks through, the effectiveness of this attack will be greatly reduced, so it doesn't really matter much. Thinking about it this way, Lin Moyu felt much more at ease. Ultimately, it all comes down to ability. The Great Lord of Calamity was too cunning. He seemed to be putting himself into the game, but in fact he had schemed against everyone. Taking away the small world while leaving behind Lin Mohan's soul was actually a way to exploit someone else's weaknesses. The best way to deal with this is to improve your own strength. Lin Moyu knew very well that as long as he was strong enough, even if the small world was in the hands of the Great Lord of Calamity, he would have a chance to take it back. If someone dies in the small world, he is not without the opportunity to resurrect them through various methods. The world is full of wonders. As long as you are strong enough, reversing yin and yang, life and death is not a problem. As for Lin Mohan, it was the same. Although a wisp of her soul was controlled by the heavenly Calamity Venerable, as long as her realm could break through, even if the heavenly Calamity Venerable used that wisp of soul, he could at most only injure Lin Mohan. Lin Moyu gathered immense life force, transforming it into a pure white pill tinged with golden light. The pill, named Lin Moyu, is made by fusing extremely pure life force. This pill allows Lin Mohan to recover from injuries at the fastest speed. Lin Moyu was unsure exactly how quickly he would recover, but estimated it wouldn't exceed the recovery time. Lin Moyu refined 10 of these pills, enough for Lin Mohan to use. Lin Moyuhan finally completely refined the consciousness left behind by the Divine Lotus Monarch. Her aura had surpassed her previous limits, but since she was not a person of the Divine Lotus world, she could not break through here. As long as she returns to the ancient wilderness, she will surely be able to break through the great venerable realm and enter the next level. As the consciousness of the Divine Lotus Lord dissipated, the lake water gradually sank, revealing the core of the Divine Lotus. Heaven and earth remains. The scepter of calamity immediately flew over, condensed into a vortex, and began to devour the core of the remnants of heaven and earth. Within the core, there was still a considerable amount of primordial energy, which was exactly what he wanted. The primordial energy of different worlds has different attributes and contains different celestial powers. The same is true of the world-burning fire, which burns fiercely around the core, waiting to refine this world. Grand Venerable Zixing watched with envy. Although she had never seen the core of heaven and earth, she could sense the immense power contained within it. Putting everything else aside, the primordial energy alone is incredibly alluring. But looking at Lin Moyu and her brother, and then at the primordial energy he had just obtained, it seemed unnecessary to risk snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Moreover, Lin Moyu has said that she would give herself a chance, and based on her understanding of Lin Moyu, she should not go back on her word. The primordial gem controls the scepter of calamity, and while devouring the core of heaven and earth, it also condenses a special crystal. This was Lin Moyu's request, to refine the primordial power of heaven and earth within the core of heaven and earth into a crystal, which accounted for approximately 1/10 of the entire core's power. Lin Moyu drew the crystal, and presented it to Grandmaster Zixing, saying, "The crystal contains the purest primordial power of heaven and earth. Refine it after you return, it will lay a foundation for your further advancement. As for whether you can advance further, that depends on your own fortune and destiny." The Purple Star Grand Venerable could sense the origin of heaven and earth within the crystal, which was of great benefit to him. She also knew that after Lin Moyu gave her 2 gifts, their matter was considered settled. After putting away the crystal, she said to Lin Moyu, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin." At this moment, she regarded Lin Moyu as her peer. She really couldn't understand how Lin Moyu, who had only lived for a few years, could possess such strong abilities. She may be very capable, but where did she get so much knowledge from? There are many things that even this old woman who has lived for countless years knows. However, she won't ask, and even if she did, Lin Moyu wouldn't tell her. Half a day later, the scepter of calamity finished refining the core of heaven and earth and flew back. Lin Moyu could faintly hear a burp. The core of heaven and earth was reduced to an empty shell, and the entire world was trembling, as if it would collapse at any moment. Everyone knew that the fate of this place had come to an end. The flames of destruction began to burn fiercely, undergoing their final refining. Lin Moyu said, "We should go. Take out the Fairy of Calamity and let them enter the Imperial Court." Grand Venerable Zixing's eyes gleamed with a hint of surprise. "You repaired the Tribulation Crossing boat?" Lin Moyu said, "Yes, we found a piece of ancient gold and repaired it." Grand Venerable Zixing sighed, "You are really lucky to have found ancient wilderness gold." "Was I lucky?" "Perhaps so," Lin Moyu did not refute. "But even if you're lucky enough to encounter the ancient wilderness gold, you can't take it down without the strength. Therefore, strength is still the most important factor." The Fairy of Tribulation traversed millions of miles, and before entering the space-time tunnel, the remains of the Divine Lotus Heaven and Earth had already begun to collapse. The ferry boat paused briefly before the passage, and everyone witnessed the collapse of heaven and earth. Ning-Yi and the others had fought in this world for many years, and seeing the world collapse, they couldn't help but feel a little sad. At the last moment before the world collapsed, Lin Moyu withdrew the world-burning fire, and the Ferry of Calamity simultaneously entered the space-time tunnel. It refined another piece of the remnants of heaven and earth, and the world-burning fire turned bloody once more. It underwent a minor transformation in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, and now it can burn to death those at the peak of the Chaos Realm, and even pose a threat to the Great Venerables. When the Divine Lotus Monarch was burned before, it caused him great pain and made it difficult for him to concentrate on fighting Lin Mohan. This time, the world-burning fire is even stronger. Lin Moyu estimates that it will be difficult to burn the Great Venerable to death, but it will be enough to make the Great Squad retreat. This trump card of mine is constantly evolving, seemingly without any limit. They flew out of the time-space tunnel and returned to the ancient wilderness. Because the Divine Lotus world was completely destroyed, this independent space connected to the Divine Lotus world also collapsed, and they entered the ancient wilderness directly. As the rules of heaven and earth swept in, Lin Mohan's aura surged uncontrollably, indicating that she was about to break through. Grand Venerable Zixing's expression changed. "This is bad, he'll find out." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "It's all right." He activated the hidden spirit pearl, and its aura quickly spread, completely concealing Lin Mohan's presence. At the same time, the balancing gem sparkled, sweeping across billions of miles, balancing the previously emitted aura with the void, and everything vanished into nothingness. Grand Venerable Zixing's expression was complicated. Her momentary panic contrasted sharply with Lin Moyu's composure. "Freak!" Cursing inwardly, Grand Venerable Zixing said, "With fellow Taoist Lin protecting you, Sword Venerable, I shall take my leave now." Lin Moyu nodded, "Farewell, Senior. I believe we will meet again soon. I hope that you will have made further progress by then." Grand Venerable Zixing glanced at Ning-Yi and the others, and sighed softly, "You've all worked hard these past years." Ning-Yi and the others bowed to Grandmaster Zixing, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Master." "Take care, Master." There was a hint of reluctance in their eyes, but only a little. These years had indeed been tough, with occasional dangers and many injuries, but their strength had also improved. And they always spoke their minds. They were mostly grateful to the Purple Star Venerable. Grand Venerable Zixing left decisively, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu unleashed the power of life, which was even more effective in the ancient chaos. "You all continue healing your injuries. Once my sister completes her breakthrough, we'll go home." The women looked delighted and said, "We'll all listen to our husbands." They didn't know where Lin Moyu meant by going home, but wherever Lin Moyu was, that was home. The injuries of the group are gradually healing, and by the time Lin Mohan completes her breakthrough, their injuries will be completely healed. Lin Mohan's aura continued to rise. She was a quasi-great venerable, not a true great venerable. The quasi-great venerable is also known as the imperfect great venerable. Her swordsmanship has reached its peak, surpassing any other great venerable. With his unparalleled swordsmanship and supreme sword intent, Lin Mohan possesses astonishing combat power, making him a formidable opponent even against the Grandmaster. She even defeated the Western Supreme with her sword, though that was only a desperate fight. If they really go all out, it's hard to say who will win. Quasi-Great Venerable and Great Venerable belong to the same realm, but they follow different paths. Now, Lin Mohan will continue forward on the path of Quasi-Great Venerable, overcoming obstacles and reaching a higher level. Sword Dao was coalescing, and the sun-handled giant sword appeared beneath Lin Mohan's feet. A precious sword appeared in Lin Mohan's hand. This was her natal sword, a supreme sword formed by gathering the sword arts of heaven and earth with her own power when she attained enlightenment. With sword in hand, his aura reached its peak, and his shout echoed through the void. 7. Breakthrough. Bite. Amidst the crisp sound of swords clashing, sword light swept across the heavens and earth, piercing through the ancient chaos, and shattering the deepest vortexes in space. A terrifying aura rose with the sword light, shattering the bottleneck and breaking through the great venerable realm. Heaven and earth resonated, as if celebrating for Lin Mohan. Within an unknown distance, sword energy danced and lingered, sweeping across every layer of space. Lin Mohan seemed to have transformed into a sword, a divine sword that could cleave the heavens and destroy the earth, an indestructible force. Even the hidden spirit pearl was almost unable to suppress Lin Mohan's aura. Fortunately, the Calamity Scepter was there, and the balancing gem emitted a strong light, forcibly balancing the aura and minimizing the probability of Lin Mohan being discovered. If it's still discovered this way, then there's nothing that can be done. However, Lin Moyu is not afraid. It's just a battle, and he'll fight whoever his opponent is. The primordial gem monitored its surroundings, making sure no one was paying attention. After all, this is a relatively deep part of the ancient wilderness, and it is at the lowest level of space. With the hidden spirit pearl and the balance gem, the probability of being discovered is indeed not high. Until Lin Mohan completely broke through and surpassed the great venerable realm, he arrived at another realm. As their breathing gradually subsided, everything began to return to calm. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, sister." Lin Mohan shook her head. "We've only achieved a superficial success, we're still far from true success." Lin Moyu understood the implication in her words. Did my sister get some information? Lin Mohan lightly tapped her brow with her finger, and a small stalk materialized at her fingertip. I obtained some information from the consciousness of the Divine Lotus Monarch. It's all here. Take your time to look at it. She was too lazy to explain it word by word, so she decided to let Lin Moyu see for herself. Then she continued, I also understand the path I must take. A great calamity has arrived, and Xiaoyu, you are the one destined to face it. You will be targeted by heaven and earth from now on, so you must be careful in everything you do. Lin Moyu didn't care at all. Don't worry, the heavens and earth can't deal with me. If it goes too far, I'll burn it. This may seem like a joke, but only those who know Lin Moyu can understand that it's definitely not a joke when it's ironic. If Lin Moyu is really provoked, he really might do that. Lin Mohan has now surpassed the great venerable level. Although she is currently facing a great calamity, it is impossible for the heavens and earth to influence her thoughts and ideas. Therefore, Lin Moyu has no need to bring her to the storage space. Furthermore, Lin Mohan has her own path, and she has the opportunity to become the strongest during the great calamity. Lin Moyu also conjured a jade tablet and handed 10 life pills to Lin Mohan, saying, Sister has her own path. These 10 life pills are for emergencies. Everything I know is contained in this tablet. Sister can take a look. It seems there's some legacy left behind by you, sister. If you're interested, you could take a look. They've gone astray. You could set things right, or just deal with them. Lin Mohan packed up her things, glanced at Ning Yi and the others, and said, Xiaoyu has grown up. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, and this time Xiaoyu hasn't seen her sister-in-law for many years. She should work hard. The next time we meet, I hope I can hold my little brother's baby. Lin Moyu said, I will try my best. Lin Mohan giggled and stretched, exuding charm, before slowly disappearing from sight, having already departed. Ning Yi and the others' injuries were finally healed, and their pretty faces were flushed. They had heard the conversation between the siblings. What does it mean to say I will work hard? When you reach their level, some things don't just require hard work, you need the right opportunity. Lin Moyu said, let's go home. With a wave of his hand, a portal suddenly opened. A gentle force enveloped the 8 people, and Lin Moyu led them into the storage space. Within the storage space, the primordial energy surged like a mighty river, transforming into countless silver rivers that flowed between heaven and earth. The 8 people were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. In the Divine Lotus realm, they risked their lives day and night for those wisps of primordial energy. As a result, this place possesses an endless supply of primordial energy, and what they have painstakingly acquired over the years is not even a fraction of what is here. They felt that the primordial energy that Lin Moyu had given to the Purple Star Venerable had been there for a very, very long time. Now look at this place, it's incredibly stingy. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Welcome home." As the eldest of the 8, Ningyi spoke on behalf of everyone. "Husband, is this our home?" Lin Moyu said, "This is my world, a different world from the chaotic ancient wilderness, so it is naturally our home." The group was stunned for a moment. According to Lin Moyu, they had arrived in another world. Unlike the remnants of the divine lotus heaven and earth, this was a complete world. They indeed sensed completely different rules of heaven and earth, which were clearly different from those of the chaotic ancient wilderness. Under the tutelage of the Purple Star Venerable, they abandoned the great Tao and devoted themselves to cultivating their physical bodies and souls. However, they still have some understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth, especially in Yuyan, who was once an eternal being and cultivated the great Tao of heaven and earth for countless years. Even though she later gave up the great Tao, she still understands it very well. And Yuyan sensed it for a while and said, "I sensed the rules, but I didn't sense the great Tao." Lin Moyu said, "This is a newly born world, which has not even experienced the first round of life and death tribulation, so naturally there is no great Tao. What exists now is the purest rules of the unborn world. Here you can borrow the primordial energy and feel the rules of heaven and earth. It's better than cultivating the great Tao, as it directly points to the origin." Ningyi was puzzled. "Why did my husband bring us here? Is there some problem in the chaotic ancient wilderness?" Lin Moyu nodded. "There are indeed some 5.5 problems. The chaotic ancient wilderness is undergoing a great calamity, and I am the one who is to be afflicted by it, so I will be targeted by heaven and earth. Once the great calamity has fully erupted, many people will be influenced by the heavens and earth and will regard me as an enemy. If we leave you there, you might also be affected." Lin Moyu recounted the whole story, and the group realized the seriousness of the situation. It was a great calamity of heaven and earth, and they were affected by the heavens and earth. Although they were not weak now, none of them could guarantee that they could keep their minds calm. The Heaven and Earth Society creates all sorts of conditions and causes to target Lin Moyu. Therefore, Lin Moyu's choice is the best choice. Lin Moyu led them through the storage space, and at the same time made a small request, to name the storage space. He was too lazy to come up with a name before, and it didn't matter when he was alone, but now that there are more people, he can't keep calling it storage space. It gets awkward after a while, and it's inconvenient to talk about it. The great calamity of the ancient and chaotic wilderness is about to begin, but the storage space remains peaceful, like a paradise. Lin Moyu left a clone in the chaotic ancient wilderness, containing his soul, thus deceiving heaven and earth into believing that he was still there. His true form has entered the storage space, accompanying Ningyi and the others. The process of the great calamity is very long and there is no need to rush it. Even if it takes decades or hundreds of years, it is not a problem. After being apart for many years, I naturally want to spend more time with them. Ningyi and the others quickly accepted the new world, and after a discussion, they finally came up with a name for it. The World of Language. Lin Moyu accepted the idea of Yushintiendi without any objection. When he imprinted his will into heaven and earth, the heavens and earth roared, and all living beings that heaven and earth were nurturing knew the name of heaven and earth. The 4 characters Yushintiendi are integrated into the rules of heaven and earth and will never be changed. Lin Moyu accompanied Ningyi and the others, exploring every corner of Yutian divine heaven, watching the various nascent beings, and then took them to meet Xiao Wu and the others. They really liked Xiao Wu and her 3 companions. Xiao Wu kept calling them Master's wife, which made them very happy. And Yuyan returned to the realm to visit several of her old friends. Gu Hanyu also returned to the origin continent to visit his sect and meet Gu Hanjing. Yuzhu also went back to the Great World to visit relatives and friends. So many years have passed, and some people are no longer here, but their memories remain, and Lin Moyu is with them. Only Ningyi, Mu Qiangan, Mo Yun, and Shu Han, whose small worlds were born into, have been taken away by the great venerable of heavenly calamity, leaving them nowhere to return. I felt a little disappointed, but in the end I could only accept it. The affairs of the small world are not easy to resolve, and Momoyu did not make any promises to them. Some guarantees are meaningless. If you can't keep them, it's better not to say them at all. Lin Moyu's clone arrived before the realm. There were 9 realms, 4 of which had reached perfection, and the remaining 5 were approaching perfection, almost there. Lin Moyu looked at the science and technology realm, which was now perfect. Lin Moyu whispered, "Among the 9 realms, this is the only one I can't see through." Beside him, the primordial gem transformed into a small figure. It is indeed strange. This realm has only one great Tao, and this great Tao is completely different from the rules of heaven and earth in the chaotic ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu said, "Logically speaking, this great Tao should not exist, but it does exist, and it can independently support a realm without evolving into any new great Tao. The great Tao is constantly evolving. A powerful great Tao can evolve into many weaker great Taos. This is a common characteristic of almost all the great Taos, but the physical great Tao in the realm of science and technology does not have this characteristic. It contains profound truths, yet it doesn't evolve, giving Lin Moyu a sense of extreme rigor." Hongming Gemstone asked, "What did you feel when you first saw this avenue?" Lin Moyu said, "I didn't feel anything at the time, but now that I think about it, it's the strangest thing that I didn't feel anything. I've thought about this question since then, and maybe it's related to my previous life." The primordial gem asked, "What was your previous life like, Master?" Lin Moyu said, "My previous life was in a very peculiar world. There seemed to be no cultivators there. There were skyscrapers made of steel, and airplanes, cars, and other tools made of steel. But they were not magical artifacts, just tools. They did not require refining. Anyone could use them as long as they understood how to operate them. That world is called Huaxia. The people there have very short lifespans, with the longest lived being only 100 years or so. They also suffer from many diseases. However, they possess boundless creativity, unlike the unchanging worlds of other realms. When I first arrived, I thought it was just a special world. Later, I saw a projection in the great world, which seemed to be the world from my previous life. But I later realized that it wasn't. That world was just somewhat similar. Those similar airplanes and cars were actually magical artifacts, and there were cultivators inside. There's another point. I obtained a secret technique in the small world, from the source bird, called the origin technique. Later I learned that the source bird is a kind of creature from the chaos. The great venerable Boyang used its bloodline to refine the origin technique and spread it among the subjects of my realm. Actually, I later understood that the great venerable Boyang had prepared the original technique for me. The reason he spread it across the realms in this way was to avoid cause and effect and create a more reasonable way of existence. I had seen Huaxia script before, but I later realized that it wasn't actually Huaxia script, it only resembled it somewhat. Grandmaster Boyang obtained it by chance. Lin Moyu has figured out many of the issues after he became powerful. But he couldn't find a single clue about the Huaxia world. My past life seems to have become a mystery. However, Lin Moyu is certain that her past life has nothing to do with the plans of the Great Lord of Calamity. All of the plans of the Great Lord of Calamity began from the moment he transmigrated into the small world. The one most closely connected to the Huaxia world right now is probably the Great Tao of Physics in the science and technology realm, because the Huaxia world also has physical rules, which Lin Moyu has never seen in other realms, nor in the rules of the Chaos world. The primordial gem asked, "Is it possible that in a certain realm, the rules of the Great Tao mutated, evolving into the Huaxian world?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I have carefully sensed it before, and the rules of heaven and earth tell me that there is no such thing. With immense power and a soul reaching the pinnacle of the great venerable realm, many things no longer require verification. One can know simply by sensing the rules of heaven and earth." The primordial gem pondered, "That's just strange." Lin Moyu said, "I'm also puzzled, that's why I came to ask you. With your knowledge, perhaps you can give me an answer." Hongming Gem said, "Let me think. I should know something. My memories are too distant." Let me think carefully. His memories were too complex, so Lin Moyu didn't disturb him and let him think about them carefully. After a moment, the primordial gem said uncertainly, I thought of a legend. This legend comes from several extremely powerful beings. They once discussed a question that concerns the origin of all heaven and earth. I also thought about the issues they were discussing, but ultimately I didn't get any answers. Therefore, this matter cannot be verified and can only be a legend. Hongming Gemstone slowly recounted his so-called legend. Once they reach the level of the strongest, there are no more secrets within the world, so they set their sights on what lies beyond it. There are only two things outside of heaven and earth. One is the wall between heaven and earth. All the original treasures of heaven and earth come from the wall between heaven and earth. This is the question of whether the future earth can become the source of heaven and earth. Apart from the walls of heaven and earth, that is a forbidden zone for life. However, they couldn't get past the forbidden zone of life, so there wasn't much to discuss. In the end, they set their sights on the wall between heaven and earth. After research by many supreme beings, they determined that there should be a mysterious passage within the wall of heaven and earth. And at the end of this passage lies the secret of the origin of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu pondered, according to you, the Huaxiao world is behind that mysterious passage at the wall of heaven and earth? Hongming Gem said, it's hard to say. It's just a legend, and no one has ever confirmed it. Moreover, it cannot be ruled out that the Huaxiao world may be a small world that evolved from a certain heaven and earth. There are countless heavens and earths, and countless realms, with even more small worlds than can be imagined. I have seen many heavens and earths, but although I have never seen such a great Tao, I cannot say for sure that it does not exist. Both are possible. Now that the world is destroyed, it's difficult to verify either one. Why don't you just ignore all this and treat it as a special road? There won't be any problem. Lin Moyu said, there's really no problem, but I always feel something's off. I think there must be some secrets hidden behind this special physical avenue. Lin Moyu had his own ideas. The great Tao of physics was completely different from the rules of heaven and earth in the chaotic ancient wilderness, but it could still exist in the chaotic ancient wilderness. The rules of the chaotic ancient wilderness seemed to regard it as nothing. This situation seems to indicate that the level of the physical Tao is no less than that of the rules of heaven and earth. This also means that the physical Tao is not just a Tao, but also a kind of rule. Indeed, I sense the aura of 10 rules from the great Tao of physics. Lin Moyu said, you're right. I really shouldn't have overthought it. Some things are useless to think about. If there's a real problem, we should deal with it when it actually happens. Hongming Gem smiled and said, that's right. What you should be dealing with now is the great calamity of the chaotic ancient wilderness. There are currently 4 beings in the chaotic ancient wilderness who have surpassed the great venerable level. All 4 of them have the potential to become the strongest, and you are the key to that key. Lin Moyu shook his head. Only one person can become the strongest, and that is my sister. The other 3 can only run alongside her. Lin Moyu has made his decision. He will help Lin Mohan become the strongest. While a region may have multiple supreme beings, in most cases there is only one supreme being. Once someone becomes the strongest, they will inevitably use ruthless methods to eliminate others who have the potential to become the strongest. The saying 2 tigers cannot share one mountain will never change. Because of the existence of the divine language world, he no longer needs to compete for the position of the strongest in the chaotic ancient wilderness. He has no need to, and he doesn't care about it. I've already seen the primordial gem. The essence of the divine language world is far more powerful than that of the chaotic ancient wilderness. It's hard to say exactly how many rounds of great calamities it can withstand. It can only be fully determined when heaven and earth undergo the first wave of life and death tribulations at the moment of their birth. Lin Moyu had an unrealistic idea. What if he could become the strongest being in the divine realm of language at that moment, and the strength of the divine realm of language could reach above the 7th level? Then I might be the first supreme being in history to appear in a world beyond the wheel of heaven. His strength might surpass that of the former Emperor Patsong, and he would be the first to truly step into the forbidden zone of life with his physical body. There are also secrets within the wall of heaven and earth. If there truly is a mysterious passage, perhaps I could explore it myself and see if the origin of heaven and earth, as spoken of by those supreme beings, truly exists. Hongming Gemstone asked, "So, what are you going to do next?" Lin Moyu said, "Everything that needs to be done has been done. Only the last formation is left, but there's no rush. I'll wait until all the realms are fully developed to perfection before compressing them according to my own ideas. When the time comes, you will help me fuse the power of the realms, and I will use 10 sublimations and the power of the 10 realms to reach the perfection of the Chaos Realm. At that time, even if I wasn't a Great Venerable, I could still be on par with a Great Venerable. With the addition of my physical and spiritual power, I will truly stand at the pinnacle of the Great Venerable, even surpassing the former Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity. Even if we face them, I'm confident. It's just a pity." The primordial gem asked, "What?" "My sublimation technique is nearing its limit. The Chaos Realm perfection is its limit. It comes from the Source Bird, and the Source Bird bloodline is the Chaos Realm perfection. It cannot go any further." Lin Moyu's mind is now clear and lucid. Her understanding of the universe and all things is completely different from before. A soul at the Great Venerable level resonates directly with the rules of heaven and earth, giving him many answers. Although not all of them, he has figured out most of them. The primordial gem said, "If Master can reach that level, combined with his physical body and soul, he will be able to barely control me. At that time, he can indeed let go and not need to be too harmful." "Those guys." Lin Moyu shook her head, "But that's not enough. I want to go further. It's not enough for me to be unafraid, I want to scare them. I want to sit in the position left behind by the Great Lord of Calamity. I want to become the Great Lord." Hongming Gem hesitated for a moment, "But you are now the one who has been chosen to face the tribulation. If you want to sit on the throne of the Great Venerable, you need the approval of heaven and earth, which may be quite difficult." 0. Requesting flowers. Lin Moyu said, "Heaven and earth have not stipulated that those who are destined for tribulation cannot become great beings. These two things are not contradictory. Although the primordial gem is very powerful, its understanding of the rules of heaven and earth is clearly inferior to that of Lin Moyu." Lin Moyu sensed the heavens and earth, and his understanding of the rules of the heavens and earth became increasingly profound. Being a person destined for tribulation also has its benefits. When heaven and earth consider you a person destined for tribulation, the rules of heaven and earth will open doors of convenience for you. It will become easier to understand the rules of heaven and earth. Only then did Lin Moyu take the small sword that Lin Mohan had conjured and read the information within it. Lin Mohan obtained some information from the remaining consciousness of the Divine Lotus Monarch and learned about the level she was at. They have names at that level, but they are not noticed by the primordial gem. Those who surpass the Great Venerable but are not yet strong enough to become the ultimate powerhouse have a unified name in all realms, Realm Breakers. Breakthrough is a rather nice-sounding name. Those who are considered supreme beings disdainfully call them losers. The combat power of those who break through to the next realm far surpasses that of the Grand Venerables. It is not difficult for them to kill Grand Venerables, but they are far inferior to the true supreme powerhouses. Moreover, they will have many restrictions, such as not being allowed to arbitrarily slaughter Great Venerables. Because the Great Ones are recognized and protected by heaven and earth, while they are not. Therefore, when they kill the Great Venerable, they will be devoured by the power of heaven and earth. The backlash was strong enough to injure them, so they would not attack the Great Venerable unless absolutely necessary. As for those below the Great Venerable level, there are no such concerns. Lin Moyu understood that before the Great Lord of Calamity, someone had obtained the Calamity Scepter and discovered the Tao, but was killed by the Tao. After killing him, Tao did not try to seize the Scepter of Heavenly Calamity, because Tao was injured by the backlash of the power of heaven and earth at that time. That is why the Scepter of Misfortune was later obtained by the Great Venerable Wei. Later, he killed the Great Lord of Calamity and was hit by the Calamity Scepter, resulting in even more serious injuries. Lin Moyu pondered, his eyes gleaming slightly. During the Great Calamity, the Heavenly Calamity Venerable is most likely to be the first to attack the Tao. His injuries should not have healed yet, making him probably the weakest of the four. My older sister has just broken through to the next realm, so her strength is probably not the strongest. The Heavenly Calamity Grand Venerable still has my older sister's soul in his hands, so he might also try to harm her. A great calamity is not far off, we must seize the time. Lin Moyu used his own soul as a foundation to create two clones. One remained in the ancient wilderness to tell the world that he was still there. The other was in the world of language, watching his 9 realms gradually take shape. The main body, meanwhile, accompanied Ning Yi and the other 8, either traveling through realms or diligently cultivating the land. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, let alone a long separation. However, their current level is too high, so getting pregnant is not easy, they can only keep trying. 200 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu has cultivated for many years and fought his way to this day, only occasionally having some free time. The last 200 years have been the most leisurely time of my life. There has been no fighting. My 2 clones are either comprehending the great Tao or monitoring the realm, while my main body is the most relaxed. Song is with his wife. It was under these circumstances that I gained a completely new understanding of the rules of heaven and earth. The realm hasn't changed, it has reached its peak. To advance further, one must merge with the realm to reach the perfection of the chaos realm. The physical and spiritual power remains unchanged, having reached its peak just like the May 4th movement. However, having gained a new understanding of the rules of heaven and earth, Lin Moyu gradually sensed the existence of the Great Calamity. In his perception, the Great Calamity of heaven and earth was like a huge black fog, constantly emerging from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, gradually sweeping across the entire world. Once it covers the entire world, the power of the severance will begin to increase. And I am the brightest point of light in the Great Calamity, like a fire in the black fog, which is particularly attractive. As the Great Calamity continues to advance, it continues to shine and become brighter, and the calamity will affect all living beings at the same time. Soon, I will become the object of everyone's attention, shining brightly. The Great Calamity is further complicated by a complex web of cause and effect, and all sorts of strange events that should not happen will occur, and the cause and effect will ultimately point to oneself. Lin Moyu understood that because he was the one destined to face the calamity, it was as if the rules of heaven and earth had opened a window for him, allowing him to see more easily the rules of heaven and earth after the Great Calamity. Heaven and earth are impartial. Becoming a person destined for calamity cannot only bring harm and no benefit. Everything has 2 sides, yin and yang. Those who are destined for tribulation can more easily comprehend the rules of heaven and earth, and that is the advantage. 200 years is not a long time, but for Lin Moyu, it is more precious than 20,000 years. With a deeper understanding of the rules of heaven and earth, this understanding is reflected back upon oneself and integrated into one's own spiritual world. As the master of the world of language gods, I do not have a deep understanding of its various aspects. Over the past 200 years, through his understanding of the ancient chaos, he has gained a more thorough understanding of his own divine world. Gradually, I began to understand why things were the way they were. 200 years later, the Great Calamity advanced even further. Several powerful beings appeared in the ancient wilderness. Like hungry wolves that had smelled meat, they burrowed into the depths of space and found the location of Lin Moyu's clone. This is the effect of the Great Calamity. Originally, there should have been no living beings in this place, but they did appear anyway. What shouldn't have become right, what is unreasonable has become reasonable. The rules of heaven and earth haven't changed, it's just that during the Great Calamity, the rules of heaven and earth have turned some extremely low probability events into events that are 100% certain to occur. Faced with the attacking ancient creatures, they clearly lacked intelligence and, influenced by the Great Calamity, regarded themselves as natural enemies. They possess combat strength at a perfect level, but it's nothing to me. The soul clone condensed its soul power into a fist, which swept across the ancient wilderness, leaving behind several corpses. The peak of the chaos realm is no longer enough for me. Even a top-tier, perfected being like the wine master couldn't withstand more than a few punches from Shelob. However, this incident shows that his identity as the one destined to face calamity has begun to have some strange effects. When I return to chaos, I don't know what I will become. Lin Moyu's lips curled up slightly. No matter what he becomes, I'll smash him with one punch. In the realm of science and technology, several people were strolling around, enjoying the many novel things there. Unlike other worlds, cultivation and technology coexist here. The science and technology realm gave Lin Moyu the illusion of returning to her past life. It had steel skyscrapers, cars, and airplanes, as well as various entertainment facilities, which were not found in other realms. However, it is different from Huaxia in its previous life. The cars and airplanes here are actually specially crafted magical artifacts. There is technology here, and there is also cultivation. At this moment, the group is in a giant amusement park, experiencing some extreme sports, but these extreme sports are not enough for them. And Yuyin noticed the change in Lin Moyu's expression. "Husband, have you thought of something?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just that the great calamity in the chaotic ancient wilderness is one step closer." And Yuyin said, "My husband said he is a person destined for tribulation. If he doesn't go back, does that mean he doesn't need to undergo tribulation?" Lin Moyu said, "Some things cannot be avoided, and I was born in the chaotic ancient wilderness, so it is impossible for me to completely break free from them. I brought you to the divine realm of language only to prevent any accidents from happening to you. The matters in the chaotic ancient wilderness still need to be resolved. Don't worry, after the great calamity, the chaotic ancient wilderness will be completely peaceful. This great calamity is also a great cleansing, removing all the old ailments." Seeing Lin Moyu's confidence, and Yuyin stopped asking questions. She understood Lin Moyu. The Lin Moyu of the past was also in control, and nothing could escape his control. 300 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Moyu has leisurely spent 500 years. 500 years later, the remaining 5 realms will finally reach perfection. Lin Moyu's clone, which had remained there, slowly opened its eyes. "It's about time. We can begin." With a wave of his hand, the scepter of calamity pierced through the air and arrived before him. "Let's do the preparatory work first." Lin Moyu started with the 5 world domains, first refining the domains. As the master of the 5 world domains, refining the domains was no problem for him, and he completed it in just a few days. If he continues to refine the 5 world domains and then brings them back to the chaotic ancient wilderness to be bathed in the rules of heaven and earth, he can use these domains to enter the chaotic perfection stage. Becoming a perfect chaos realm cultivator was something easily attainable for him, so naturally he didn't care about it. After completing the initial refinement, Lin Moyu began refining the Great Thousand Worlds. Again, it was an initial refinement, planting his own mark in every corner of the Great Thousand Worlds. Next comes the realm of science and technology, and the realm of the spiritual. Each realm is initially refined, leaving a mark to tell others that this is my property, and that I haven't completely taken it yet, but you can't take it either. After refining these 4 realms, the other 5 realms will also reach a perfect state of 1.4. Lin Moyu continued refining, one after another. The refining speed of these realms was a little slower. After all, they had no master and were independent realms. The 5 realms have been cultivated for a short time, and the realms themselves have reached perfection, but the number of living beings in the realms is still extremely small. While refining the creatures, Lin Moyu also moved the beings from several other realms to the new realm. A realm without living beings always lacks vitality and cannot allow the realm's power to reach its optimal state. Lin Moyu took on the role of a mover, carrying whatever was missing from the realm, and gradually, life began to flourish in the civic. After several years, Lin Moyu's moving work finally came to an end. The 9 realms have been initially refined and are filled with Lin Moyu's soul imprint. His thoughts reached the ears of the Silver Rabbit Clan members. Let's begin. The Silver Rabbit Clan, consisting of 16 members at the perfected level, began compressing the power of the first 5 world domain, following Lin Moyu's instructions. The process of compressing the power of the boundary is also a process of strengthening. At this moment, the 5 world domains are already in a perfect state. Its domain power has reached its limit, but it can be compressed, reducing its original power of 100 points to 50 points, thus creating room for further improvement. By further enhancing the power of the domain will become even stronger. This kind of thing is generally done after one has reached a state of perfection. Ordinary cultivators first merge with their domains to reach perfection, gaining absolute control over them. Then they compress the power of their domains and continue to improve. This kind of improvement also requires the cooperation of one's own strength. When one enters the Chaos Realm, one undergoes several sublimations, and the power of the realm can generally only be compressed a few times. It should be the result predetermined by the rules of heaven and earth. The sublimation at the moment of achieving the Chaos Realm is the foundation, and the foundation determines the ultimate upper limit. Lin Moyu, however, is doing the opposite. Before he has even reached the Chaos Realm 03 perfection, he is already compressing the power of the realm. He wanted to use the compressed domain to reach the perfect state of chaos, something no one had ever done before. Lin Moyu was incredibly audacious. In his view, the fact that others hadn't done it was simply because no one had done it. Now that he had thought of it, he was going to do it. The 16 strongest members of the Silver Light Immortal clan worked together and completed the compression of the 5 world domains in just 1 month. The power of the 5 world domains was suddenly halved, but it can now accommodate new power, while the compressed portion of power has become more condensed and powerful. The Silver Rabbit Elders used a secret technique, and the materials Lin Moyu had prepared beforehand transformed into flowing water and entered the 5 world domains, becoming streams of new domain power. The compressed power of the realm became the catalyst for the new power of the realm. The new power of the realm automatically compressed itself and merged with the old power of the realm. The whole process went smoothly without any unexpected events. It took another 2 months for the world domain's boundary calendar to be filled again. The 5th world domain has changed. It has become the most dazzling existence among the 9 realms. Its power, twice that of other realms, makes it exceptionally different. As the power of the realm increases, the great Tao within the realm also becomes stronger, and the talents of the beings within it will increase accordingly. If Lin Moyu were to achieve the Chaos Realm perfection using the 5 world domains, then upon entering the perfection level, his realm would surpass that of most Chaos Realm perfection cultivators. But this was just the beginning. The successful compression of the 5 world domains seemed to have given the Silver Light Rabbit clan a lot of confidence, and they turned around and began to compress the Great Thousand Worlds. With the experience from the previous time, they compressed the material faster and more smoothly this time. The primordial gem stood beside Lin Moyu and said, "Master, you are challenging the bottom line of the rules of heaven and earth." Lin Moyu knew, "I know, but this isn't a forbidden zone. We can give it a try." Now he has a completely new understanding of the rules of heaven and earth, and knows what he is doing. In the rules of heaven and earth, compressing the power of a boundary must be done after achieving a perfect level, and doing so would violate the rules of heaven and earth. However, these rules are not unchangeable. Some bottom lines can be altered. It just depends on whether you have the ability to do so. For example, one can use the cause-finding loop to forcibly change the outcome, thereby altering the bottom line of the rules of heaven and earth. The primordial gem said, 1 or 2 is fine, but Master, you have 9 realms. Heaven and earth will probably be furious. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Heaven and earth have no will, they simply act according to the rules. I will change the rules when the time comes." Hongming Gem said, "Even if we use the cost-seeking ring, we probably won't be completely exempt." Lin Moyu said, "I'll handle the rest with my fists. I'm the one who was chosen to face this, so he'll give me some face, more or less. Besides, I still have you. If I can't take it anymore, you go." The primordial gem was speechless for a moment. It asked, "Master, you said you wanted 10 realms, but now there are only 9. Where is the last realm?" Lin Moyu said, "I had thought about creating another realm before, but after understanding some of the rules, I gave up on that idea. 9 is the limit of numbers, and also the limit allowed by heaven and earth. If I were to truly merge with the 10 realms, that would be breaking the bottom line of heaven and earth. This line can be touched, but cannot be broken, or it will invite divine punishment. Heavenly punishment might not be able to kill me, but it can destroy a realm, which is very troublesome. If I want to break the bottom line of the rules of heaven and earth, I need to complete the fusion of realms first. So I thought of another way, and I'll have to ask you for help with that. Hongming Gem shook its head. Master, please don't waste time with nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. Lin Muyu chuckled. I will use the realm gem to create clones for these 9 realms. The primordial gem pondered. The boundary gem does indeed have the ability to create boundary avatars, but the boundary avatars it creates are not powerful, and they are not true boundaries. They are far inferior. Lin Muyu said, this is what I want, not the real boundary, so it won't touch the bottom line of heaven and earth. The primordial gem suddenly realized what Lin Muyu was about to do. You probably weren't just thinking about creating a clone, were you? Lin Muyu chuckled. 9 is the limit of numbers, so it's not unreasonable for each realm to create 9 clones. Creating 9 clones from one realm is not just excessive, it's downright outrageous. Hongming Gem instinctively wanted to swear, but swallowed the words back. Please continue. What's next? Lin Muyu said, if I'm not mistaken, every time the boundary gem creates a clone, it absorbs a portion of the power of the boundary main body, making the boundary main body a little weaker. Hongming Gemstone said, that's right, it's 560. Lin Muyu said, but what if I use the primordial chi as a foundation to create an avatar with the boundary gem? In that case, I might not be able to do without borrowing the power of the boundary itself. The primordial gem pondered for a moment. It's possible, but the resulting avatar won't be very strong, at most only 30% of the original avatar's strength, and there won't be any living beings inside. Lin Muyu shook his head. Then we need to use the soul gem and the elemental gem together to simulate living beings. It doesn't need to be realistic, just approximate. Hongming Gemstone pondered for a moment, then said, that's fine, please continue. Lin Muyu said, I have 9 realms, each of which has completed at least one round of compression and possesses twice the power of an ordinary perfect realm. The avatars created based on them, even with only 30% of their power, will not be much worse than ordinary imperfect realms. Once everything is completed, there will be 9 compressed perfect realms and 81 realm clones that are similar to ordinary realms. The key is that these dimensional clones are not recognized as dimensional realms by heaven and earth, yet they are indeed dimensional realms, possessing the power of dimensional realms. Does this mean I've fooled heaven and earth? There's nothing more to say about the Hongming Gemstone. Lin Muyu's idea, besides being bold, is also somewhat outrageous. Finally, he gave a thumbs up and said, Master, your idea is perverted. For someone with Hongming Gemstone's knowledge to call him a pervert shows just how outrageous Lin Muyu's ideas are. Lin Muyu laughed and said, I'm just a bit bolder, I'm far from being a pervert. Hongming Gem shook its head, I think it's just abnormal. The 9 realms that were compressed in advance have already touched the bottom line of the rules of heaven and earth. That's one thing, but you also want to deceive heaven and earth and merge 81 realm avatars. Moreover, these 81 realm avatars are all based on the primordial energy of heaven, which makes them quite special. I can't even imagine how powerful you would be if you succeeded. Lin Muyu said, I have deduced that my realm should reach the peak of perfection, but my strength should exceed the peak of the Chaos realm. Perhaps I am not as good as a Great Venerable for the time being, but I should be stronger than an ordinary quasi-Great Venerable. The primordial gem said, this is only your strength at the realm level. If you combine it with your physical body and soul power, it will be incredible. Even a Great Venerable would not be your match. Lin Muyu shook his head. Perhaps so. I have another idea. My magic might be able to be elevated once again through this opportunity. The 81 realm clones will be baptized by the rules of the chaotic ancient wilderness and will adapt to the power of the chaotic ancient wilderness rules. After I complete the fusion, their power will not only make me stronger, but will also affect my spells. Perhaps some of my spells can break through the limits. This is just my deduction, and it may not necessarily come true. Hongmeng Gem was stunned on the spot, as he knew very well what Lin Moyu's magic was like. If it were to be elevated to a higher level. With a wave of his hand, Lin Moyu unleashed countless undead servants who had surpassed the Chaos Realm. The sight was spectacular. All techniques have limits. For example, the original secret technique from the source bird is invincible within the realm, and its upper limit is unseen. However, once it reaches the chaotic ancient wilderness, its upper limit is revealed. The chaotic realm perfection is its limit. After all, the magic originated from the blood of the source bird, which was itself a being of perfect chaos. The source bird is rare, and its blood can be used to refine secret techniques, so it is coveted by many powerful individuals who will hunt it down as soon as they see it. Similarly, Lin Moyu's other spells also have their limits. Lin Moyu can now clearly sense that his undead servants are also at the peak of the Chaos Realm. Even if one becomes a Great Venerable, it is impossible to summon undead servants at the Great Venerable level. Although trillions of Chaos Realm fighters are already quite terrifying, if Lin Moyu were to harden his heart, he could easily sweep through the Chaos Ancient Wilderness. However, it is still not enough to face the Great Venerable, or even beings above the Great Venerable. If the Great Venerable were to use a deadly move, he could instantly kill countless undead servants. This breakthrough, which will transcend the limits of heaven and earth, may also be the best opportunity for the sublimation of my techniques. Moreover, at this moment, he was in the midst of a great calamity, and he was the one who was to be afflicted by it. While the world was targeting him, it was also opening the door to help him. That's why I need to seize this opportunity and do everything to the best of my ability. Only power that surpasses the limits can make magic reappear. Moreover, he didn't even dream of elevating all his spells. As long as infinite summoning could be elevated, that would be enough. As for the rest, he would leave it to fate. The silver rabbits worked very hard, constantly compressing the boundary. Fortunately, Lin Moyu had prepared enough materials beforehand, so even if she disappeared, she would still have some left over. Several years later, all 9 realms were compressed, each radiating an imposing realm power, much stronger than before. The 9 realms, within the realm of the divine language, are like 9 dazzling new stars, supporting a unique void. Unfortunately, these 9 realms do not belong to the world of the language god. Even Lin Moyu, the master of this world, cannot forcibly integrate them into the world of the language god. If Lin Moyu wants to use them to advance to perfection, he also needs to return to the chaotic ancient wilderness. After one round of compression, Lin Moyu tried to compress the silver rabbit again, but found that it was not feasible. The power of the realm has exceeded the limits of their control. The only way is for a great venerable to emerge from among them, who might be able to elevate the bloodline secret technique. Lin Moyu knew very well that it wasn't that they lacked strength, but rather that their bloodline techniques had reached their peak. If they were to forcibly compress the power of the realm themselves and then introduce new power of the realm using secret methods, it wouldn't be impossible, but the probability of failure would be extremely high. If it fails, at best the realm will be damaged, its inhabitants will suffer devastation, and natural disasters will be endless. In severe cases, the realm will completely collapse, and none of the living beings within will survive. Lin Moyu didn't want to accept this outcome, so he chose to give up. It's time to get the boundary gems working. Lin Moyu woke up the dozing Hongmeng Gem. Hongmeng Gem gave an "oh," rubbed its eyes, and said, "Little Yu, time to get to work." The boundary gem obeyed immediately, emitting light. The light gradually intensified from a faint glow to a dense, overwhelming radiance. Soon, endless light enveloped the 9 realms. It was not a copy of each one, but a copy of all 9 realms together. In an instant, Lin Moyu felt his soul power rapidly decreasing. The boundary gem was actually consuming his soul power when it copied the boundary. Fortunately, the little tree reacted quickly and transmitted enough soul power, but the little tree could not replenish its soul power as fast as it consumed it. Lin Moyu asked, "Can we do it one at a time?" The primordial gem replied, "It's best if they come together, so that the power of the cloned realms will be more balanced." Although we can balance their power with the balancing gems by taking them one by one, it's still not quite right. It's better to control them at the source. Hongming Gemstone's statement makes a lot of sense, and Lin Moyu cannot refute it. Lin Moyu, who was with his wife, said in a low voice, "I need to leave for a while." Ning Yi asked, "Is something wrong?" Lin Moyu nodded. "It's time." Lin Moyu has been with them for over 500 years, and they know that Lin Moyu actually has many things to deal with. They all understood and did not stop Lin Moyu, but simply reminded her to be careful. After a hug, Lin Moyu left. Within the realm of language, Lin Moyu created a separate space for Ning Yi and others to reside in. There are numerous teleportation arrays in Li Liao's space, allowing one to travel to various locations on the ground. At the same time, Lin Moyu also told them how to use the primordial qi, so that they, like Xiao Wu and the others, could leave their mark on the creatures that were still in the process of being conceived, and use these creatures conceived by heaven and earth to absorb the primordial qi. Before Lin Moyu was around, they didn't want to go anywhere. Now that Lin Moyu has gone to do her work, they have also begun to take action, following Lin Moyu's instructions to search for the creatures of heaven and earth and absorb the primordial energy of coalification. Purchase. Lin Moyu's main body arrived at the edge of the boundary, and her clone transformed into flowing water and merged into her main body. The soul power was being rapidly depleted, and even the sapling couldn't replenish it in time. With a thought, Lin Moyu summoned a large amount of primordial qi and sent it into the boundary gem, replacing a portion of the soul's consumption. When his soul power was completely exhausted, Lin Moyu decisively self-destructed, thus completing his rebirth. He replenished his soul power in this way. The primordial gem watched, muttering to itself, "Master is going too far." What Lin Moyu considers standard practice is absurd in the eyes of Hongming Gemstone. Using suicide to replenish one's soul power, besides Lin Moyu, who else would do something like that? Although the method is outrageous, it is indeed very effective. Lin Moyu's rebirth can restore the soul to a perfect state each time. The starfish's soul power provides support for the boundary gem to replicate its own boundary and create boundary clones. At the same time, the soul power required to create the 9 realms was immense, and Lin Moyu self-destructed time and time again. Unfortunately, the intervals between each self-destruction were too long, otherwise, it would have been an excellent way to strengthen the body and soul. Although Hongming Gem said Lin Moyu was outrageous, his eyes were shining as he looked very carefully. Previously, Lin Moyu acted recklessly in the heavenly vortex because, due to the influence of the forbidden zone of life, he only saw the surface. Now that Lin Moyu is courting death right in front of him, he finally sees some details he's never seen before. Master's talent is related to time. He discovered that Lin Moyu's rebirth was actually a return to the state she was in at her peak, the state closest to death. But if that's all there is to it, something seems off. If that's all there is to it, it's similar to the effect of the time stone. He felt it wasn't that simple. Let's take another look. Let's look at 863 again. He continued to observe, searching for the root cause. After observing hundreds of newborns, he finally made some new discoveries. That's right, it's not about restoring to that time state, but rather restoring it using that time state as a sample. Moreover, this time state can be traced indefinitely. It divides time into countless nodes and searches for the owner's optimal state from different times and spaces and different regions, using this as a reference for restoration. And after dying a sufficient number of times, it will also have an enhancing effect. My God, how can someone have such an extraordinary talent? This is completely abnormal. The existence of new talents has completely overturned the understanding of the primordial gem. In his view, the world allows things that defy the heavens to exist, but they cannot go too far. Lin Moyu has gone too far, yet the heavens and earth remain unresponsive. Therefore, the primordial gemstone deduced that Lin Moyu's newborn talent was at a level higher than that of heaven and earth. The heavens and earth will not punish something that is higher than themselves, only in this way can it be explained. Then, considering Lin Moyu's possible true identity, it seems quite normal. He couldn't actually remember Lin Moyu's true identity, but when he saw Lin Moyu from that life, his heart was unsettled, and a fear that only he could feel welled up within him. I blurted out, "How could it be him?" Looking back, he realized he must have met Lin Moyu, but all information about her was completely unknown. That's actually the scariest part. That's why the primordial gem became obedient after that incident. Now he is even more amazed by Lin Moyu's unique talent, and the more he looks at it, the more amazed he becomes. He even considered the possibility that if this talent could be traced back long enough, beyond the previous life, it might be possible to trace it back to that life of Lin Moyu. If that's really the case, what will Lin Moyu be like after her rebirth? He realized he was being a bit delusional, immediately dismissed the inappropriate thought, and continued to study Lin Moyu's talent. He was certain he wasn't mistaken. The new talent was a replica of Lin Moyu's recent peak performance. However, there must be some parts that he didn't understand. He knew that these parts were beyond his comprehension and impossible to understand. Amidst the light of the boundary gem, 9 brand new boundaries gradually took shape. They were slightly smaller than the real boundaries, but they looked the same in general, and even their auras were very similar. The 9 realms are like twin brothers, with very similar auras. If you only close your eyes and sense them, you can't even feel the difference between them. Compared to these replicas, the real 9 realms are all different. In order to complete Lin Moyu's plan, some changes were made when the boundary gem was copied. The clone is based on Lin Moyu's soul power and primordial energy, without borrowing any power from the original realm, and has no impact on the original realm, ETF. Throughout the replication process, Lin Moyu was reborn nearly 1,000 times. Lin Moyu noticed the strange look in Hongming Gem's eyes. "What's wrong?" The primordial gem chuckled. "When Master was resurrected just now, I was studying Master's talent." "What did you find?" Lin Moyu asked casually. The primordial gem shook its head. "I found some, but not much. I couldn't figure out the source. I only know that the Master's talent is related to time." Lin Moyu said, "I know, it means returning to the point closest to death, where the state is in perfect condition." The primordial gem exclaimed in surprise, "So Master knew?" Lin Moyu said, "I discovered this when I was in the western regions. Just as you said, this is not the root cause. I don't know where the root cause is either. But that doesn't matter. As long as the talent can be used, we will find out sooner or later." The primordial gem laughed and said, "Master is right. As long as you are strong enough, you can know everything. All the unknowns come from insufficient strength." Lin Moyu said, "Let's continue. We can start the second round of copying now. Because the cloned realm's essence is Lin Moyu's soul power, it has been imprinted with Lin Moyu's mark from beginning to end, so he doesn't need to refine it further, saving a lot of effort." The boundary gem continued its work, beginning the second round of replication. Lin Moyu once again became the source of power, continuously providing soul energy to the boundary gem. He died time and time again, and this time he was too lazy to study the primordial gem, knowing he wouldn't be able to figure it out. After nearly 1,000 suicidal attempts to replenish his soul power, he finally completed another round of replication. The 18 avatars of the realm exuded almost identical auras, feeling as if they were from the same realm, with only minor differences between them. If you balance them with balancing gems, even these subtle differences will disappear. These avatars from different realms are not recognized by heaven and earth. Within the rules of heaven and earth, they are counterfeits. But in fact, they truly exist, and can also contain the great Tao and evolved living beings. The reason for this is that the scepter of calamity has actually transcended the boundaries of heaven and earth, which is why this loophole was created. Lin Moyu exploited this vulnerability to continue replicating the domain. The only insurmountable limitation is the number of clones. Currently, a realm can only replicate 9 clones, and this cannot be changed. The third round. The fourth round. The 9th round. When Lin Moyu exchanged nearly 10,000 rebirths for 9 rounds of replication, resulting in a total of 81 realm replicas, the scene was enough to terrify any Grand Venerable. Hongmeng Jim, seeing this, used the same word, insane. He had seen some worlds that had a similar structure to the chaotic ancient wilderness, and also possessed realms and rules. No one has ever done this before. Lin Moyu's behavior is truly outrageous. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with his results. It's time to return to chaos. I should also unleash the climax of the Great Calamity. The past few hundred years have brought considerable gains to Lin Moyu. Not only have his 9 realms and 81 realm avatars been completed, but more importantly, his understanding of heaven and earth has taken another step forward. He understood his identity as the one destined to face the calamity, and what he could and should do, no longer vaguely aware of the reasons behind it. Now I'm beginning to understand that I, as the one who has been afflicted, am at the center of the Great Tribulation. The Great Calamity presents an opportunity for those top beings to become supreme powerhouses. This opportunity is not limited to those who have already broken through to the Great Venerable level, such as the Heavenly Calamity Grand Venerable and the Tao. At the same time, they also belong to all the Great Venerables and Quasi-Great Venerables, who also have the opportunity to break through during the Great Tribulation and become the strongest in one fell swoop. As for how to break through, it depends on each person's opportunities. Different people have different paths, and different paths require different opportunities. There is no fixed answer. Perhaps when the time is right, one can break through on the spot and become the strongest. Such things have happened before. The primordial gem has been seen in other realms. Some cultivators in the world made a grand vow when a great calamity came, willing to do something for the world, and thus they became the strongest. To many people, it seems unbelievable that a wish can lead to a breakthrough, but this was his opportunity. Of course, one must fulfill the vows made, and such grand vows are so enormous that even after becoming the strongest, one may spend the rest of one's life paying the price for those vows. Once you stop doing it, the grand ambition you made will backfire on you. At best, you will suffer a great loss of cultivation, falling to the level of a strong person. At worst, you will perish. Moreover, even those who use the method of becoming the strongest through grand ambitions are the weakest among the strongest, only slightly stronger than the Great Venerables. But he is still a supreme powerhouse, and there are ways to make up for his lack of strength in the future. Therefore, although this method may not necessarily be a good thing, many people have chosen it without prior agreement. Besides this, there is another way to become the strongest, which is called the method of merging heaven and earth by the primordial gem. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and 2 natures, yin and yang. By cutting off these emotions and desires, and severing the yin and yang, only the purest essence remains. Once the purest form is free from emotions and desires, it has the opportunity to merge with heaven and earth, taking advantage of the great calamity when the rules of heaven and earth are opened, to integrate into heaven and earth and achieve the ultimate concealment. This method is slightly stronger than the Great Aspiration method, but it is considered average among the strongest. Besides these 2 methods, there is another method, known as proving the way through force, which is also the strongest of all methods. Fight all the way, kill all the way, fight to the peak, defeat all opponents, until you reach the pinnacle of heaven and earth. With supreme power, one can open the gates of heaven and earth, forcefully step into the world, and become the strongest. Such a supreme being who proves the Tao through force is undoubtedly the strongest among the supreme beings of the same level of heaven and earth. Even some supreme beings from even stronger realms who attained enlightenment through other means are not as good as them. This method is also known as the superior method. After analyzing the 3 methods mentioned by the primordial gem, Lin Moyu roughly understood that although the method of the Great Aspiration could make one the strongest, one was still under the heavens and earth. After merging with the laws of heaven and earth and attaining the Tao, one will be on equal footing with heaven and earth. The method of proving the Tao through force is to stand above heaven and earth. Although they are all supreme beings who can refine the heavens and earth and become the controllers of the world, there are still differences in their status. Lin Moyu knew very well that the most suitable method for him was to prove his path through experience. In the midst of fierce battle, they fought their way through heaven and earth, forcefully reaching the summit. This path is not only suitable for me, but also for Lin Mohan. Moreover, he did not want to become the strongest in the chaotic ancient wilderness. He already possessed the divine language world and was already the best in the divine language world. When the world of Yushin faces its first tribulation of life and death, once it successfully becomes a living world, as long as its strength is strong enough at that time, it can become the strongest in one fell swoop. This method is even stronger than proving the Tao by force. In all the worlds that the Hongming gem has seen, only the legendary Emperor Putzong has ever accomplished it. The facts have proven that Emperor Putzong was excessively strong, crushing all the strongest beings and becoming invincible in all realms. However, the time when he became the strongest was already when the tribulation of life and death was about to end, which, in Lin Muiyu's opinion, was a bit too late. If I could become the strongest at the very beginning of the great calamity, at the moment when heaven and earth transform into the world of creation, I would be able to control the great calamity and perhaps become even stronger. Moreover, the upper limit of the strongest depends on the strength of heaven and earth. The divine realm of language is very strong. Although we don't know how strong it is yet, the primordial gemstone is certain that the divine realm of language is extremely powerful and is very likely to surpass the sixth wheel realm and reach the seventh wheel level. If his idea succeeds, he may become the first supreme being to appear in the world of the seventh cycle or above. My own potential may surpass that of Putzong Chi-jun. They themselves also have the opportunity to physically enter the forbidden zone of life, or even enter the wall between heaven and earth, to explore the ultimate mysteries. Of course, these are all my own thoughts. Now that I am the one destined to face the tribulation in this chaotic ancient wilderness, I should first do all the things that a person destined to face the tribulation must do. Big sister, I'll help you become the strongest. Lin Muiyu, brimming with confidence, returned to the ancient wilderness from the realm of language gods, carrying her own domain. 90 entire domains appeared instantly in the ancient wilderness, causing a tremor throughout the region. The rules of heaven and earth swept in, landing on the ministers of the realm. The 9 realms themselves originally belonged to the chaotic ancient wilderness, but they had left the chaotic ancient wilderness for a period of time. The rules of heaven and earth don't care why you left or why you came back. As long as you come back, that's all that matters. As for the 81-dimensional clones, the rules of heaven and earth swept over them as well. They are not realms within the chaotic ancient wilderness, so naturally they are not recognized by the rules of heaven and earth, and the rules of heaven and earth ignore them. This is exactly the effect Lin Muiyu wants. If the rules of heaven and earth approve of them, that would be a real problem, and his plan might fail. Lin Muiyu gave a low shout, "It's starting." The hidden spirit pearl was pushed to its limit, and the balance gem in the cataclysmic scepter also shone brightly, blending Lin Muiyu's aura with the surroundings. As the one destined to face calamity, Lin Muiyu will attract the rules of heaven and earth no matter what she does, and nothing will go too smoothly. Trouble is bound to happen. For example, someone might come to disturb you along the way, or a powerful figure might attack you. It's quite normal for a Grand Venerable or Quasi-Grand Venerable to suddenly appear when Lin Muiyu breaks through, and they will inevitably be enemies, or even beings like the Tao. Lin Muiyu has a solution for this situation. The hidden spirit bead is the foundation, and the balancing gem is a supplement, but that alone is not enough. The boundary gem once again emitted a faint light, its hazy glow illuminating billions of miles of space. The boundary gem can not only replicate boundaries and create clones, but it can also create a false boundary space out of thin air. Under the combined force of these 3 forces, the influence of the rules of heaven and earth will be greatly reduced. Trouble may still come knocking, but at least the probability will decrease. Xiaoshu, Hanzuzi, and Xiaoping all act as protectors for Lin Muiyu. Lin Muiyu set up a grand array, with the primordial gem manipulating the cataclysmic scepter as the array's core. With everything ready, Lin Muiyu took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Unseal Guang." The deafening roar was deafening, and terrifying blood energy surged from Lin Muiyu's body, almost breaking through the isolation measures he had set up in an instant. When Lin Muiyu advanced to the Chaos Realm, he completed 10 power sublimations, making his power nature terrifyingly powerful, a unique achievement in the history of the Chaos Ancient Wilderness. In order to avoid detection by the Tao, most of its power was sealed away at that time. I was too weak back then and had no choice but to do this, but now, the seal is broken and all the power roars out like an awakened beast. Lin Moyu clearly felt that after the seal was broken, the hidden power impacted his foundation, making it even more solid. The physical body and soul, which had already reached their limits, subtly moved forward a little more. This seemingly insignificant detail caused a crack to appear in the bottleneck he had already reached. Lin Moyu's expression showed shock. His physical body and soul had already reached the limit of the Great Venerable Realm. If 520 were to advance even a little further, it would mean breaking through the limit and entering the level of the supreme power. Even if his realm doesn't change, he will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with beings like the Tao and the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity. This seems very unreasonable. It is indeed very unreasonable and breaks the rules of heaven and earth. But looking back, the self that has undergone 10 transformations is itself an irrational existence, and how many of the things I did were reasonable? What I am about to do has nothing to do with the word reasonable, but is more accurately described as unreasonable. The moment his physical body and soul broke through, Lin Moyu sensed the arrival of the laws of heaven and earth, carrying a hint of warning. Lin Moyu's lips curled slightly. Did you cross the line? But so what? He knew perfectly well that heaven and earth couldn't do anything to him. Aside from instinctive warnings, at most they could only accelerate the progress of the great calamity or create a dozen troubles for him. However, given his own arrangements, unless the one who comes is a being at the level of Tao, even if a great venerable comes, it will be difficult for him to cause any trouble. My own arrangements are enough to hold off the great venerable for a while. Moreover, heaven and earth are unaware of how strong their physical body and soul are. If they are truly provoked, even the Venerable One cannot kill them. Lin Moyu quickly sensed the changes in the great calamity. Its progress was indeed accelerating. As the seal was completely broken, the great calamity progressed further, and the aura of the laws of heaven and earth became increasingly intense. The hidden spirit bead was affected, and its effects began to weaken significantly. Fortunately, the balanced gems and boundary gems were of a high enough level to be largely unaffected. However, Lin Moyu was well aware that this was only the first step, and what he was about to do would definitely attract further interference from the rules of heaven and earth. If one constantly breaks the bottom line of the rules of heaven and earth, the rules of heaven and earth will inevitably become disgusted with one's behavior. However, Lin Moyu also knew that although his actions had crossed the line of the rules of heaven and earth, since he was a person destined for tribulation, the rules of heaven and earth could not do anything to him. The rules of heaven and earth cannot be violated, so apart from warnings, the only way to deal with oneself is through a great calamity. With all the seals broken, Lin Moyu felt the surging blood within her body, a vast power coursing through her as her foundation became incredibly solid. I'm afraid you wouldn't have imagined that I would do this. The 10 ascensions were set by the great Lord of Calamity, but what happened afterward was something he could never have imagined. One can guess a bit of what the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity is thinking. He simply wants to break through to the Great Venerable level in a way that surpasses the limits, and then attract the attention of the Tao. The Tao will not allow itself to exist. It is inevitable that it will fight the Tao. Both sides are very likely to suffer heavy losses, and more likely, it will perish while the Tao is severely injured. He could then seize the opportunity to sever the Tao and take its place, becoming the strongest being in the chaotic ancient wilderness. However, the great Lord of Heavenly Calamity was unaware that, besides him and the Tao, there was another hidden figure. Now, in addition to the 3 of them, there is Lin Mohan, the former sword master. Even though she is a newcomer, her combat power is still terrifying. The great Lord of Calamity, who wanted to be the mantis stalking the cicada but was unaware of the hunter behind him, now has to face Lin Mohan's sword. Looking back now, Lin Moyu finds it all quite funny. The 9 main realm entities surrounded Lin Moyu, and under Lin Moyu's control, they rapidly shrank. The realm shrank, but the power grew stronger, like 9 great suns encircling Lin Moyu. Begin the fusion. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, and the 9 realms simultaneously transformed into streams of light, merging into his body. In an instant, Lin Moyu's body became like crystal, radiating boundless precious light. The precious light spread for hundreds of millions of miles, barely concealed by the balance gem and the boundary gem. The hidden spirit pearl was largely ineffective at this moment, its function being barely worthless. The cause-seeking loop gleamed, and Lin Moyu began to plant fruit. Without cause, I have successfully advanced to the perfect chaos realm. A massive backlash struck, causing the seeking cause ring to hum. This outcome was clearly difficult to cultivate. The backlash was like a tsunami, wave after wave. However, with Lin Moyu's current physical body and soul, she easily withstood the backlash. After the backlash, the ring-planting fruit was successfully completed. Click! Lin Moyu heard a soft sound and looked down to see a tiny crack appear on the seeking cause ring. The cause-finding loop has broken down. Lin Moyu frowned. This trouble is bigger than we thought. It should involve a Grand Venerable or a Quasi-Grand Venerable. The cycle of seeking causes also has its limits. The Great Venerable level is its limit. When the fruit of a plant is seriously affected at this level, it will also be damaged, or even shattered. Through the reaction of the cause-seeking loop, Lin Moyu knew that the rules of heaven and earth would not let him off easily. But it doesn't matter, the seeking cause ring wasn't broken, so what comes is only at the level of a Great Venerable, which we can handle. He fully integrated with the realm, and his aura began to rise steadily. His realm followed the rules, breaking through the limit of the great completion of the Chaos Realm and entering perfection. The perfection of the Chaos Realm is the final level of the Chaos Realm and the foundation for achieving the status of a Great Venerable. Only when the basic requirements are met can one be qualified to advance to the realm of the Great Venerable. The power of 6 times the perfect realm is the foundation for advancing to the Great Venerable realm. Taking the realms that Lin Moyu merged as an example, each realm is equivalent to 2 perfect realms. He only needs to merge 3 such realms to qualify for the Great Venerable realm. But he merged 9 in his first step, which not only met the requirements for advancing to the Grand Venerable level, but also far exceeded them. The Heavenly Calamity Grand Venerable, who was once hailed as the number 1 Grand Venerable, had only fused 9 realms. Lin Moyu, on the other hand, had fused 18 realms, far surpassing him. The fusion process went extremely smoothly. Lin Moyu's physical body and soul, including the power of 10 sublimations, easily withstood the impact of the fusion. His aura rose steadily, without end. The primordial gem sat at the center of the Great Formation, sensing the changes brought about by the Great Calamity. The Great Calamity is progressing faster and faster, and the Master's actions have completely crossed the bottom line of the rules of heaven and earth. Someone's coming, let's prepare for battle. These words were spoken to himself, and also to Xiaoshu and the others. Shortly after he finished speaking, the void billions of miles away suddenly shattered, a vortex exploded, and someone flew out from it. The newcomer exuded a powerful aura. He was a quasi-great venerable. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if he didn't know why he had come here. Only the primordial gem knows that under the influence of the laws of heaven and earth, all sorts of unexpected events can occur. It's not impossible that he was perfectly fine in seclusion 1 second, and then a time-space portal suddenly appeared in front of him and brought him here. This is just the most basic kind of accident. There are many, many more kinds of accidents. His gaze swept across billions of miles like lightning, and a third eye appeared between his brows. The third eye is a compound eye, with layers upon layers of what appears to be countless eyeballs moving inside. He saw through the hidden spirit pearl, saw Lin Moyu, and also saw the 9 realms surrounding Lin Moyu. 9 realms, breakthrough to perfection. He's the inheritor of that B*********************, D, the calamity. He suddenly let out a low roar, a surge of intense killing intent rising within him. With a wave of his hand, a long spear shot out, transforming into a lightning dragon that pierced through the void and pointed directly at Lin Moyu. Let's get to work. Who wants to go first? Before Hong Ming Gem could finish speaking, a golden light shot out and collided with the spear in the next instant. With a loud bang, the golden light spun back, and the spear was knocked away. Xiao Peng knocked the spear away with his claws, leaving a tiny wound on his claws. Xiao Peng was slightly injured. Minor superficial injuries are nothing to Xiaoping. He can recover in the blink of an eye. Xiaoping transformed into golden light and rushed towards his opponent at an astonishing speed, faster than the spear could fly back, arriving in front of his opponent almost instantly. 10,000 golden rays swept out, and the newcomer's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Xiaoping to be so fast and his attack so fierce. With a low shout, a radiant light emanated from his brow and compound eyes, enveloping him. The rosy light collided with Xiaoping, and Xiaoping was once again thrown back. However, he was also badly hurt, the rosy light shattered, and he was also sent flying backward. The primordial gem cried out, "Fight all you want. I'll cover your presence." As he shouted, a phantom appeared around Xiaoping. The boundary gem wove a false space for Xiaoping, concealing his aura. With the support of Harmony OS Gem, Xpeng is now even more fearless and is going all out. In the deep space, Xiaoping transformed into endless golden light, using his absolute speed advantage to force his opponent to defend. He was engulfed in flames, turning the void into a sea of fire, but he still couldn't stop Xiaoping. The little tree asked, "Was this guy brought here by the rules of heaven and earth?" The primordial gem said, "That's right. Heaven and earth are undergoing a great calamity. The rules of heaven and earth brought him here to target the master. But it's useless. The master was prepared. A quasi-great level cultivator can't stir up any trouble." Chaos Child said, "Judging from this guy's power attributes, he should be that 9 suns venerable from the eastern pole." Hongming Gem said, "It should be him, no doubt. The 2 siblings from the East Pole, the elder brother being the 9 Sun Venerable, is a quasi-great venerable. My younger sister, the Great Venerable of September, is a true Great Venerable. This time, the rules of heaven and earth brought over the 9 Suns Venerable. The 9 Suns Venerable is not weak in combat, but it is still difficult for him to break through Xiaoping's blockade." The primordial gem suddenly looked into the distance. "Some guys are trying to spy on us." The sapling sensed something, and its roots shot out in dents, piercing through the void to strike the opponent. Countless insects from billions of miles away are swarming over. They are Jean Dazuan's spies, and having discovered the anomaly here, they have naturally come to investigate. Jean De also used his insects to monitor almost the entire chaos shop. It couldn't hide from the primordial gem. It was discovered before it even got close and was immediately met with a fierce attack from the sapling. The dense tree roots intertwined to form an impenetrable net, killing all the flying insects. Jean Dazuan, far away in Antarctica, sensed that a large number of insects had died in the ancient wilderness, but he could not see clearly what was happening. He had a vague feeling that something serious was going on. He reached out and slapped the insect steel beneath him. The steel emitted a bright light, and a giant vortex emerged from it. A large number of insects crawled into the vortex, which passed through the deepest layer of chaos, straight to the ancient lie. One by one, the space worms that had been sleeping in the ancient wilderness awoke, and they formed wormholes to provide passage for the Zerg army. These space worms are clearly more powerful, with larger and farther-reaching channels, and their teleportation speed far exceeds that of the wormholes in Antarctica. The Zerg moved swiftly, constantly entering the ancient wilderness and traversing space to reach a place several miles away from Lin Moyu. They burrowed into the deepest part of the space and pounced on Lin Moyu. Hongming Gem murmured, "It seems I didn't go hard enough just now." The little tree said, "They can't get through." The vast net formed by the interwoven tree roots advanced instead of retreating, heading straight for the Zerg army. A great war broke out, and the Zerg army suffered rapid losses under the strangulation of the small trees. Jean Dazuan in Antarctica sensed this, his brows furrowed, and a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Who on earth dares to oppose me? He has now reached the final step. Just one more step and he will be able to completely separate from the insect monument and regain his freedom. He couldn't move yet, so he sent more Zerg through the layers. But no matter how many passed, they were all strangled by the saplings without exception. Jean Dazuan could not find anything except some branches. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Even Jean Dazuan did not realize that he could have such strong killing intent towards a complete stranger. Unbeknownst to him, he too had been influenced by the rules of heaven and earth and had entered the realm of the broken minister. With the great calamity approaching, apart from Lin Moyu, the one destined to face it, and a few beings who have surpassed the great venerable, everyone else will be affected by the calamity to varying degrees, subtly changing their thoughts and personalities. The insect monument trembled, and an insect with a body spanning over 1,000 meters and resembling a mantis slowly flew out. It exuded an aura comparable to that of a quasi-great venerable, and flew into the vortex, heading to the ancient wilderness. The Antarctic contains the largest number of quasi-great beings, all of which are formed from insect tablets. Their individual strength is not as great as other quasi-great beings, but they are the most numerous. Some have estimated that there are at least 12 quasi-great sovereigns of the Zerg in Antarctica, who, if they were to go all out, would be able to defeat any other pole. Quasi-Grand Venerables rarely make a move, but this time Grand Venerable Jing sent one out without hesitation, perhaps without even realizing why he was so easily defeated. The Quasi-Great Venerable's insect entered the ancient wilderness, passed through the wormhole, and rushed straight towards Lin Moyu. He was also blocked by the small tree, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The tree roots intertwined to form a vast net, which then transformed into countless divine weapons, shattering the void. The little tree is not afraid of a quasi-great master. Although killing him is not easy, he shouldn't think he can get here easily either. The primordial gem looked at Lin Moyu, who was merging with the realm, and said, "I guess there will be more trouble. I wonder how long it will take, Master. Even if things go smoothly, it will still take a considerable amount of time to integrate the 9 realms at the same time." The primordial gem could sense the changes in the rules of heaven and earth, and knew that Lin Moyu was constantly pushing the limits of those rules. As long as he didn't complete his breakthrough, the rules of heaven and earth would not stop. Another void shattered, and tens of thousands of ancient beasts burst forth. These ancient beasts were all at least at the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, and many were at the perfection of the Chaos Realm. The giant beasts still carried the unique aura of the Desolate Scars, indicating that they had clearly come from the Desolate Scars. The ancient beasts, lacking intelligence, charged towards Lin Moyu as soon as they arrived, as if they had formed some kind of tacit understanding. Chaos Child said in a low voice, "I'll do it." Hongming Gem shook its head, "No need, people have made arrangements." The void twisted, and a large number of undead minions appeared, meeting the ancient and desolate behemoth. The ancient and savage behemoths were enormous, with tens of thousands of them occupying a large portion of the void. However, facing 1,000,000 undead servants, their attempt to break through would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. General against general, soldier against soldier, Lin Moyu had anticipated all sorts of situations long ago. In his view, the rules of heaven and earth were nothing more than these few methods. All 3 battlefields have been embroiled in battle, especially the fight between Xiaopeng and the 9 Sons Venerable, which is particularly fierce. The 2 sides appeared evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand and it difficult to determine a winner. Vast swathes of void continued to shatter, the vortex leading from chaos to the ancient wilderness was constantly being destroyed, and space had become extremely chaotic. Chaos Child muttered, "Little Peng is still a bit inferior to the golden-winged rock of the past, otherwise this battle should have ended long ago. Although Xiao Peng has fully awakened his bloodline, he is still a step behind the golden-winged rock at his peak. Otherwise, with the combat power of the golden-winged rock, dealing with a 9-Sun Grand Venerable would not be a problem." Back then, they didn't have such specific realm divisions, they only discussed battle experience. The golden-winged rock possesses top-tier combat power, surpassing even ordinary Grand Venerables in strength. Suddenly, the compound eye between the eyebrows of the 9 Sons Venerable erupted with powerful energy, causing ripples in the space and forcibly pushing Xiaopeng back. Then a giant eye appeared in the void, and countless smaller eyes emerged from the giant eye, each as large as an ordinary human head. Countless eyes were staring at Xiaopeng at the same time, making him feel uneasy and giving him a bad feeling. Xiaopeng spread its wings, bursting forth with boundless golden light, which transformed into golden lightning that pierced towards the giant eye. All the eyes closed, and in that instant, a screen of light appeared on the giant eye, blocking Xiao Peng's golden dragon. Then all eyes opened at the same time, and with a bang, Xiao Peng was blasted away. Xiao Peng had numerous wounds on his body, with blood flowing freely, as if he had been slashed countless times. But this was just the beginning. Countless tiny eyes within the giant eye opened and closed continuously, rising and falling, as if Xiao Peng were being slashed by countless sharp blades, with more and more wounds appearing. Xiao Peng had no idea where the attack was coming from. He let out a sharp cry, filled with murderous intent. Golden light, like blood, stains the ancient wilderness. Within the golden light, countless small rocks appeared, rushing towards the 9 Suns Venerable and the giant eye from all directions. No matter what methods you use, I'll defeat you with force. Xiao Peng has grasped the essence of Lin Moyu's philosophy, to overcome all methods with force. Under Xiao Peng's unreasonable attacks, the 9 Suns Venerable was once again at a disadvantage. As the bloodline inheritor of the Golden Winged Rock, Xiao Peng's combat power is also unparalleled. It's not so easy to deal with him. The primordial gem nodded. Not bad, that's more like it. He didn't expect Xiao Peng to win, he just wanted him to be able to block the opponent and prevent them from getting close. The same was true for Xiao Shu. Facing insects at the quasi-great venerable level, Xiao Shu fought with ease, neither winning nor losing, and just dragged it out like that. On the contrary, the undead servants had gained the upper hand, with many weaker ancient beasts being killed and the undead servants suppressing them with an overwhelming numerical advantage. Time passed second by second, and Lin Moyu's aura continued to grow stronger, seemingly without end. Judging from the changes in his aura, Lin Moyu had already reached the peak of the Chaos Realm. For someone else, the promotion process would have already ended by now, but for Lin Moyu, it's just the beginning. The power of the 9 realms is merging within Lin Moyu's body, with the power of the realms interconnected and the great Tao in harmony, becoming inseparable. Bridges gradually evolved between the boundaries, completing the interconnection. This process is not easy, they are centered around Lin Moyu and must eventually form a whole. Although there are 9 realms, when the 9 realms are combined, it appears as if there is only one realm. Lin Moyu will then have complete control over the power of the 9 realms, and with a single thought, the 9 realms will move in unison. The power of the realm washed over Lin Moyu like a tsunami, resonating with his physical body and soul, and finally merging into one. This process was slow. Lin Moyu was meticulous and took her time, striving for perfection. As for the troubles outside, he believed that the primordial gem, along with Little Tree and others, could resolve them, so he didn't need to worry too much. Lin Moyu's aura continued to rise, repeatedly touching the bottom line of the rules of heaven and earth. He was like a shameless bee ***************, constantly teasing the rules of heaven and earth, but without actually doing anything outrageous. The primordial gem can sense the changes in the rules of heaven and earth, and its transformation process is accelerating. Master, you really have a lot of nerve to tamper with the rules of heaven and earth like this. Although the rules of heaven and earth have no will, they are still rules. In a world without a supreme being, they are the most powerful. Hongming Gem was speaking with a hint of sarcasm, feeling that Lin Moyu was deliberately not giving the rules of the end even a fraction of face. Chaos Child, unable to see these things, asked curiously, "What did Master do?" The primordial gem said, "Master is provoking the rules of heaven and earth, touching the bottom line again and again. If this continues, the rules of heaven and earth will regard Master as a great enemy." Chaos Child still didn't understand. What about the all-encompassing experience? The primordial gem said, "Master was originally the one destined to face the calamity, and is already at the core of the entire calamity, targeted by the rules of heaven and earth. If you are also regarded as a great enemy by heaven and earth, then the rules of heaven and earth will use all kinds of methods to deal with you, and even ignore fairness to a certain extent." Chaos Child still seemed to understand, but not quite. "Could you be more specific?" He hasn't yet reached the level of understanding the rules of heaven and earth, so it's natural that he doesn't understand. The primordial gem said, simply put, the rules of heaven and earth will change the perceptions of countless people, create various causes and effects, and make the master an enemy of heaven and earth. Furthermore, he will strip his master of all the fortune in the world, and all sorts of accidents will happen no matter what the master does in the world. All the great principles of heaven and earth will be completely closed to the master, and it will be difficult for a person to cultivate in heaven and earth simultaneously. It will become extremely difficult for the master to become a great being in the world. Chaos Child finally understood, the rules of heaven and earth would do this even though they have no consciousness. The primordial gem said, it has no consciousness, just like an insect without intelligence. If you provoke it repeatedly, it will bite you anyway. Chaos Child said, but what you're saying, Master probably won't care about, and Master might be doing this on purpose. The primordial gem sighed, yes, Master did do it on purpose. He deliberately provoked the rules of heaven and earth, so that he would suffer more calamities. Once the master succeeds, the great calamity will enter a different state, and his status as the one who will face the calamity will increase. Anyone who kills the master will receive a massive reward. Perhaps by then, breaking through to the level of a supreme expert will become inevitable. Master is going to personally enter the game and help Lin Mohan become the strongest. Hongming Gemstone understood Lin Moyu's actions. Lin Moyu was putting himself into the game, further amplifying his status as the one who had to face the calamity, and even making himself the public enemy of the earth. Not a true public enemy, but a public enemy at the rule level. If someone manages to kill him, they will surely receive a massive reward. In addition, with sufficient power of their own, they have a greater than 90% chance of becoming the strongest. Of course, the premise is that one can be an enemy of heaven and earth. Being an enemy of heaven and earth is not so easy, and the rules of heaven and earth are not so easy to provoke. Provocation alone may not be enough, it may be necessary to further break the bottom line of the rules of nature. Lin Moyu knew that he had reached the level of the Chaos Realm Perfection and understood why it was called the Chaos Realm Perfection. It's not simply a matter of increased power or a change in realm. The completion of the Chaos Realm is called the foundation of a Great Venerable, meaning that if one wants to achieve the Great Venerable Realm, this small realm is the foundation and is extremely important. However, most people are unaware of why this minor realm is called the foundation of the Great Venerable. Even those who have reached the peak of the Chaos Realm do not know how to advance further or how to utilize the foundation of the Great Venerable. Lin Moyu had initially heard from the Venerable Lying that two conditions needed to be met in order to reach the Great Venerable Realm. First, a perfect realm. Second, compressing the power of the perfect realm to possess at least 6 times the power of the perfect realm. Only in this way can the foundation for breaking through to the Great Venerable Realm be forged. Later, as his realm improved, his power increased, and especially his soul improved, he gained a deeper understanding of the rules of heaven and earth. After becoming one of the ones who faced the tribulation, he further explored the rules of heaven and earth. Now, having reached the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm, he finally understands the special nature of the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm. A powerful being at the peak of the Chaos Realm merges with a domain. The domain is usually shrouded by the rules of heaven and earth, evolving into countless great paths and benefiting billions of living beings. So now we need to go in the opposite direction, using the boundaries to build an invisible bridge between ourselves and the rules of heaven and earth, in order to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth. While comprehending the rules of heaven and earth, 400 will then strengthen their domain until the conditions are met, at which point they will attempt to become a great venerable. Both are indispensable. Many people in history have achieved this, and some of them have become the great cradle of the world we see today. Some, though slightly less skilled, became near great masters. Quasi-Great Venerable and Great Venerable actually belong to the same realm, only their paths are slightly different. Both have the opportunity to go further and become the strongest, ultimately arriving at the same destination by different paths. Lin Moyu's thoughts raced. I am now the one destined to face this calamity. While the rules of heaven and earth are targeting me, they are also opening doors of convenience for me. But if I continue to challenge the bottom line of the rules of heaven and earth, I will have another identity. In addition to being a person who has been afflicted by calamity, I may also become an enemy of heaven and earth. Those who are destined to face calamity are already like public enemies, so why not become true public enemies of heaven and earth? At that time, the convenient doors that heaven and earth opened for me will be closed, my fortune will be stripped away, and most living beings in heaven and earth will target me for various reasons. If you kill me, you will receive a reward from heaven and earth, and you are currently in the midst of a great calamity, so the path to advancement in your cultivation level has already been opened. Lin Moyu was devising a plan. Unlike the far-reaching plans of the great Lord of Calamity, his plan was more straightforward and simple. He would directly enter the fray, break the bottom line of heaven and earth, gather the wrath of heaven and earth into his own body, and add another layer of public enemy to his identity as the one who had to face the calamity. Then, let this identity of his become a giant wave, propelling Lin Mohan to the pinnacle of power. Although doing so would be dangerous for me, it is one of the best methods available. If it succeeds, not only will Lin Mohan become the strongest and control this world, I can also completely break away from this world and attain enlightenment as the Lord of the divine realm of language. Otherwise, being bound by this world, one can never truly break free, which is neither good for oneself nor for others. This plan is simple, effective, and kills two birds with one stone. As for how to make heaven and earth regard him as their common enemy, Lin Moyu had already made plans and arrangements. The 9 realms continued to merge, and Lin Moyu's aura grew increasingly powerful. His 10 ascensions laid a strong foundation for him. Throughout history, only Lin Moyu had ever undergone 10 ascensions. Even the strongest Grand Venerable of the past, the Heavenly Calamity Grand Venerable, only ascended 9 times. Therefore, accommodating the 9 realms is not difficult. What is difficult is that Lin Moyu simultaneously merges the 9 realms, and these 9 realms have undergone a compression. Each realm is not only perfect, but also equivalent to 2 perfect realms. Once the fusion is complete, it is equivalent to merging with the perfect realm of Tian Bafeng. This is the reason why the bottom line of heaven and earth has been crossed. Lin Moyu did just that, touching it again and again. The laws of heaven and earth showed obvious anger, and Lin Moyu could feel the wrath emanating from them. That's not enough. He muttered to himself, that's not enough. Heaven and earth are only angry, but they don't vent their anger. It's useless to him. The fusion of the 9 realms is nearing its end, and Lin Moyu's aura has reached the pinnacle of perfection, with subtle signs of surpassing it. He had already reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, so this minor realm was a natural progression for him, requiring no effort at all. The fusion was not yet complete, his aura continued to rise. A faint crack appeared in the barrier between the Chaos Realm and the Great Venerable. At this moment, the rules of heaven and earth acted once again. The Chaos Realm perfection is the foundation of a Great Venerable, but it is not the same as being a Great Venerable. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Lin Moyu, having reached the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm, gathered the power of the 18 realms, breaking the limits of heaven and earth and touching the edge of the Great Venerable Realm, which was not permitted by heaven and earth. In an instant, the ancient void shattered, and countless spatial gaps appeared within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles centered on Lin Moyu. Behind each gap lies a giant passage leading directly to chaos. The rules of heaven and earth tore open the void, connecting to the ancient chaos, and countless figures appeared in the passage, arriving here. These people included humans, giant beasts, insectoids, and all sorts of other creatures. Their powers are also different, and they manipulate the great Tao with different attributes. Chaos Child asked in surprise, "Aren't these guys from the 4 extremes and 3 domains?" War has now broken out in all 4 directions and 3 regions. As the catastrophe accelerates, all living beings are affected, and friction between them intensifies. Except for those at the Great Venerable level who remain unaffected, even those at the peak of the Chaos Realm become irritable. Under these circumstances, a major war between the 4 poles and 2 regions is inevitable. Previously, the battles were only between the North and South poles and the middle and upper regions. Later, the East Pole also joined the fray, and in the last few hundred years, the West Pole has also begun to wage war against the Middle region. However, the West Pole has been relatively restrained, but this restraint cannot be maintained for long. In order to stop Lin Moyu, the rules of heaven and earth have forcibly opened a spatial channel, bringing all those who were on the battlefield here. In an instant, the void was filled with living beings, numbering over 1 billion. Influenced by the laws of heaven and earth, they were not at all surprised to find themselves suddenly here. The power of the laws of heaven and earth is more concentrated here, and its influence on them becomes increasingly strong. Under the influence of the laws of heaven and earth, more than 1 billion pairs of eyes were all focused on Lin Moyu. At this moment, Lin Moyu was not a person in their eyes, but a supreme treasure, a treasure that could lead to enlightenment by killing him. As long as I can kill it, I can attain enlightenment and ascend to heaven in one step. No matter what realm I am at now, I will have the opportunity to directly become a great venerable. This is the message that the laws of heaven and earth are conveying to them. Some are true, some are false, and they cannot distinguish them at all. Who can resist the allure of the Great One? Kill him, and you will attain enlightenment. The position of Great Venerable is mine. Kill him. Their eyes glowed red as they charged toward Lin Moyu. Chaos Child said, I will go and hold them off. These guys are numerous, but fortunately their cultivation levels aren't high. There aren't many at the peak of the Chaos Realm. If Chaos Child were to use his full strength, it wouldn't be impossible to stop him. Hongming Gem said, no need, people have made arrangements. Another plan? Chaos Child was somewhat surprised, but considering Lin Moyu's usual behavior, it seemed quite normal. The void twisted, and undead minions surged forth in a frenzy, numbering in the hundreds of billions. A massacre ensued. Regardless of their identities, even those from the Central Domain Divine Alliance and the Upper Domain Divine Alliance, all who arrived here were affected by the rules of heaven and earth. The self they saw was no longer themselves, but a supreme treasure that could help them attain enlightenment. Faced with the temptation of enlightenment, how many people can resist? In this situation, it would be ridiculous to surround them without killing them and try to reason with them. All living beings are now in the midst of a great calamity. Since the rules of heaven and earth have brought them here, it means that they are destined for this tribulation. Great calamities are irrational. In the last calamity of heaven and earth, so many powerful beings born from heaven and earth perished. This great calamity will also see countless lives lost. They will not be the first, nor the last. The undead minions launched an attack, and countless lives perished, with blood splattering across the void in an instant. Lin Moyu has a feeling that every living being killed by him will have a share of the karma falling on him. This cause and effect may be small, but it truly exists. If it accumulates, it can gather into an ocean and eventually devour itself. The 9 realms roared in unison, and the power of the realms and the power of belief surged forth, enveloping Lin Moyu and offsetting part of the cause and effect. The 9 realms are Lin Moyu's source of confidence. Their powerful strength allows him to be exempt from a great deal of karma. In just half a day, all the creatures brought about by the laws of heaven and earth were killed. Even some cultivators at the peak of the Chaos Realm could only defend themselves under the siege of the undead servants. Hongming Gem said, you can make your move now and take care of these guys. Chaos Child chuckled, I don't need to lift a finger to deal with them. His inner world suddenly opened up, from which flew out a Great Venerable and a Quasi-Great Venerable. The Grand Venerables and Quasi-Grand Venerables from the inner world of Chaos are somewhat inferior to the true Grand Venerables in the ancient wilderness of Chaos, and are only about the same as top-tier perfected experts. However, killing some ordinary, perfect-level experts is not a difficult task. With Chaos Child's recovery, he regained control of the Great Venerables in the inner world. These Great Venerables were originally conceived by him, and now he has given them new life to use for his own purposes. There are 9 Great Venerables and 9 Quasi-Great Venerables in the inner world. Apart from Yi Yanyin, who is a special person and now obeys Lin Moyu, the rest are all resurrected. Under the orders of Chaos Child, some perfected warriors were targeted and killed. The powerful beings at the peak of their cultivation wanted to escape, but they were held back by the undead servants. Even when they used the power of their domains, they could not escape. This attempt to interfere with the rules of heaven and earth also ended in failure, and Lin Moyu continued to integrate the 9 realms. The merging of realms is nearing its end, with only one final step remaining. Through the boundary, Lin Moyu sensed the rules of heaven and earth, much clearer than before, and many secrets of heaven and earth were revealed before his eyes. Since I am not yet an enemy of heaven and earth, I can take advantage of my status as a person destined for tribulation to take a good look at the rules of heaven and earth. Perhaps I won't be able to see it in the next second, so every moment at Hadean is precious. Using the 9 perfectly compressed realms as a bridge, and with the added advantage of being the one destined to face the tribulation, Lin Moyu saw the rules of heaven and earth so clearly for the first time. It is no longer a vague feeling, but a real seeing. That mysterious and invisible rule was right before our eyes. These rules of heaven and earth are very useful to him. He can learn from them and perhaps use them in the world of language gods in the future. He is the master of the divine realm of language. If he becomes the strongest being in the divine realm of language in the future, he will be able to manipulate the world and easily change its rules. A vast amount of profound knowledge surged in and entered his soul. Lin Moyu absorbed the rules of heaven and earth like a sponge. Gradually, countless memories surged from the depths of Lin Moyu's soul, and the entire experience of his cultivation in this life was repeatedly replayed in a very short period of time. Lin Moyu didn't need to deliberately recall or search for it. The memories kept repeating themselves, and under the influence of the laws of nature, Lin Moyu saw the detours he had taken. I have been trying my best to avoid taking detours, constantly reflecting on and correcting myself, but in fact I have still taken quite a few detours. He had cultivated many great paths together, but later abandoned them all, retaining only the immortal path of his destiny. This is a detour, and it's completely unnecessary. I myself have pursued the so-called supernatural powers of the great Tao because of these great Taos, but after obtaining them, I have basically never used them. Now, under the guidance of the laws of heaven and earth, I realize that I have also taken a very detour. Besides that, there were many detours, some big and some small, which I have all taken myself. Perhaps he is much better than other cultivators, but he did spend a lot of energy. Fortunately, I didn't go down the wrong path in the main direction, and the ideas I persisted in later were correct. The rules of heaven and earth are like a mirror for self-reflection, allowing one to clearly see one's shortcomings and telling oneself how to proceed in the future. Lin Moyu's lips curled slightly, tinged with disdain. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? 0. He erased the path that the rules of heaven and earth had told him to take in the future. The path given by the rules of heaven and earth was not the path he wanted to take. Being able to see the past is already a kind of compensation. As for the future, well, that's up to you. The fusion of the 9 realms has taken another step forward. Lin Moyu has touched the bottleneck between the Chaos Realm and the Great Venerable Realm for the second time. The rift has widened again, and Lin Moyu's power has increased once more. If he were to do this a few more times, Lin Moyu could even directly advance from the Chaos Realm perfection to the Great Venerable Realm. However, Lin Moyu did not formally launch an attack on the Grandmaster. He had a solid foundation, but now was not the time. This time, the rules of heaven and earth did not interfere again. It seemed to have gotten used to Lin Moyu's provocations and no longer paid any attention to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu knew that he had not truly broken the bottom line of the rules of heaven and earth. The rules of heaven and earth had tried to interfere with him, but without success. They would not continue indefinitely, so he had passed the test. Since you're not moving, it's my turn to break your bottom line now. Lin Moyu chuckled softly, completing the final fusion. The 9 realms were completely integrated, and the Great Sun appeared above Lin Moyu's head. Within the Great Sun, the 9 realms shine like 9 suns in the sky, revolving within the Great Sun. With Lin Moyu at its center, the 9 realms became a unified whole, transforming into a larger and more powerful realm, which also signifies the emergence of the 10th realm. 9 is the limit of the number of heaven and earth, and 9 realms are the limit. Even if these realms are compressed and enhanced, there are still at least 9, which is still acceptable according to the rules of heaven and earth. However, Lin Moyu has now forcibly merged the 9 realms into one, subtly creating a 10th realm. Lin Moyu looked at his domain. This is my domain, named 10 directions and 9 domains. The bottom line of the rules of heaven and earth was finally broken by a hair, and the rules of heaven and earth began to stir. Lin Moyu clearly sensed the warning and intense dissatisfaction emanating from the rules of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu chuckled softly. You're already dissatisfied? This is just the beginning. I'll completely shatter your bottom line. The 81 realm clones that had been prepared long ago moved, one of which transformed into flowing water and fell onto his body. After circulating through his body, the power of the realm flowed out to the 10 directions and 9 domains. The 10 directions and 9 domains have become stronger, taking another step forward on top of their previous breakthroughs. The rules of heaven and earth seem to have been strongly provoked, and their discontent grew even stronger, transforming the very fabric of heaven and earth into a deafening roar. The appearance of the 10 directions realm has already angered heaven and earth. In the rules, the 9 directions realm is the limit. Lin Moyu's actions are a blatant disregard for the rules of heaven and earth. However, because Lin Moyu's approach was somewhat opportunistic, he did not directly merge the 10 realms, but instead used himself as the center to connect the 9 realms into one, forming the 10 realms. Although he still violated the rules of heaven and earth, incurring their wrath, it was not enough to make Lin Moyu an enemy of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu was well aware that if he directly merged with the 10 directions realm, then before the merging was completed, heaven and earth would use the most powerful means to interfere with him. Even the fusion itself might fail, and all living beings in the realm would perish. After careful consideration, he chose the approach of connecting the 9 realms into one. However, after the realms were fully integrated, the 10 directions and 9 domains had taken shape and were no longer subject to the rules of heaven and earth. This is especially true for the 81 avatars outside the 000 rules of heaven and earth. The avatar of the realm flowed into the 10 directions and 9 domains through itself, further enhancing the power of the 10 directions and 9 domains, finally provoking the complete wrath of heaven and earth. Warnings from heaven and earth continued to arrive, but Lin Moyu completely ignored them. One after another, his avatars from different realms transformed into flowing water, flowing into the 9 realms of ascension through himself. The 10 directions and 9 domains began to grow rapidly, becoming more complete and powerful, with a total of 81 domain avatars, each comparable to a perfect domain. It's equivalent to 81 perfect realms merging into it. This isn't just breaking the limits of the rules of heaven and earth, it's practically smashing the rules of heaven and earth to pieces. As the realm grows stronger, Lin Moyu also changes her rope. Even without any change in his cultivation level, Lin Moyu's strength has already far surpassed that of the Chaos Realm perfection. If this continues, without using his physical body and soul, the power of his domain alone will be enough to contend with a quasi-great venerable. If all 81 realms were to be integrated, just how powerful would Lin Moyu become? A person at the peak of the Chaos Realm, whose strength surpasses that of a great venerable, how could heaven and earth allow such a rule-breaking event to occur? When warnings proved ineffective, heaven and earth finally took some action. Now that a great calamity has begun, the rules of heaven and earth cannot directly descend to punish and kill the target. Especially since Lin Moyu is the one who is destined to face the calamity and is the most crucial figure in the great calamity, and therefore cannot be directly killed. Such a cataclysmic event would cause the collapse of heaven and earth, resulting in immense damage to the world itself, and even the entire world would crumble. Therefore, the most severe punishment that the laws of heaven and earth can impose now is to turn Lin Moyu into a public enemy of heaven and earth, someone that everyone has the right to kill. Lin Moyu has seen through the ways of the world, and he is doing things step by step to force the world to turn him into its enemy. Moreover, he had another idea. Perhaps before turning himself into a public enemy, the rules of heaven and earth would have a way to punish him. And this is the method he wanted. Therefore, he did not move quickly, but slowly absorbed and refined each realm, strengthening the 10 directions and 9 domains at a steady pace. This was giving the rules of the End Land a chance to punish him. Finally, a surge of energy descended, and Lin Moyu felt his blood vessels begin to roar. My power has weakened, but not by much. This lost power has vanished into the void, its destination unknown. The rules of heaven and earth must maintain the most basic fairness. One's own power will not be weakened for no reason. Lin Moyu felt the resonance of bloodline. The bloodline resonance that had disappeared with Lin Mohan's return reappeared under the punishment of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Just as I thought." This was exactly the effect he wanted, to resonate with the rules of heaven and earth through his own bloodline, weakening his own power, so that the part of his power that was weakened would flow to Lin Mohan. Lin Moyu has just broken through, and her strength is still insufficient compared to the Tao and the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity. The bloodline resonance had already failed at that time, making it difficult for him to help Lin Mohan. Now, taking advantage of the punishment from heaven and earth, he will reactivate the bloodline resonance, allowing heaven and earth to use the bloodline resonance to suppress him, while he will use the bloodline resonance to enhance Lin Mohan's power. In this way, it will be easier for me to help Lin Mohan become the strongest in the future. After all, there are some things that Lin Mohan needs to do herself. I can only be a facilitator, not someone who reaches the top first and then pulls her up. The bloodline resonance continued, and his own power continued to decline, but Lin Moyu didn't care. Since they had chosen a different path, they didn't care much about the changes in their realm in the chaotic ancient wilderness. A realm is just a title, and sometimes it has no absolute relation to strength. One's true foundation lies in the physical body and soul, and only then in the realm of enlightenment and the path to enlightenment. Moreover, he has only refined a few of the 81 realm clones so far. There's still a lot to do later. The bloodline resonance won't last long either. According to my estimation, the power of at most 18 realm avatars would be enough to push the heavenly punishment into the next stage. In the midst of chaos, in a separate space, Lin Mohan, who was consolidating her cultivation realm, suddenly opened her eyes. Her aura was rapidly growing stronger, and the bloodline resonance reappeared. She looked into the distance, Tong. Throughout the chaotic ancient wilderness, only Lin Moyu could achieve this. Although I haven't met Lin Moyu and don't know how she did it, that doesn't matter. There's no need for the siblings to say anything. Since Lin Moyu did this, it was for her own benefit, to get drunk and to be used and digested by her. An aura surged, and immense power flowed continuously, completely stabilizing a realm that would normally take 100 years to solidify within just a few minutes. Afterwards, his power increased further. Lin Mohan adapted to the power of the new realm, while at the same time comprehending his own swordsmanship and the relationship between swordsmanship and heaven and earth. Ignoring the bloodline resonance, Lin Moyu continued to refine and absorb the avatar of the realm. When he refined the 17th realm clone, the bloodline resonance weakened sharply and stopped in the blink of an eye. The bloodline resonance disappeared again, and the rules of heaven and earth seemed to realize that this was useless against Lin Moyu. If this continues, while Lin Moyu remains unchecked, Lin Mohan will likely take things a step further. If Lin Mohan were to advance further in his current realm, he would become a supreme powerhouse. The Great Calamity has not yet fully erupted, but the strongest beings have already appeared, which is also not allowed by the rules of heaven and earth. Therefore, the laws of heaven and earth ceased the bloodline resonance, just as Lin Moyu had imagined. 3.0 Thunder rumbled in waves, and vast amounts of lightning gathered. A new round of punishment began to descend from heaven and earth, this time not on Lin Moyu, but on those avatars of the Boundary City. Heaven and earth intend to destroy the Boundary clones in order to stop Lin Moyu. Why bother struggling? Just label me as a public enemy. Why all these tricks? Lin Moyu spoke softly, her voice tinged with disdain. He had long anticipated that the rules of heaven and earth would act this way. Destroying a dimensional clone is not difficult for the world, provided no one stops it. The primordial gem whispered, "Little Yuan Yuan, time to get to work." The elemental gems emitted a brilliant light, and countless bolts of lightning flew out, forming a ball of lightning on the dimensional clone. The thunderbolts of heaven and earth crashed down with destructive power, causing the ancient wilderness to tremble violently and shatter into pieces. The lightning of heaven and earth struck the avatar of the realm. This was the lightning of punishment from heaven and earth, with incomparable power, enough to instantly kill a Chaos Realm perfection cultivator, and even posing a certain threat to a great venerable. However, it was utterly powerless against the lightning net formed by elemental gems. Elemental gems are at a higher level than heaven and earth. They can control all elements, including heaven and earth thunder. No matter how the laws of heaven and earth bombarded him, the Aoyu clone remained unharmed. Then a fierce wind arose, and the sea of fire boiled. The punishments of heaven and earth are not limited to thunder. There are also winds of annihilation and fires that destroy entire domains. Without exception, they were all easily neutralized by the elemental gems and had no effect whatsoever. Lin Moyu continued absorbing the power of the realm. The bloodline resonance had passed, and he accelerated the speed of absorption and refinement. In less than an hour, it had absorbed and refined 40 realms, reaching half of them. Although the bloodline resonance weakened Lin Moyu's power to some extent, it has now been made up for. Lin Moyu's aura has surpassed the peak perfection level, and his domain is undergoing a qualitative change, becoming stronger and stronger, even more powerful than the domain of a grand venerable. At the peak of the Chaos Realm, he already possessed the ability to contend with a great venerable through the power of his domain. When the Chaos Realm confronts a Grand Venerable, the bottom line of the rules of heaven and earth is completely shattered. Rules are no longer rules, and restrictions are no longer restrictions. The sixth law of heaven and earth was utterly enraged, and streams of energy descended. Lin Moyu found that his connection with heaven and earth was rapidly weakening. He could no longer sense the rules of heaven and earth. He was clearly the one destined to face the tribulation, yet he couldn't sense the rules of heaven and earth at this moment, which was quite ridiculous. Because heaven and earth gave him a new title, Enemy of Heaven and Earth. His new identity as the enemy of heaven and earth overshadowed his old identity as the tribulation bearer. He was isolated from the rules of heaven and earth, and also from all the great Daos of heaven and earth. He could no longer borrow the power of the rules of heaven and earth and the great Daos. Similarly, his cultivation level was also fixed at the peak of the Chaos Realm, making it difficult to advance further. This was exactly the result Lin Moyu wanted, and this situation was also within his calculations. His calculations weren't as far-reaching or as complex as those of the Great Lord of Heavenly Calamities, but the object of his calculations far surpassed the Great Lord of Heavenly Calamities. While the Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity was scheming against others, he was scheming against heaven and earth. The two were on completely different levels, and in this respect, the Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity lost completely. Finally, I've become an enemy of heaven and earth. All the great Daos have vanished, and the rules of heaven and earth have isolated me. Finally, I can take a good look at my own great Dao. Lin Moyu didn't seem worried at all. Becoming the enemy of heaven and earth would only bring him benefits, not harm. He knows his own affairs well. His own path to immortality does not belong to the chaotic ancient wilderness, but only to himself. Normally, the great Tao of heaven and earth influence each other, making it difficult for one to truly see the great Tao of immortality. As one's cultivation level increases, strength grows, and realm advances, the once extremely important undying Tao loses its presence. Especially now, with both physical body and soul powerful, the world-burning flame and the scepter of calamity are invincible, thus neglecting the great Tao of immortality. But he would never forget that the Tao of immortality was his foundation, and compared to the world-burning fire and the scepter of calamity, they were merely external things. This is a perfect opportunity to comprehend the great Tao of immortality without any interference, and the results should be excellent. This is the first benefit that comes with becoming an enemy of heaven and earth. Another benefit is that one's own magical techniques can finally break free from the limitations of heaven and earth and undergo sublimation. With this breakthrough, Lin Moyu used his status as a tribulation responder and the power of the 10 directions and 9 domains to examine the rules of heaven and earth in detail. Besides examining oneself through the lens of the laws of heaven and earth, recognizing past mistakes and detours, correcting them, and clarifying one's future path, there is another important thing. That is, he glimpsed his own magic from the rules of heaven and earth. His own magic is very strong, but it is limited by the rules of heaven and earth, and he has now reached his limit. Even if he breaks through to the great venerable realm, his magic can no longer be stronger. To elevate one's magic, one must first break free from the limitations of heaven and earth. Everything has two sides. Now that he is regarded as an enemy of heaven and earth, and the rules of heaven and earth are isolated from him, from another perspective, his magic is no longer restricted by the earth. If it were someone else, without the support of the laws of heaven and earth, the power of their magic would be greatly weakened. But for him, it was not the same. He possessed the rules of heaven and earth, and the divine language of heaven and earth could provide support for his magic. He possesses the Tao of immortality, which can also provide support for his own magical techniques. He possesses the primordial energy of heaven and the power of a realm that transcends limits. Therefore, becoming an enemy of heaven and earth can only bring benefits and no harm to oneself. Taking advantage of this opportunity, one can not only comprehend the great Tao, but also elevate one's techniques and break free from dependence on the chaotic ancient wilderness, allowing techniques to become truly independent and become one's own essence. In that case, as long as one is strong enough, one can still use magic wherever one goes, even in another world. Like the fire that burns the world, neither the body nor the soul will be affected, no matter where they are. When the opportunity arises, let's begin. I need to focus all my attention now. I'll leave the outside matters to you. Lin Moyu was referring to the Hongming gem. He knew that the world would make further moves, and perhaps a great venerable would arrive. It wouldn't be easy for Xiao Peng and the others to stop the great venerable, only the primordial gem could do so. Hongming gem laughed and said, "Don't worry, no matter who comes, they can't disturb you." With the current power of the primordial gem, blocking a grand venerable is not a problem at all, and it can even hold out for a while against the Tao. If everything goes well, I won't need much time. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, and with that breath, all the remaining dimensional clones simultaneously transformed into flowing water, falling into his body and seeping into his soul. Several magical stars were enveloped by flowing water, leaving the soul world and entering the 10 directions and 9 domains. The power of the realm surged forth, enveloping and nourishing them. Then the gate to the world of language opened, and the primordial energy within, wrapped in the power of heaven and earth, also fell upon the magical star. The magical star began to grow stronger, radiating an astonishing brilliance. Lin Moyu uttered a thunderous cry, "Little tree, come back!" The sapling was very obedient and returned as instructed. This time, he became the enemy of heaven and earth, and Xiao Shu and others were also affected to some extent. Xiao Peng and Han Dunzi were less affected, much less so than Xiao Shu. Xiao Shu was the most affected, his combat power was greatly reduced, and he was already at a disadvantage in the battle against the quasi-great venerables of his clan. Similarly, one can use the sapling to see if one's method is feasible. As soon as the sapling returned, the Zerg quasi-great venerable immediately attacked. The array roared, and the primordial gem, manipulating it, barked, "Go back." The soul gem shone brightly, and a series of soul impacts were unleashed in response, causing the Zerg quasi-great venerable to retreat in terror. The soul gem is of such a high level that his attacks, regardless of their strength, will instill fear in others. The little tree returned to Lin Moyu's soul world and then followed the flowing water into the 10 directions and 9 domains. He was also bathed in the power of the domains and enjoyed the nourishment of the primordial energy. Lin Moyu whispered, "Establish a new true spirit imprint in the divine realm of language, and sever your own true spirit imprint in the chaotic ancient wilderness." The sapling was born in the primordial chaos, nurtured by heaven and earth, and its true spirit naturally remained in the primordial chaos. Not only Xiao Shu, but also Xiao Peng and Chaos Child are the same. Only Lin Moyu came from the realm, and the place where his true spirit imprint was located was the origin continent. Later, he became the master of the origin continent and took his true spirit back into himself. A true spirit is a mark of a living being's existence in this world. If a true spirit is destroyed, that living being will be erased by the rules of heaven and earth. Even the strongest cannot avoid this rule. As for where the true spirit is, that's not very important. Under normal circumstances, the true spirit is hidden within the rules of heaven and earth, invisible and intangible. After those supreme beings refine and control the heavens and earth, they will extract some important true spirits from the rules of the heavens and earth and control them personally. In this way, they will control the life and death of others. There are only two ways to truly escape the chaotic ancient wilderness. One is to find one's own true spirit within the rules of heaven and earth, like Lin Moyu, and to bring the true spirit back into one's own body. Secondly, sever one's connection with the true spirit, and at the same time, leave behind a new true spirit in another realm. This is difficult and requires certain conditions. First, the heavens and earth must be willing to accept your true spirit. Second, you need some primordial energy to condense a new true spirit. Once the true spirit is severed, the rules of heaven and earth will come to annihilate it. In the eyes of heaven and earth, this act is betrayal. But now is a good opportunity. The rules of heaven and earth regard Lin Moyu as a public enemy. The rules have blocked Lin Moyu, and they have also blocked Xiaoshu. In this way, after the sapling severs its true spirit, it will have enough time to leave a new true spirit in the world of language. The world of Yushin has enough primordial energy, and Lin Moyu is its master, so Yushin is 100% willing to accept the little tree. Another advantage of becoming an enemy of heaven and earth is that, like Lin Moyu's scheming ministers, they also benefit from it. The little tree seized the opportunity, returned, and entered the soul world, severing its true spirit. At the same time, through the portal opened by Lin Moyu, it entered the world of language gods, completely leaving the chaotic ancient wilderness. The moment the true spirit was severed, the rules of heaven and earth stirred, but before it could carry out its annihilation, the sapling was already gone. From this moment on, the sapling was no longer a creature of the chaotic ancient lie. However, it can still enter Lin Moyu's soul world through the divine realm of language, and it can absorb the power of the divine realm of language more easily. Whether it is accumulating new life counts or replenishing Lin Moyu's soul power, it is much faster than before. As for the sapling, it has escaped this great calamity and is no longer in danger of losing its life. At the same time, it can continue to grow, which brings many benefits. This vulnerability is quite good. Lin Moyu smiled. He had exploited a loophole in the universe. The primordial gem said, although the rules of heaven and earth are complex and rigorous, there are still many loopholes. As long as you look carefully, you can always find them. Lin Moyu laughed and said, yes, as long as you look, you can always find a loophole. But everything has two sides. With Xiaoshu gone, some things won't be so easy anymore. The little tree left the chaotic ancient wilderness. Although it could still help Lin Moyu, it could no longer move around in the chaotic ancient wilderness as before. As for things like time-space tunnels and finding wormholes, Lin Moyu will have to handle those himself from now on. However, there are alternatives to this kind of thing. It's just a little more troublesome, but it won't affect the overall situation. After Xiaoshu, it should be Xiaoping and Hun Zhuanzi's turn, but Lin Moyu is not in a hurry. His magic is evolving, and Xiaoping and Hun Zhuanzi are not completely shielded by the rules of heaven and earth. He needs to use different methods to help them break free from heaven and earth. Under the influence of the vast power of the realm, the spells gradually changed. Lin Moyu generously channeled a large amount of primordial energy into the magical stars to help them activate their formations. The primordial qi, a wondrous energy produced at the beginning of heaven and earth, can nurture life and evolve the great Tao. Its functions are almost limitless. It can do anything. It can also be used to enhance magical techniques. Moreover, the most important aspect of the primordial qi is its powerful versatility. There is no essential difference between the primordial energy of the chaotic ancient wilderness at its birth and the primordial energy of the divine language world today. Therefore, the primordial energy of the universe can still be used in the chaotic ancient wilderness and will not be rejected. The rules of heaven and earth shielded Lin Moyu, and the E meant that the restrictions on magic were reduced to a certain extent. Then I can take this opportunity to elevate my magic. Furthermore, it fundamentally changes the art of magic, freeing it from dependence on the rules of heaven and earth, and seeking a new foundation. Lin Moyu has already found his own path to immortality. The undying Tao is not restricted by heaven and earth, it is only suppressed in other remnants of heaven and earth. This shows how high the level of the undying Tao is. The essence of the undying Tao is to be higher than heaven and earth, but it is not powerful enough now. If it becomes powerful in the future, it can completely surpass heaven and earth. His own techniques, relying on the undying Tao, can break through the limitations of heaven and earth. As the undying Tao becomes stronger, his techniques can also become stronger. However, once those techniques are no longer affected by the rules of heaven and earth, their nature will change somewhat. As for what will happen, Lin Moyu doesn't know either. She can only do it first and then see how it goes. Whether it's good or bad, it's already done, and we must accept it. The big gamble has begun. This is a gamble, and for cultivators, it's an absolute high-stakes gamble. Lin Moyu has the resources to back it up. Even if he loses the bet, he still has a physical body, a soul, and the external objects of the world burning fire and the scepter of calamity. He is not afraid of losing the bet. The primordial gem said, "I've come to lend my master a hand." This guy, with a touch of arrogance, waved his little hand, and the scepter of calamity suddenly emitted a bright light. Soul, element, balance, and realm, for gems shone brightly, from which flowed a peculiar power that circled the scepter of calamity, forming 4 unique routes that ultimately converged at the primordial gem minister. At this moment, the entire cataclysm scepter was glowing, and the power of the 4 gems intertwined to form a peculiar pattern. This was the first time Lin Moyu had ever seen the cataclysm scepter like this. The primordial gem gathered the power of the 4 gems and then exhaled a breath. This breath was very small, turning into wisps of air that landed on the magical star that was in the array. In an instant, the magical star burst forth with intense light. The breath of the primordial gem seemed to act as a catalyst, enveloping the primordial energy and domain power of the magical star, causing them to collectively boil. An indescribable aura emanated from the magical star. Several magical stars emitted soft sounds and developed numerous cracks. After several minutes, they exploded with a bang. The magical star exploded, turning into countless fragments. At this moment, all the undead servants vanished. Lin Moyu remained calm, knowing that the magic was still intact. The fragments did not perish. Enveloped by the power of the realm and the primordial energy, they danced and reformed, releasing even greater power. No destruction, no construction. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, his eyes growing clearer, knowing that what was about to happen might be completely unexpected. The magic is being reorganized, and Lin Moyu doesn't know what it will ultimately become. But he knew it wouldn't be too bad, it would only get better. At this moment, all the spells he possessed vanished. They were undergoing a transformation, awaiting their final bloom. Lin Moyu asked curiously, "What did you bring?" He knew that the breath exhaled by the primordial gem must have been extraordinary. The primordial gem said, "This is primordial chi, my primordial chi. In terms of level alone, it is higher than the primordial chi. I made it the source of the master, one of the foundations. Although it cannot immediately enhance the power of the spells, it can make the spells reach a higher level and have a broader future." It turned out to be the primordial energy of the primordial gem, which is actually the fundamental power of the scepter of calamity. A power at a higher level than the primordial chi can indeed fundamentally change the nature of magic. The techniques were being elevated. With the addition of primordial energy, the techniques seemed to have completely broken free from the limitations of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth cannot limit power beyond its level. Primordial energy is a power that surpasses it. The fragments of the magical star reassembled as they flew about, based on primordial energy, absorbing the primordial energy and the power of the realms, merging with each other, and gradually forming new individuals. A giant sphere slowly took shape, radiating a faint light, like a blazing fireball or like a great sun. Sometimes it would transform into a world, and other times it would resemble a spring. It is constantly changing and seems to have no fixed form. Lin Moyu, inspired by a sudden inspiration, pointed his finger, and the great Tao of immortality swept out in a mighty torrent, while his soul power surged forth like a tsunami. The path of immortality will become the foundation of magic, as it is the final link in the ritual of magic. With the Tao of immortality, there is a foundation. Soul power provides strength for magic, and at the same time, it allows Lin Moyu to obtain some of its information. The realm of magic. Lin Moyu was surprised. His magic had started from the most basic magic, star, and had been advanced all the way up, undergoing several fusions with chaos particles along the way. But no matter how things change, the essence of magic and stars remains the same. Stars are still stars, the only difference is their quantity and strength. But now, magic has completely changed. The magic stars have disappeared and been replaced by the magic realm, a realm unique to magic. In the realm of magic, countless stars appeared, twinkling with starlight. The spells have been integrated into the world of spells, becoming formless and intangible, and these stars represent the strength of the spells. The more stars there are, the stronger the magic becomes. Any technique can draw upon the power of these stars, which are a fusion of the undying Tao, the primordial Qi, the power of the realm, one's own soul power, and the primordial Qi. The fusion of multiple forces has greatly enhanced the inclusiveness of the magic world. The primordial Qi elevated the essence of the magical arts world, the undying Tao became its foundation, the primordial Qi granted it the ability to evolve, and the power of realms provided fundamental support. Everything was perfect and perfectly coordinated. The realm of magic continues to evolve, it is not yet fully formed, and stars within it are constantly shining. Lin Moyu continuously provides soul power, illuminating the stars in the realm. Judging from the soul power I consumed, the magic world is very strong. Its essence has completely surpassed the magic star of the past and reached a completely new level. The realm of magic is already above heaven and earth, and in the future it will even surpass heaven and earth, with infinite possibilities for the future. Lin Moyu smiled as he awaited the moment when the magical realm would be fully formed. The soul heard the angry roar, and killing intent swept towards it. The spells vanished, the undead servants disappeared, and those who were still alive rushed towards Lin Moyu. These people numbered less than 1% of the previous number, only tens of thousands, but some of them were perfected realm experts. The Grand Venerable and Quasi-Grand Venerable sent out by Chaos Child could not stop so many people at the same time. They see Lin Moyu as a stepping stone to enlightenment. As long as they kill Lin Moyu, they can step on him to reach a higher level. Get out of here! Lin Moyu let out a low shout and casually threw a punch. He threw only one punch, but thousands of enormous fists appeared in the void and swept across. Anyone who gets grazed by Lin Moyu's fist is instantly shattered to pieces and their soul is annihilated. Lin Moyu's punch was merciless. To these guys who were destined to die in the great calamity, he was an enemy of heaven and earth, so there was no need for him to hold back. With a single punch, nearly 100,000 people were killed, with almost none surviving. Ag. A few powerful individuals managed to survive, but they were all severely injured and no longer capable of fighting. Even so, their eyes still glowed red, their desire to kill Lin Moyu remained, and their killing intent continued to rise. Lin Moyu threw only one punch and then ignored them. These guys, destined to perish in this great calamity, were not worth his attention. In the distance, the 9-day Quasi-Great Venerable, who was fighting Xiao Peng, was startled by Lin Moyu's punch. As a Quasi-Great Venerable, he was still able to maintain a clear mind despite the influence of the great calamity of heaven and earth. Although he also wanted to kill Lin Moyu because of the great Lord of Calamity, he was well aware of his own abilities. Under Xiao Peng's interference, he already knew that it was unlikely he could kill Lin Moyu today. He witnessed firsthand how Lin Moyu broke through to the Chaos Realm perfection. He didn't care about the Chaos Realm perfection. To him, killing a Chaos Realm perfection guy was equally effortless. But Lin Moyu's punch just now completely overturned his understanding. Which Chaos Realm perfection cultivator could kill tens of thousands of Chaos Realm cultivators with a single punch, and among them are many beings of the same level? What the hell is this? Nine-Day Quasi-Great Venerable cursed inwardly, for in his eyes, Lin Moyu was shrouded in mystery. He couldn't see through Lin Moyu, and the more he couldn't, the stronger his murderous intent became, but the less he dared to act recklessly. Just as he was looking at Lin Moyu, he suddenly noticed that Lin Moyu's gaze swept over him. His gaze swept over them only briefly, yet it ignited a surge of intense anger within him. Lin Moyu's eyes were full of disdain. He, a quasi-great venerable, was completely disregarded by him. "How dare you disrespect me?" In the instant that anger arose, his murderous intent surged violently, and his desire to kill Lin Moyu reached its peak. Suddenly, Xiaopeng stepped back, and there was no longer any obstruction in front of him. Without much thought, he streaked towards Lin Moyu. His compound eye between his brows shone brightly, and a giant eye materialized in front of him. He traversed billions of miles in an instant, and in just 2 breaths, he was less than 10,000 miles away from Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu suddenly turned around and casually threw a punch. Buzz! The Nine Suns' Great Venerable felt a tremendous shock to his soul, and for a moment he lost control of his body. Soul attack. Not good. He felt a chill run down his spine, never expecting that Lin Moyu's punch would contain a soul force attack. Moreover, this attack of soul power was so terrifying that even his own soul was affected. The impact of that single moment was enough to be fatal. When he came to his senses, Lin Moyu's fist was already in front of him, and he had no way to avoid it. Stop! Its compound eyes bloomed and strengthened, transforming into a solid high wall, which was then smashed to pieces by Lin Moyu's punch. The Nine Suns' Great Venerable was blasted away, spitting blood as he flew hundreds of millions of miles, even faster than when he arrived. He fled without looking back and disappeared. Xiaopeng didn't chase after it. Instead, he turned to deal with the insect that possessed the combat power of a quasi-grandmaster. The insect was previously dealt with by the little tree, and later it was blocked by the primordial gem. Now its opponent has become Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng's combat power was slightly superior to its own. Under Xiaopeng's continuous attacks, it was constantly wounded and forced to retreat. Lin Moyu ignored it. At this moment, he had become the enemy of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth had used their last means to deal with him, sealing off his path to ascension. So for the time being, he would not be troubled by any other problems. The world of magic is slowly taking shape, and Lin Moyu is paying close attention to the changes, hoping to gain some insights from them. Unfortunately, Lin Moyu gained nothing. He only knew that as long as he lit up the stars, he would increase the power of the magic. But he didn't know why this was the case or what the underlying reason was. A gray and white road appeared in the realm of magic, within which the great Tao of immortality condensed, running through it like a bank. Lin Moyu knew very well that all his spells had been integrated into the great Tao of immortality, and there would be no more spell stars in the future, only the world of spells. The soul power was continuously poured into it, and the magical world was dotted with stars, their light hazy, creating a starry sky that was quite beautiful. Then, a message came in. Heaven and earth boundaries, damage suffered by this entity will be shared by the entire magical realm, as well as all its domains and heavens. Upon seeing the first spell completed, Lin Moyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap!" In the past, magic had countless undead servants to share the damage, making it almost impossible to ignore attacks of the same level. Only those who were a whole realm higher than oneself could possibly harm one. However, now, all attacks are shared by the entire realm of magic, which is already a problem, but it is still limited. But now even heaven and earth have joined in sharing the damage. What does that mean? Even if I stood in front of the Tao and let him hit me, it probably wouldn't be easy for him to kill me. Lin Moyu looked at the primordial gem with a mixture of bewilderment and shock. Do you think those guys could destroy an entire world? He was naturally referring to Tao and the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity. Hongmeng Gem immediately shook its head. Impossible. Even for the strongest, destroying someone else's world would be very difficult. They don't have that ability. Having received the accurate answer from the primordial gem, Lin Moyu knew that he was now in an invincible position. No matter what kind of calamity it is, whether you are the one destined to face it or an enemy of heaven and earth, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm not going to die now. Unless I seal my magic, no one can kill me. This technique demonstrates that the realm of magic has truly been elevated, a complete and thorough elevation, surpassing all that is imaginary. Lin Moyu began to look forward to what the next spell would be. This is just an appetizer, the main course hasn't arrived yet, and it's sure to be even more outrageous. A moment later, the second spell was completed, and the information was transmitted simultaneously. Ultimate immortality gathers the power of the magical realm, domains, and heaven and earth, temporarily enhancing the physical body and soul, granting immortality and indestructibility for a short period, reaching the ultimate limit of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu was speechless again. He realized he was going further and further down the absurd path. This technique originates from a past sublimation, and the national formation comes from a special sexual assault by a creature called the source bird in the chaotic ancient wilderness. The source bird is at the peak of the chaos realm. Its essence and blood can be refined into several unique techniques. Many peak-level experts only seek out and hunt source birds to refine techniques with their blood and pass them on to their descendants or forces. The technique he obtained was acquired by Grandmaster Boyong from hunting the source bird. At that time, Grandmaster Boyong divided the technique into 9 types, each with a different function, and he obtained 2 of them. These 2 techniques were further integrated by Chaos Child, continuously growing and eventually reaching the Chaos Realm, becoming the Seat technique. Now, the art of sublimation has evolved and undergone a qualitative change, becoming a member of the magical arts world, named Ultimate Indestructibility. The techniques are very powerful, and there have been some changes compared to before. It no longer enhances the power of its summoned creatures, but only its own physical body and soul, and does not raise its realm. Lin Moyu understands that as long as the physical body and soul are elevated, realm is just a title and doesn't really mean anything. When one possesses the physical body and soul of a supreme being, does the supreme being's realm still matter? Moreover, when you are upgraded, you will be temporarily in a state of immortality, which solves the last weakness. The only limitation is heaven and earth. To achieve ultimate immortality, one must absorb various powers, the most important of which is the power of heaven and earth, which also becomes the greatest limitation. Lin Moyu felt an urge to try it out. He really wanted to see how far he could improve. But after thinking about it, I didn't do anything. No rush. I'll wait until the world of magic has fully evolved before trying. 0. Requesting flowers. The world of magic is still evolving. He can see the immortal Tao surging within it, and he can also see a large amount of starlight falling on the immortal Tao, making it even brighter. The forces of life and death seemed extremely clear at this moment. They were independent yet intertwined. Within life and death, there seems to be a cycle, with 2 forces constantly repeating themselves. It doesn't need to reach the extreme, they can also change forms. Life can turn into death, and death can turn into life. Lin Moyu suddenly awoke, and then fell into a strange state. He once believed that when the power of life or death reaches its limit, it can be transformed into the opposite power as long as it surpasses the limit. Exceeding the limit of life can turn it into death, and a very powerful kind of death at that. Death, when transcended to its extreme, can also become a powerful life. This has always been my understanding of the great Tao of immortality. But now he realizes that it doesn't seem necessary. Life and death can be transformed into each other, very casually, without any additional conditions or specific factors, seemingly requiring only a single thought. A single thought can change life and death. Such a thing is hard to believe. If Lin Moyu hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have been able to imagine it. Moreover, in the transition between life and death, astonishing power will be unleashed. As long as the transformation continues, the explosion will continue unabated, even surpassing the limits of the great Tao itself. This situation is like the collision of water and fire, where the explosive force generated exceeds that of the water and fire themselves. Techniques evolved within the immortal path, through the constant collision between life and death. Lin Moyu entered a state of enlightenment, emanating a peculiar aura. The primordial gem looked at him strangely. "Master, why are you suddenly enlightened? What level are you at? You can still have an enlightenment? Isn't that absurd?" He couldn't understand why sudden enlightenment usually only happened when one's cultivation level was low, when one didn't understand the great Tao and could suddenly achieve enlightenment by chance. However, it's a bit unreasonable that Lin Moyu, who has already reached this level, could still have an epiphany. Hongming Gem didn't understand what Lin Moyu had seen or thought, but thinking back, it wasn't impossible for someone as outrageous as Lin Moyu to suddenly become emotional. Think it through, hopefully you can figure something out. The more outrageous the master's ideas are, the more fun it will be. The undying path, which had remained dormant for many years, finally began to boil. The changes in the immortal Tao and the world of magic were the catalyst for Lin Moyu's enlightenment. The identity of being an enemy of heaven and earth, shielding Lin Moyu from all the rules of heaven and earth, swept away all interference, allowing him to see the great Tao of immortality with the clearest vision. One's own path to immortality exists only within oneself, not within heaven and earth. Every inch and every part of his body contains the power of the great Tao of immortality. Having mastered every bit of the power of the undying Tao, life and death should be within one's own thoughts, so why must one transcend the ultimate to achieve it? In a moment of sudden enlightenment, as if hypnotizing herself, Lin Moyu told herself that she could completely control the power of life and death and understand the deepest essence of the Tao of immortality. His previous understanding of the Tao of immortality was superficial. Now he needs to look inward, to understand life and death, so that he can truly control life and death. Unbeknownst to Lin Moyu, a ring appeared around her body, composed of gray and white colors, and kept rotating around her. At first, the gray and white colors on the ring were clearly distinct, and neither interfered with the accuracy. But soon, they began to collide and merge, with some areas showing more white representing life and others showing more gray representing death. Then, white turned gray, and gray turned white. They constantly changed their own attributes, colliding in the process and unleashing amazing historical events. The circular ring of life and death, formed by the great Tao, rotated around Lin Moyu, and the astonishing power emanating from it affected the void. The power of death erupted, shattering the void, not by some immense force, but by the void itself withering away. The power of death declared this space dead, and the dead space naturally collapsed. Moreover, such rupture is difficult to restore for a long time, and even the rules of heaven and earth would find it very easy to restore it. Then, the power of life swept through, and the withered and shattered space was revitalized, quickly recovering until it was completely restored. Wherever the power of life reaches, space becomes exceptionally stable and difficult to break, forming a stark contrast with other areas. But in the next instant, these spaces affected by the power of life shattered once again, and life and death were reversed. The path of immortality thus grows stronger rapidly through the cycle of life and death. Within the gray-white ring, the forces of life and death intertwine, becoming inseparable, with the transformation between life and death occurring entirely within Lin Moyi's mind. The enlightenment didn't last long, only about 10 minutes, but in those 10 minutes, the undying Tao became at least dozens of times stronger. That's how it is with comprehending the great Tao. You might not make any progress for tens of thousands or even millions of years, but once you comprehend it, you can become 10 or even 100 times stronger in a very short time. Lin Moyu slowly woke up and muttered to himself, "This is the true application of the great Tao of immortality. Life and death are just a thought away. I can control life and death. If I don't want to die, Lu Yongheng is immortal." The great Tao of immortality can also be called the great Tao of life and death, as it contains powerful life and death energy. However, Lin Moyu prefers to call it the path of immortality, because as long as one can master it to its fullest extent, one can truly achieve immortality. Life and death can alternate, however one dies, the forces that could kill one can be transformed into life. Therefore, it should be called the immortal path, which is a more fitting name than the path of life and death. Controlling life and death is merely an incidental ability, its true power is ensuring its own survival. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, and the ring of life and death dissipated, merging into himself. Lin Moyu's realm remained unchanged, but he knew that he would have a hard time dying in the future. The power of death will become its own life force, at least in this world. No one can threaten it anymore. Looking back now, it's quite interesting. From the evolution of the world of magic to the enlightenment of the great Tao of immortality, what I first obtained were methods to preserve my life. I really can't understand why someone as fearless as myself would first and foremost be asked how to survive. This is indeed a very interesting thing. Perhaps, not wanting to die is the deepest thought in my heart. Lin Moyu turned his attention back to the realm of magic. He sensed that the third magic spell was about to take shape. A moment later, a message arrived. His third spell was complete. Heaven and earth shatter, can detonate all things in heaven and earth, unleashing their internal power all at once, and can merge with the Tao of life and death, or destroy the opponent, or the unopened earth. This spell. Lin Moyu was stunned again. The technique of heavenly explosion and earthly split clearly evolved from the explosion of corpses. Previously, the corpse explosion only killed living beings. When the corpses of living beings exploded, they killed those of the same level, which was simply devastating. The corpse explosion technique played a crucial role in enabling me to reach my current level. Furthermore, since acquiring the corpse explosion spell, this spell has been enhanced several times, with fewer restrictions and greater power, but its essence has not changed much. Now, it has completed its first qualitative change, and it may be the only one. Lin Moyu had a feeling that this spell was the true form of a corpse exploding. Who says that explosions always involve killing? They can be used for other things too. For example, the universe originated from a violent explosion at the very beginning of its evolution. And his current technique can detonate all things in heaven and earth, no longer limited to corpses. Any unclaimed magical artifact, any material, any realm, or even the remnants of heaven and earth, can be detonated using magic. When detonating, you can choose to use either the death record or the life record. If the power of death is used, it will unleash astonishing destructive power, no less than the previous corpse explosion, and perhaps even stronger. If it is infused with the power of life, then it can transform life and death, and can be used to heal injuries. If the target of the explosion is the debris of heaven and earth, could it be that this technique can create heaven and earth? Lin Moyu was taken aback, then realized that her idea was somewhat ridiculous. How could one possibly create heaven and earth? Even if one's ideas came true, it would only be to bring life back to the dead world, which is completely different from creating heaven and earth. Of course, even if it were possible to revive the world, there would still be many conditions that we are unaware of. Lin Moyu explained the magic to the primordial gem, saying, "I'd like to hear your opinion. The primordial gem has witnessed the birth and death of countless worlds. Perhaps we can get some answers from it." Listening to Lin Moyu's description, Hongmeng Gem fell into deep thought. At this moment, he became more serious. I have indeed witnessed the birth and death of heaven and earth. There is one thing the master thought correctly: heaven and earth originated from a Big Bang. I have witnessed this kind of Big Bang many times. This is something I've never understood. A tiny point suddenly explodes for some reason, and then comes the evolution that begins with the creation of the world. But I still don't understand why it exploded at that point. I've thought of many explanations, such as the principle of reversal at the extreme, but none of them seem reasonable. I have a vague feeling that there must be a reason behind it, but I just can't find it. If the master can enter the forbidden zone of life, he can try it. Perhaps he can recreate that process, and perhaps the master can gain some insights from it. Indeed, even if one wants to try, one must first enter the forbidden zone of life. Thinking about these things now is premature. There will be an opportunity. There will be opportunities. Lin Moyu is confident in herself. His own existence is very special to the entire world. The undying Tao, the world-burning fire, the scepter of heavenly calamity, and now the divine world of language, each of them is an existence that transcends the world. Its uniqueness even surpasses that of the legendary Emperor Putsong. Emperor Putzong was merely someone who came from one world to another, and then achieved the great Tao in the later stages of the first great calamity of life and death, becoming the strongest, refining and controlling the land. He was already the ruler of heaven and earth long ago, before the first living beings of heaven and earth had even been conceived. This also laid the foundation for the powerful Putzong Emperor. However, I was even earlier. Although I did not attain enlightenment, I became the Lord of the earth at the very beginning of the creation of heaven and earth, before the great calamity of life and death had even begun. Therefore, my future will be even brighter than that of Emperor Putzong. So he was very confident in saying those words that there would be an opportunity, not just a possibility, but a certainty. The world of magic continues to evolve new spells. Lin Moyu, watching the ever-churning undying path, muttered to himself, "The bone hell has already become part of the cycle of the great thousand worlds, so it shouldn't become a spell anymore. That means there should be 2 spells left, Wings of Chaos and Infinite Summoning. I wonder what changes will occur to these 2 spells." Under the influence of various conditions, Lin Moyu had no way of calculating how the magic would change. Just as a corpse exploding can turn into a cataclysmic explosion, transforming a purely murderous technique into one that can save lives and even create new life for the world. The changes were far greater than I had imagined. This time, the evolution of the spell was somewhat slow. After patiently waiting for several days, the 4th spell finally took shape. Wings of Heaven and Earth, formed from the primordial energy of heaven. These wings are the authority of heaven and earth, governing the rules of the universe, and all things in heaven and earth submit to them. Sure enough, the treasure of chaos also underwent a qualitative change. The Wings of Chaos, like the corpse explosion, once dominated warfare, using curses to confuse and kill enemies, disrupting the rules of the great Tao. But now it has taken on a different form. Chaos has reached its extreme, and a true qualitative change has occurred. From the Wings of Chaos to the Wings of Heaven and Earth, the law transformed chaos into order. Based on the primordial energy of heaven, it transforms into the power of heaven and earth, controlling the rules of heaven and earth. What is in control is the rule of the language God realm, and all living beings in the language God realm must submit to it. Lin Moyu knew that the Wings of Heaven and Earth would become his symbol in the world of the God of Language, and no matter how the world of the God of Language evolved in the future, it would always be under the cover of the earth. This technique's greatest function is not only that, it can also alter the rules of heaven and earth. With his current strength, although he is the master of the divine language world, he can only make minor modifications to its rules. However, the appearance of the Wings of Heaven and Earth can change the rules on a large scale, and even some unreasonable things can be made reasonable. After fully understanding the spell, Lin Moyu's expression turned somewhat strange. The primordial gem asked curiously, "Master, what kind of magic is it this time?" Lin Moyu explained the effects of the magic and the primordial gem, which also revealed a strange and mysterious quality. His expression was even more exaggerated than Lin Moyu's. Lin Moyu asked, "What are your thoughts?" The primordial gem said, "Master's first 2 spells are for saving your life. The 3rd spell, besides being used to kill enemies, is mainly used to create a new world. The 4th spell is used to control and manage the world. All 4 techniques are set against the backdrop of heaven and earth. It feels as if the enemies the master will face in the future are the strongest beings from other worlds. The spells evolved in the world of magic seem to have set their sights on things beyond heaven and earth, with each one based on an enemy beyond heaven and earth. Simply put, these techniques are aimed at either other realms or those supreme beings. They have transcended the level of the universe, stood at a higher level, and set their sights on a higher level of existence. The techniques have been elevated, and elevated to the extreme. From their conception to their function, they far surpass what they were before. It is a complete qualitative change. Lin Moyu pondered for a few moments, then said, "You're right, that's exactly it." The primordial gem said, "Masters should still have techniques evolving." Lin Moyu glanced at the spell realm. At this moment, the undying Tao was boiling even more intensely, evolving a new spell. Moreover, the evolution process was very slow, which also meant that this spell was more powerful. There should be another spell. Hongming Gem said, if I'm not mistaken, this technique should be a pure method of killing enemies. First came the method of preserving life, then the method of nurturing, then the method of control, and next should be the method of killing the enemy. The primordial gem continued, as you know, even among the strongest, there are different levels. I've seen some of the most powerful beings, and they all eventually did something similar. His tone carried a hint of mystery, clearly waiting for Lin Moyu to take the initiative to ask. Lin Moyu smiled, fulfilling the little request in Hongming Gem's heart. What is it? Tell me in detail. The primordial gem seemed very happy. They all study magic and then create new magic. I've seen that they mostly create 3 types of magic, each different from the others. I've categorized them. 1 type is life-saving techniques. These supreme beings will create a life-saving technique for themselves. They are invincible within the world, but their enemies come from outside the world, from the supreme beings of other worlds. Life-saving techniques are often the first techniques they create. The second type is control techniques, used to completely control the world, including all living beings, all things, and the rules within it. The third category is offensive techniques, which are used to fight against other experts at level 613. At their level, the focus is on the quality of the techniques rather than the quantity. As long as one technique is powerful enough, that is sufficient. Without exception, all 3 types of techniques are based on heaven and earth. Lin Moyu understood the meaning of the primordial gem, but to cheer him up, she pretended not to understand. So, I'm now just like those supreme experts? The primordial gem nodded. I am just a little bit blind, but Master didn't understand what I meant. Master, think about it. Why would those supreme beings do similar things without prior arrangement? And it's not just ordinary supreme beings who would do it, but those who have become supreme beings from the higher realms. Lin Moyu said, the strongest beings in the higher realms have all done similar things without prior communication, which can only mean that they must have known something. It shouldn't be something they saw, but something they sensed. They sensed something from somewhere and knew what they had to do. The primordial gem said, that's what I thought too, but they are different from their master. Their magic is missing one element. Lin Moyu learned that he possessed an additional technique called Heaven and Earth Explosion, which could be used to kill enemies or to revitalize the world. This is the difference between myself and those supreme powerhouses. This technique also seems to foreshadow that he will enter the forbidden zone of life in the future, due to contact with those lines between heaven and earth. Lin Moyu vaguely felt as if an invisible thread was pulling her along. Although I am not a puppet, I am still influenced by this invisible string and walk the path that has been arranged for me. Regardless of the process, the direction we took remained unchanged. From the moment the system first appeared until it was seen again in the forbidden zone of life, it seems that the existence of the system constitutes this timeline. This line transcends heaven and earth, and so it carries me slowly forward. Compared to this, the so-called grand scheme of the great lord of natural disasters is far weaker. Lin Moyu said, unfortunately, my strength is insufficient, thinking too much now is useless. The primordial gem smiled and said, knowing something is always better than not knowing anything. If something happens, Master can prepare in advance. Lin Moyu said, there really isn't much to prepare. What we need to do next is already very clear. He would elevate Lin Mohan to the position of supreme power during this great calamity, allowing Lin Mohan to take control of the chaotic ancient wilderness. In this way, no matter if you are the Tao or the great venerable of heavenly calamity, no matter what your plans are, they will all end in failure. Next, he would completely leave the chaotic ancient wilderness, retire gracefully, and enter the divine realm of language to become the strongest being in the divine realm of language. It also requires activating the barrier of heaven and earth to bring over the primordial treasures of heaven and earth, triggering the first great calamity of the divine language world, the calamity of life and death, so that the divine land of genealogy becomes a place of life. Only in this way can one's wife, relatives, and friends truly live and cultivate themselves in the world of spirits. This is what I have to do. There's no turning back. I can only keep moving forward. Anyone who dares to stop him will be utterly destroyed. What the primordial gem said seemed like a story, or even a joke, but it made Lin Moyu realize that those supreme beings might have really discovered something. When you become the strongest, you may make the same discovery. As for whether she could become the strongest, Lin Moyu never doubted it. A steadfast belief in the Tao and his own strength gave Lin Moyu confidence. The undying path in the magic realm remained turbulent for a month, during which time the magic realm continuously extracted Lin Moyu's soul power to illuminate the stars within. Currently, 1,000,000 stars have been lit up in the world of magic, but for the entire world of magic, 1,000,000 stars is only a drop in the ocean. The more magical stars are lit up, the stronger the magical realm will become, and Lin Moyu's magic will also become stronger accordingly. Therefore, Lin Moyu knew that his magic had infinite possibilities. A month later, the fifth law was finally formed. Undying spirit weapons. Undying spirit weapons will be born in the world of magic. They are immortal and indestructible, completely obedient to summons, capable of conquering heaven and earth and suppressing all ages. The Lord of heaven and earth can also transform the dead into undying spirits. Undying spirits will possess everything the dead had before their death, and no one except the Lord of heaven and earth can distinguish them. The once limitless summoning has been transformed into undead spirit soldiers, and the spells have become simpler, without any unnecessary or complicated descriptions. From then on, undead servants completely disappeared, and undead soldiers took their place. The undying spirit weapon is based on the undying Tao, incorporating the power of heaven and earth, the primordial energy, its own soul power, and the primordial chi. They are born in the world of magic, exist in the world of magic, are immortal and indestructible. They can be reborn on the spot after being killed, or they can be reborn in the world of magic, with no limit on the number of times. Combat strength and numbers depend on the strength of the Dharma realm. Moreover, he can resurrect corpses and turn them into undead spirits. Undead will retain everything from their previous life, including memories, appearance, and power. In short, an undead is exactly the same as a resurrected being, only the undead can tell whether they are undead or not, no one else can tell. Undead will also possess the ability to be immortal and indestructible, just like undead soldiers, and will be completely obedient to you. As Lin Moyu learned about magic, countless starlights simultaneously shone upon the path of immortality in the world of magic. The first immortal spirit weapon was born from the path of immortality. It was about 3 meters tall, not particularly tall, and its appearance was no different from that of a human. A heavy suit of armor covered its entire body, including its head, with only a pair of scarlet eyes showing, glowing red. It held a heavy sword in its hand, the blade gleaming with a cold light. It was an extremely powerful sword. It flew away from the path of immortality, its body enveloped in gray mist, filled with the aura of death. With a thought, Lin Moyu summoned it from the magical realm. It stood quietly beside Lin Moyu, without making a sound. The moment it left the realm of magic, it completely concealed its aura, and if one did not look at it, one could not even sense its presence. With a flick of his soul power, Lin Moyu connected with the undying spirit weapon, capturing its line of sight. The scene before my eyes changed, transforming into a world composed of gray and white. In the far distance, white flames flicker. Those are the flames of the soul. White signifies that they are living beings, possessing vitality. The eye of the dead has also been elevated, seeing further and more clearly. Now we can see the vitality of a living being's soul, how strong or weak the soul is, and whether it is injured. It's all clearly visible. While using the undead soldier's vision, Lin Moyu also obtained information about the undead soldier. The undying spirit weapon currently possesses top-tier, perfect-level combat power, only a hair's breadth away from becoming a quasi-grand venerable. It has no magic, it only uses the power of death to fight, but that is enough. Its powerful death energy gave it the ability to dismantle most defenses. Only Lin Moyu knew just how strong the corrosive power of death energy was. Moreover, it possesses the ability to further enhance its combat power as its numbers increase. However, the demand is huge, in the hundreds of millions. For every additional 100 million, the combat power increases by 1/10,000th. For every 10 billion, the combat power increases by 1%. When the number reaches trillions, war can be effective. It's not that one of them doubled, but that the whole thing doubled. So, although the combat power may not seem to have increased much, the result is actually quite astonishing. If 10 trillion undead spirit soldiers were to appear on the field at the same time, their combat power would increase by a factor of 2. Even if he doesn't reach the quasi-grand venerable level, he won't be far off. 10 trillion immortal spiritual weapons, possessing the ability to be immortal and indestructible, are enough to surround and kill a quasi-great level being, or even a great level being. As for how many undead spirit weapons he could possess, and considering the number of undead servants he had before, Lin Moyu felt that as long as he had enough time, he could completely take on all the great venerables and quasi-great venerables in the chaotic ancient wilderness by himself. In the realm of magic, under the starlight, immortal spirit weapons are being continuously conceived. No one knows how many can ultimately be conceived, or what the upper limit is. Lin Moyu knew that he would have another task ahead of him, to provide soul power to the world of magic. This was a long and arduous process that might last for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Therefore, he decisively created a soul clone, with one end connected to the sapling and the other end connected to the magical realm. The sapling replenishes the clone's soul power, and the clone then injects its soul power into the magic realm, continuously illuminating the stars within it and making the magic realm stronger and stronger. The realm of magic has ceased its gestation, all magic has been completed. Lin Moyu recalled his former self, who possessed dozens of spells, but now only 5 remained. 5 is enough, quality over quantity. Suddenly, a voice came from the little tree, "Master, I feel like I'm advancing in rank." The sapling's ascension was within Lin Moyu's expectations. The sapling was deeply bound to him, especially since his newborn talent needed to accumulate several attempts, and increasing these attempts required extremely powerful strength. The sapling became the vessel. Without the sapling, even with newborn talent, the effect would probably be far less than it is now. The little tree and itself were shielded by the rules of heaven and earth, and took this opportunity to escape the chaotic ancient wilderness and enter the world of language gods. Within the realm of divine language, the boundless primordial energy flowed into the sapling's body, becoming the foundation for its advancement. As his own realm improved and his strength increased greatly, he opened up a path for Little Tree to advance as well, so Little Tree also advanced along with him. Unlike the magic world, where Lin Moyu actively triggered a qualitative change in magic, Xiaoshu's advancement was a natural result. It did not undergo a complete qualitative change, only some changes occurred at its fundamental level, and the changes were not significant. However, in the future, the little tree will still change due to the influence of the rules of the language god realm. Nourished by the primordial energy, the sapling will grow even stronger, and Lin Moyu probably has a rough idea of just how strong it will become. After all, the sapling's roots are the chaos ancestral tree, and its upper limit is almost reached. It can't possibly obtain any heaven-defying opportunities. Little 707 tree relayed its promotion status. The first change is that the upper limit for newborns has been increased again. Previously, the upper limit was 100,000 times, but now it has doubled to 200,000 times. Moreover, the accumulation speed of new users has also accelerated a lot, with about 1 new user added every day. The second change was the Chaos Fruit. The Chaos Fruit from the sapling can be used to heal injuries, strengthen the foundation, and aid in cultivation and comprehension of rules. Consuming it during battle can temporarily boost combat power. It can also serve as a material for refining weapons. The Chaos Fruit can be considered an all-purpose fruit, but unfortunately, it's not very useful to me. Now, countless Chaos Fruits have grown on the sapling. Each batch is harvested as it matures, and the warehouse is full of Chaos Fruits. Now, the Chaos Fruit has also changed. The sapling absorbed the primordial chi, which circulated throughout its body, and the fruited boar was no longer the Chaos Fruit, but the Heaven and Earth Fruit. The function remains the same, only at a higher level and with better results. The sapling crushed all the ripe chaos fruits it had collected, turning them back into nutrients to nourish itself. Although they are not very useful, they are better than nothing, and these things should not be wasted. Such a fine chaos fruit would be a treasure if taken out randomly in the chaotic ancient wilderness, yet Lin Moyu ignored it. It can only be said that Lin Moyu has too high a standard. He doesn't think much of these things. The little tree's third ability is the Spirit of Chaos. This ability is still evolving and has not yet been completed. Previously, the Chaos Spirit could enhance the power of the realm, balance the rules of the realm, and make up for the defects of the realm. I also used the Chaos Spirit at that time to make up for some of the defects in the 5 world domains, and the Spirit Realm was able to recover thanks to it. But it became less useful later on. Now the Chaos Spirit is evolving again, and we don't know what it will eventually evolve into. According to Xiaoshu, this ability evolves very slowly and takes a lot of time. Lin Moyu wasn't in a hurry. She could wait as long as it took, since she wasn't in a rush to use it. After his promotion, Xiaoshu's strength was finally fully restored, and he returned to his peak state. The young tree is now comparable to a great venerable, but unfortunately he has entered the world of language gods and can no longer return to the chaotic ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that the sapling was developing a third ability, which might be of great use in the future. It's just a feeling, I can't explain its source, it's like a sudden inspiration. She didn't tell Xiaoshu how she felt. Some things can't be said, because saying them will make them lose their power. She just let it evolve naturally. He put away his magical realm and looked at Xiaopeng, who was still fighting. Are you done? Xiaopeng was dominating the fight and had the upper hand, but the opponent was very tough, and it wouldn't be easy for Xiaopeng to kill him. This insectoid quasi-great lord, resembling a giant mantis, showed no fear of death. Its body was covered in wounds, and one of its pair of sharp claws was already broken off. But its attacks remained fierce, showing no fear of Xiaopeng. Moreover, its aura had not weakened much. As a quasi-great venerable, it was enough to fight its opponent for 100 years. Lin Moyu knew very well that Xiaopeng would eventually be able to kill the other party. It would just take a while, several years would be normal. Not wanting to wait that long, with a thought, a group of undead soldiers charged out. They carried swords and swiftly broke through spatial limitations to arrive before each other. Undying spirit weapons are slightly more powerful than top-tier perfect experts, but still considerably weaker than quasi-grand venerables. The gap in skill level is difficult to bridge. Fortunately, the Zerg's quasi-great lord had already been half-crippled by Xiaopeng, as his nose was much weaker than before. During this period, 10,000 undead spirit soldiers were gathered in the magical realm, all of whom were dispatched by Lin Moyu. They joined forces with Xiaopeng, surrounded the enemy, and launched a fierce attack. In terms of combat power alone, the Undying Spirit weapon is still a step away from being a quasi-great venerable. This step difference means that even Fang Ming's Undying Spirit weapon is not enough to kill a quasi-heavenly venerable. However, with Xiaopeng suppressing the opponent, the role of the Undying Spirit weapon has been amplified infinitely. Their death force corrodes the wounds, causing unimaginable damage to the flesh. Moreover, the power of death also invades the soul, the world of the soul. The corrosive power of death is more terrifying than any great Tao or any kind of deadly poison. Even a quasi-great venerable would find it difficult to resist. With the combined efforts of both sides, this quasi-great sovereign of the Zerg met its end. The battle lasted only half an hour before the Zerg quasi-celestial officially perished with a sharp scream. When it fell, its body was already broken and mangled, like a tattered burlap sack, a pitiful sight. Xiaopeng flew back and excitedly shouted, "Father, I did a good job, didn't I?" Lin Moyu said, "Not bad, not bad. Can you feel the changes in the world?" Xiaopeng said, "Yes, it seems that heaven and earth have shown some hostility and restriction towards me, but it's not significant." Xiaopeng's situation is similar to that of Chaos Child. Unlike Xiaoshu and Lin Moyu, they are not bound together as deeply, and the world does not hold them accountable. Lin Moyu looked into the distance. "Can you feel the lament of the end?" Xiaopeng felt around for a moment, then shook his head. "No." Lin Moyu is now shielded by the heavens and earth, making it difficult for him to sense anything that happens within them. Normally, when a quasi-great venerable dies, the heavens and earth will surely resound with injustice. Quasi-great venerables are top-tier beings recognized by heaven and earth. Their deaths are a loss to heaven and earth. However, the fact that it doesn't exist now means that this insectoid quasi-grandmaster only possesses the combat power of a quasi-grandmaster, and is not a true quasi-grandmaster. Lin Moyu thought of the insect steel, which was conceived through the insect steel, not cultivated by itself. It seems that the insect steel is not as simple as it appears. He had previously entered the insect steel and reached its core, where he obtained the hidden spirit pearl. Apart from that, no other abnormalities were found in the insect steel. The insect steel is indeed powerful, but the fact that it can nurture an insect race with the power of a quasi-great venerable indicates that the insect steel's capabilities are beyond one's imagination. Jin Daozuan wields the insect tablet, and his combat power is equally unimaginable. No wonder, he was not afraid of the Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity at all, and regarded the Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity as a mere nobody. Interesting, this Grandmaster Jin is very well hidden. From the details, Lin Moyu deduced that Kim Daezoon was hiding something. It is unclear what exactly is being hidden. The insect steel is not as simple as one might think. How many things in the world can nurture combat power at the quasi-great venerable level? Judging by the time, Jin Daozuan should have regained his freedom by now, and the chaotic ancient wilderness is likely to be quite interesting from now on. Now that I've become an enemy of heaven and earth, I don't know what will happen if I return to chaos. But I have to go back eventually. Some things are about to come to an end. In the world of magic, undead spirit soldiers are constantly appearing, and their numbers are increasing at an alarming rate. Lin Moyu doesn't know how many they will eventually reach, but he imagines they won't be few. He dispelled the formation and took the cataclysmic scepter in his hand. Now I should be able to use some of your power, right? The primordial gem said, yes, but only a little bit. If you want to unleash my full power, Master will probably have to become the strongest. Even a little bit will do. Lin Moyu's soul power surged into the cataclysmic scepter, and the original cataclysmic scepter underwent a second refinement. Previously, he had only left his soul imprint on the scepter of calamity, which was far from being refined. This is only the initial stage of formal refining. After the refining is completed, I will be able to use a trace of the power of the Calamity Scepter. Actually, I don't value these things. What I value are the abilities of the Scepter of Calamity. The Scepter of Calamity has 5 gems, each with different abilities. I hadn't even scratched the surface of them before, but this time I might be able to get a glimpse of them. The refining process was very slow, and Lin Moyu could feel his soul power seeping into it little by little. At the current rate, it would take at least a century to complete the initial refining process. The shattered space caused by the Great War is gradually recovering, and vortexes leading from chaos to the ancient wilderness are slowly forming under the influence of the rules of heaven and earth. Within a radius of 1,000 miles centered on Lin Moyu, no vortex has formed. The rules of heaven and earth shielded Lin Moyu and bypassed him, even affecting the space itself. Lin Moyu chuckled softly, took a step, and traversed billions of miles as if by teleportation, arriving in front of a vortex. Soul power surged forth, forcibly entering the vortex. Reverse. With that thought, his soul power transformed into a giant hand, forcibly reversing the vortex's rotation. Under the rules of heaven and earth, the vortex was originally a passage from chaos to the ancient wilderness. But now, Lin Mo wants to transform it into a path from the ancient wilderness to chaos. This kind of thing completely violates the rules of heaven and earth. Even if a great being were to do this, they would receive a warning from heaven and earth, and the very rules of heaven and earth might shatter the vortex, making it uncertain whether they could succeed. But Lin Moyu is different. He is abandoned and shielded by the rules of heaven and earth, because the rules of the earth simply do not care about him. Therefore, the absence of any natural laws here actually allowed him to do this. The vortex began to rotate in reverse, faster and faster, forming a channel. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "That's why I said it's not so bad to become the enemy of heaven and earth. At least others can't do this kind of thing." The primordial gem said, "Master, after you return to chaos, you may find enemies everywhere." Lin Moyu said, "The great calamity has fully erupted. Those who come seeking death are destined to die in this calamity. You have witnessed so many great calamities and know how many people die in each one. In any world, apart from the calamity of life and death, any great calamity will cause the death of most of the living beings within the world, or even lead to the destruction of an era and the arrival of a new era. The great calamity affects every living being in the world. No one can escape it. Lin Moyu wouldn't kill on his own initiative. He wasn't bloodthirsty. But he wouldn't hesitate to kill those who came seeking death." The primordial gem asked, "Does Master intend to refine the last formation?" Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Take your time. I'm not in a hurry at all. He's the one who should be in a hurry. The 12 formations in the Great Lord of Natural Disasters plan should have other uses besides dealing with the Tao." Moyu didn't think this was a good thing. There's probably some internal reason why the Great Lord of Natural Disasters doesn't want to do it. Since that's the case, why should I do it? There's no rush, let him wait. Now I'm in control, I can refine it and discard it whenever I want. As the vortex gradually stabilized, Lin Moyu stepped into the formation. Traveling along the spatial passage from the ancient wilderness into the chaos is not a short journey. Even through the spatial passage, it takes several days. Time has become chaotic here. Several days seem to pass in the blink of an eye. Thunder rumbled through the passage, followed by a dense burst of lightning, with endless bolts of lightning striking from outside the passage. The spatial passage shattered with a deafening roar, and Lin Moyu fell into the void. It was the rules of heaven and earth that shattered the spatial passage. The Hongming gemstone provides the answer directly. The rules of heaven and earth regard Lin Moyu as a public enemy, blocking his possibility of sensing the rules of heaven and earth and sealing off his path to ascension. However, this does not mean that the rules of heaven and earth no longer care about Lin Moyu. 0. Please give me flowers. On the contrary, at certain appropriate times, the rules of heaven and earth would create some trouble for Lin Moyu. For example, right now, when Lin Moyu was manipulating the vortex, the rules of heaven and earth didn't intervene, but when the spatial passage was halfway through, the rules of heaven and earth came to intervene. The laws of heaven and earth transformed into tribulation lightning, shattering the spatial passage. Lin Moyu looked around and realized he had entered a somewhat peculiar void. There was nothing in the void. It seemed that even time did not exist. Because he cannot sense the rules of heaven and earth, he is unable to make more accurate judgments. The primordial gem swept its gaze across the area. This is a space-time interlayer. I don't know its exact location. Master can break through the interlayer and re-enter the chaotic ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu hummed in agreement and was about to make a move when his soul heard a strange sound. A dark shadow pounced at incredible speed, but Lin Moyu took a step forward and flew thousands of miles to dodge it, narrowly missing the shadow. Instantly he heard a buzzing sound, the sound of countless insects vibrating their wings. Just as he dodged it, his soul heard another strange sound, and the dark shadow turned and flew back. With the opening of the Eye of Immortality, Lin Moyu saw countless snow-white soul flames. These soul flames were full of life and numbered astonishingly many, a dark mass, at least 1,000,000 in number. At the same time, Lin Moyu saw their appearance clearly. Insects slightly smaller than a fist, gathered together, and turned into a black mass. Lin Moyu unleashed a powerful punch. A massive punch swept out, shattering the black shadow. Lin Moyu saw that many of the soul flames had been extinguished, but most of the insects were unaffected. They passed through the fist and continued to pounce. Lin Moyu retreated again and continued to throw several punches. This time, the punch flew through the swarm of insects without causing them any harm. With the rules of heaven and earth blocked, Lin Moyu couldn't sense how these insects were ignoring his fist. But he had a vague idea of what was going on. The primordial gem said, "These insects are manipulating space-time." Manipulating time and space, Lin Moyu immediately realized that he had encountered a shadow bug. The shadow worm is capable of killing top-tier perfected experts, and when its numbers reach a certain level, even grand venerables must give it a wide berth. The rules of heaven and earth shattered the spatial passage here so that the shadow worms could deal with them. As an enemy of heaven and earth, he was no longer simply a chosen one destined for calamity. Even heaven and earth themselves wanted to kill him. It's a shadow bug. Chaos Child and Xiaoping both exclaimed in surprise at the same time. It's not surprising that Chaos Child recognized the shadow worm, but it's surprising that Xiaoping also recognized it. Although Xiaoping awakened the bloodline of the golden-winged rock and inherited some of its secret techniques, he did not inherit much of the golden-winged rock's memories. Unexpectedly, Xiaoping was able to recognize the wild shadow insect at a glance, which means that the golden-winged rock had fought with the wild shadow insect before, and the insect had left a deep impression on the golden-winged rock. This memory was even integrated into its bloodline and would never be forgotten. The shadow worm is an extremely terrifying creature born from heaven and earth. Once it reaches a certain scale, even a great venerable would have to retreat. Fortunately, they lack intelligence, otherwise, they would surely have secured a place in the world. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against the shadow insects. They traverse different time and space, appearing to be here, but actually not. 037. In the instant the power flows, they enter another layer of spacetime, evading all attacks. Unless Lin Moyu's attack can penetrate all of spacetime, it won't be able to harm them. Ignoring attacks, possessing the power of space and time, its attack power is extremely strong, and it seems to be perfect. But there is no perfect existence in the world. Lin Moyu doesn't know if there is a perfect one outside the world, but there certainly isn't one inside the world. Everything has two sides, and Shadow's weakness lies in his soul. When Lin Moyu first encountered the shadow bugs, he had already imagined how to deal with them if he ever did. There are many methods, the simplest of which is the world-destroying fire. The shadow worm's souls are weak, so the burning world can effectively counter them. They can travel through time and space. Momentary soul attacks have no effect, but sustained ones are a different story. A large number of shadow insects rushed over, but Lin Moyu neither dodged nor avoided them, letting them get close. The moment they launched their attack, the world-burning flame burst forth, instantly turning billions of miles of void into a sea of fire. Without a scream, countless shadow insects were annihilated in an instant, turning into ashes. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. The result was exactly what she had expected. The shadow insects must enter the same spacetime as themselves the instant they attack. This moment is the best opportunity to kill them. The opportunity may only last a moment, but it is enough. Their souls are weak. The moment they come into contact with the world-burning fire, they are burned to ashes without exception. A fire burned nearly half of the shadow worms to death. The remaining shadow worms retreated frantically, breaking into smaller groups and flying away in all directions like mold. They shuttle through the sea of fire, seemingly here, but actually in another dimension, where even the world-burning fire cannot reach them. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "How long can you stay in other dimensions?" With a thought, the range of the world-burning fire expanded rapidly, to billions of miles, hundreds of billions of miles, trillions of miles. Everywhere the eye could see was engulfed in flames. The shadow insects that escaped the first wave of burning darted through the sea of fire, initially unharmed, but soon returned to the real world. The moment they returned, they were burned to ashes by the world-destroying fire. Just as I expected. Lin Moyu watched as the shadow insects continuously turned to ashes, and this outcome was exactly what he had expected. The shadow worms can indeed travel through layers of time and space, but their ability to travel through time and space is limited. If spacetime has 1,000 layers, after each round of travel, they will eventually return to the real world, which is the starting point of their journey. Spacetime is like a circle, running round and round, always passing through the starting point. The starting point has been engulfed by the flames of world destruction, and their return is a death sentence. They would only survive if they could fly across trillions of miles in a single journey. Unfortunately, none of these shadow insects could do it. In the blink of an eye, they all turned to ashes. The flames vanished, and countless black dust particles drifted in the void. These dust particles were the corpses of the shadow worms, shimmering with a hazy glow under the dim light. Lin Moyu's gaze narrowed slightly. These dust particles are somewhat similar to the dust particles on the Time Stone. The primordial gemstone said they share the same origin as the Time Essence Stone. With a wave of his hand, Lin Moyu gathered all the dust into a fist-sized ball in his palm. He couldn't sense any patterns, but he could see that the dust contained many impurities. Hongmeng Gemstone said, these corpses have many impurities. If there were more of them, and they were purified, a complete Time Essence Stone could be refined from them. However, since the Master is now excluded from the rules of heaven and earth, even if he has Time Stones, they are of little use. Ultimately, the Time Stone can only function by utilizing the rules of heaven and earth. Now I can't use any of the rules, and most things have lost their effect. Lin Moyu looked at the corpses of the shadow worms and said, Time Stones are indeed of little use to me, but perhaps I can use these corpses in other ways. The primordial gem immediately thought of the method Lin Moyu had mentioned. Does the beauty intend to turn them into undead spirits? Lin Moyu said, that's right. Wasn't it said that when the number of shadow worms increased, even grand venerables had to give way? If there were more of them, and they turned into the Shadow Insect King, wouldn't that give those guys a headache? What if I could control this Shadow Insect King? Hongmeng Gem laughed and said, the Shadow Insect King is probably at the peak of the Great Venerable Realm. It's definitely not enough to deal with those guys, but it won't be too easy for them to kill the Shadow Insect King. It can indeed give them a headache. Lin Moyu said, that's enough. Then I'll summon a wild Shadow Insect King. With a thought, a powerful flame appeared in his palm. This time it wasn't the world-destroying fire, but rather the undying fire condensed by the undying spirit weapon technique. The immortal flames enveloped the corpse of the shadow worm, the flames soared into the sky, and strange and powerful auras quickly appeared. The souls that had been burned to ashes were rapidly reorganized under the influence of some strange force, and the bodies were reborn just as quickly. The spell's effect was beyond imagination. In just 3 minutes, the group of shadow insects that had just been wiped out were completely resurrected. They remained quiet, staying in front of Lin Moyu without making a sound. Countless eyes were fixed on Lin Moyu. It felt like a pilgrimage. Having revived them, Lin Moyu immediately knew the number of the shadow insects. This swarm of shadow insects numbered exactly 1 million. They formed groups of 1 million. The shadow insects have no intelligence and cannot communicate, but that doesn't matter. Lin Moyu can directly read their souls and obtain the information he wants. The shadow insects live in groups of millions, and 100 groups of shadow insects total 100 million, which can merge into a shadow insect king. However, the shadow insect king is not the strongest. If there are 100 shadow insect kings, they can be fused into the shadow insect mother. The shadow insect queen is the strongest in their race, capable of confronting a great venerable head-on, and even striking a giant whole. Even if this level of strength is slightly inferior to that of the likes of Dao, it is still enough to fight against Dao. Lin Moyu's plan changed. In that case, let's create a shadow insect queen. Now that the great calamity of heaven and earth has reached a certain point, Lin Moyu is very clear about his identity. As both a destined one and an enemy of heaven and earth, driven by the rules of heaven and earth, he will have countless enemies in the world. As long as I return to chaos, I'm afraid I'll be in endless trouble. Of course, I'm not afraid, I'm just too lazy to do it. For ordinary troubles, the undead soldiers are more than capable. If a Grand Venerable or Quasi-Grand Venerable comes to your door, and there is more than one, then there will be some minor troubles. So having an extra thug isn't a bad thing. Ultimately, I'm just too lazy to do it myself. Lin Moyu chuckled and made a self-deprecating remark. Under his command, the shadow insects swarmed again and flew off into the distance. The rules of heaven and earth did indeed want to kill him. This time, the attack on the Tai AI spatial passage brought him to this special spatial crevice, which was also specially chosen. This is one of the nests where the shadow insects appear. There are many special spatial rifts in the world. Most of these spatial rifts are devoid of any living beings, but a few are inhabited by some. These creatures are all extremely powerful, dangerous, and unique beings. This spatial rift happens to contain a large number of shadow insects. The ones I encountered were only the third type. Now these shadow creatures have become undead, and no one but themselves can recognize them. It's perfect to use them to find other shadow creatures. Although the wild shadow insects contain the character for insect, they are not insects. They are born and raised in nature and have nothing to do with insects. They have their own method of communication. Because the shadow insects constantly travel between time and space, they are constantly changing within the great wheel formed by time and space. Therefore, it is difficult to find them by ordinary methods. This is true whether it is perceived by the naked eye or by the soul. They will only reveal themselves in the real world when they discover the enemy. At that time, they are still traversing time and space, and what appears in the real world is just their projection, but at least they can be seen. However, their own kind easily find each other. Lin Muyu now uses shadow worms to find other shadow worms, a method that only he can use. Perhaps even heaven and earth did not expect that someone could actually revive and control the shadow insects. Lin Muyu's magic has transcended the limitations of heaven and earth, relying on his own immortal path to form a world of his own. Therefore, when it casts spells, even heaven and earth cannot control it, and when it becomes an undead spirit, the shadow worm is also beyond the control of heaven and earth. Lin Muyu followed his army of shadow insects and soon found another group of shadow insects. There was nothing ahead, but the message from the undead indicated that there was a swarm of shadow insects ahead, numbering in the millions. Even using the Eye of Immortality to look around, they still found nothing. These shadow worms were not in this space-time, and they couldn't even see the soul flame. Only when you continue to get closer and attract their attention will they lock onto you and then project your image into the real world so that you can see it. But now that we know they're here, things are much easier. With a wave of his hand, the world-burning flame flew out, suddenly evolving into a trillion-mile-long sea of fire centered on the location of the swarm of shadow insects. Using the world-burning fire to deal with the shadow worms is the best method, bar none. The shadow worms have no power to resist the world-burning fire. Once they return to reality from the cycle of time and space, they will be burned to ashes in an instant, unable to even last half a breath. These shadow insects, existing in another dimension of time and space, were completely unaware that a deadly danger had already arisen in the real world. Soon, they finished one cycle of time travel and returned to the real world. The moment they appeared, they instantly turned to ashes, none spared. Their frail souls were powerless against the world-burning flames, unable to withstand even a tenth of a second. The million shadow insects died silently, their existence, which even the great venerables feared, dying so easily. Soon, the world-burning flame transformed into the undying flame, and the recently deceased shadow insects became undying spirits, continuing to work for Lin Muyu and searching for nearby companions. The two groups of shadow insects were significantly more efficient, and they split up to act. Lin Muyu also created a soul clone to accompany him in dealing with the shadow insect swarm. He only needed to use the world-burning flame and did not need to go through any major battles, making it extremely easy for Lin Muyu. Swarms of shadow insects were constantly burned to ashes, turning into undead. 2 become 4, 4 become 8. The number of shadow insects under Lin Muyu's command is increasing, and their efficiency is also increasing. The primordial gem said, "Master, even with the shadow insect mother, it can only hold off one of them at most." Lin Muyu understood the meaning behind Hongmeng Gem's words. In Hongmeng Gem's view, with its current strength, the shadow insect mother was not necessary, and it was unnecessary for it to waste a lot of time here. Blocking one of them is actually the worst possible strategy. The Shadow Queen has other objectives. Lin Muyu chuckled softly. He had his own plans. After a moment's thought, the primordial gem said, "The Shadow Insect Queen has even stronger control over space and time." "Master, do you want?" Lin Muyu said, "Yes, he's using the small world to control me, so I have to come up with some countermeasures." The primordial gemstone had already understood Lin Moyu's idea. Lin Moyu wanted to use the characteristics of the shadow worm to bring back the small world that the great venerable of Calamity had taken away. Facing the great lord of Calamity, the Shadow Insect King is no match, only the Shadow Mother has a chance. But he still didn't quite understand. Actually, Master doesn't need to go through all this trouble. He can just take action directly. Even if those are Master's relatives and friends, it doesn't really matter if he kills them. As long as Master 713 wins in the end, and Master's sister becomes the strongest, and finds a Time Essence Stone, the strongest can use the power of the rules of heaven and earth to completely restore that small world from another point in time, and Master's friends can also be resurrected. His plan was simple: kill them without thinking twice, and then figure out a way to revive them. As long as you are the ultimate winner, resurrection is not a difficult task. In the world he had seen, many supreme beings did the same thing, so threatening them with this was completely useless. Lin Moyu chuckled softly but didn't say anything. The primordial gem is not a true living being after all. It takes life and death lightly and fights anyone who disagrees with it. It is very indifferent to emotions. But I am different. I am a living, breathing human being. Even if I know that I can eventually revive the other party, I am not sure if I can bring myself to kill Ming Anwen and the others. Not to mention, Lin Moyu said, what if he erased all traces of his existence? Don't forget, he is skilled in the way of time, and he may not only obtain one time stone. Hong Ming Gem was stunned. Lin Moyu was right. What if? Such a thing is not impossible, it has happened before. Even the strongest are not omnipotent, there are people they cannot resurrect. Lin Moyu said, therefore, I have to make multiple preparations. Killing and resurrecting is only a last resort. After becoming undead, the shadow insects became traitors within their own race, and under their leadership, Lin Moyu's shadow insect swarm grew larger and larger. When the number of shadow insects exceeded 100, Lin Moyu decisively ordered the shadow insects to merge and become the Shadow Insect King. The swarm of hundreds of shadow insects, emitting a buzzing sound, began to merge together. Lin Moyu later learned that it wasn't necessary to have 100 groups of wild shadow insects to fuse into an insect king. A group of more than one field was sufficient for fusion. However, the insect king created through such fusion is very weak. The strongest form of the Shadow Insect King is formed by the fusion of hundreds of groups of shadow insects, each group consisting of a complete number of millions, totaling hundreds of millions. The fusion of the shadow insects is instinctive, they don't normally use this ability. They only passively use it when facing powerful enemies or when their entire species is threatened. Now they are under Lin Moyu's control and have begun to merge on their own initiative. Upon merging, the shadow insect swarm will enter another dimension and cease its cycle of time and space, becoming untouchable by ordinary means. The whole process went smoothly, and the fusion was completed in just a few moments. A giant insect, over 10,000 meters long, appeared in sight. The hundreds of millions of shadow insects had transformed into a gigantic insect king with a completely different appearance. The Shadow Insect King exudes a peculiar aura, which varies in strength and intensity, permeating different times and spaces, appearing and disappearing at will. Looking at the Shadow Insect King, Lin Moyu muttered to himself, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world who have ever seen the Shadow Insect King. Chaos Child interjected, many of us saw it back then, but most of those who saw it were killed by it. This guy is a bit terrifying. Lin Moyu carefully observed the Shadow Insect King. Although it was still a shadow insect, every corner of it and its abilities were completely different. The soul communicated with it and obtained some information. The Shadow Insect King has developed some faint consciousness, transcending instinct. Although it cannot be called intelligent, it can at least express some of its thoughts simply. This guy's physical body is actually existing in different times and spaces at the same time. Lin Moyu was somewhat surprised, but he could completely understand that the physical body was in a different time and space. However, if a cultivator does this, their physical body will quickly collapse. How could physical bodies from different times and spaces possibly be completely connected? But the Shadow Insect King can. Its body is divided into thousands of regions, each in a different time and space, and they are connected to each other in a strange way. If one area is attacked and destroyed, it will not affect other parts. Moreover, this injured area can recover in another dimension in a short period of time. In other words, to kill the Shadow Insect King, you must destroy most of its physical body at the same time. These physical bodies are located in different regions and time periods, requiring the attacker's power to penetrate different time spaces. That's too difficult, it's impossible to do it easily. Not only the physical body, but also its soul, which is slightly better than the physical body, existing in 10 different time and space. It will only perish if more than half of its souls are destroyed. Lin Moyu realized that his decision to use the world-burning flame against ordinary shadow insects was far too wise. If I were facing the Shadow Insect King, the world-burning fire would be ineffective, at most only able to wound it but not kill it. If the sapling were still alive, with its ability to manipulate space and time, combined with the world-burning fire, it would be possible to kill the Shadow King. This is also why the Shadow Insect King is such a headache for Grand Venerables. Ordinary Grand Venerables simply can't do anything about it. However, on the other hand, it's impossible for the Shadow Insect King to kill him. You can just stand there and let it hit you, it can't move and you can share the damage. Besides being in a different time and space, the Shadow Insect King's attack power far exceeds that of ordinary shadow insects. It does not need to use any spells, its ordinary attacks alone are enough to kill top-tier perfected experts and cause damage to Grand Venerables. It also has another ability, to command ordinary shadow bugs. As the king of the shadow insects, it has the ability to command ordinary shadow insects and can control shadow insects within a certain range. Although the insect is small, its structure is clear and its hierarchy is distinct. With the appearance of the Shadow Insect King, there is no need to search for them one by one anymore. As long as it gives a command, the nearby shadow insect swarms will come to it on their own. Its summoning range was vast, exceeding Lin Moyu's imagination. Lin Moyu was unsure of its exact size, but even it knew for sure. Within its soul lies a gigantic net. When a shadow worm appears within this net, it can sense it and then issue commands. So, under its command, swarms of shadow insects kept coming to deliver vegetables, and the efficiency was much faster than before. Lin Moyu's shadow insect swarm continued to grow, and in just a few days, it gathered another 100 swarms, fusing them to create a second Shadow King. Lin Moyu's goal is the Shadow Insect Queen, which requires 100 Shadow Insect Kings, but he is still far from achieving his goal. Lin Moyu doesn't mind wasting some time in order to carry out her plans. According to his estimate, he could collect enough female barbarians in a few years at most. I want to thank the rules of heaven and earth for bringing me here. Lin Moyu spoke without a care in the world. Fortunately, the rules of heaven and earth have no consciousness, otherwise, they would surely be furious with Lin Moyu's words. The primordial gem said, everything that happens within the universe has two sides. Lin Moyu laughed and said, according to your logic, things beyond this world don't have two sides? The primordial gem said, at least so far, everything beyond the heavens and earth I've seen is deathly still, without any duality, without exception. All the supreme beings who left the world died. They died in the forbidden zone of life, with no survivors and no duality. There is always a glimmer of hope in the world, but not in the forbidden zones of life. When the strongest beings realize that their world will inevitably come to an end, and they try every means to prolong its lifespan, but the effect becomes less and less effective, they have no choice but to move forward. There are only two paths forward, one is the forbidden zone of life, and the other is the wall between heaven and earth. No matter who it is, no matter how many methods they try, they cannot break through the barrier between heaven and earth by brute force, even the Celestial Emperor could not. So they only had one path left, Li House to enter the forbidden zone of life. After making all sorts of preparations and even leaving themselves a way out, they resolutely entered the fray, and without exception, they all perished. And all the escape routes they had planned were rendered useless. At the moment of their fall, the world they had refined and controlled also collapsed, turning into the remains of the world. Therefore, the world beyond what the primordial gem sees has no duality, it only has 10 outcomes. Lin Moyu said, "The longer you live, the less you want to die, the higher you climb, the more you want to continue climbing. I think those supreme beings must know that there is still a road ahead." Hongming Gem said, "Yes, Emperor Putsong once said something. His exact words were, 'I have seen the peak, and I am just one step away from crossing it.' He tried to cross it, but failed." This statement also tells everyone that the strongest person is still one step away from the summit. But this step, in the forbidden zone of life, is a deadly chasm, blocking everyone's path. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu has spent 5 years in this crevice of space. In 5 years, the number of shadow insect kings they controlled increased to 98. If 2 more are added, they can be merged into the shadow insect mother. The shadow insect mother has never been seen by anyone since the beginning of time. It may have appeared before, but everyone who saw it died, without exception. Lin Moyu knew that he was about to become the first person to see the Shadow Queen and survive, and that the Shadow Queen would be used by him. "I hope your abilities won't disappoint me." Lin Moyu placed high hopes on the Shadow Insect Mother, whose power origins were almost identical to the Time Stone, but with the added ability of space. As the most powerful being among them, the Shadow Insect Queen, with the power of billions of shadow insects, should be able to unleash the power of this space-time to its fullest extent. The 98 shadow insect kings dispersed, summoning swarms of shadow insects from afar for Lin Moyu to burn and transform. There are not many shadow insects left in the crevices of space, they can only be found in small groups in various corners. Another year passed before the last 2 shadow insect kings were finally assembled. The 100 shadow insect kings at their peak gathered together, and the mere aura they emitted caused space-time to become disordered. Here, time and space become bizarre and constantly distorted, affecting one's thoughts, Tao heart, and soul. Cultivators below the Chaos Realm who come here will go insane in no time. Merge. Lin Moyu gave the order, and an unimaginable grand integration began. The bodies of the 100 shadow insect kings became illusory. They adjusted their spacetime with each other, using a very special communication method to make each of their areas enter the same spacetime as the same areas of the other shadow insect kings. Cracks appeared in space, time seemed to stop and start intermittently, and the entire space rapidly shattered. The cracks in the space spread outwards like a spider web, growing larger and larger until they affected the entire space between the cracks. The next instant, the spatial rift shattered with a deafening roar. Lin Moyu, along with countless fragments of space, fell into the chaotic ancient wilderness. His gaze swept across the area. This is the wasteland. The primordial gem also glanced at it. Yes, desolate mark, it's very close to the eastern pole. The desolate wasteland, located on the eastern edge of the world, has essentially returned to chaos. The shattering of spacetime did not affect the fusion of the shadow insect kings. Their fusion continued, emanating an increasingly stronger power, and spacetime continued to shatter. Lin Moyu's heart stirred, and he summoned the hidden spirit pearl. He handed the hidden spirit pearl to Xiaopeng for him to control, as he himself was no longer able to use it due to being shielded by the rules of heaven and earth. Xiaopeng fully activated the hidden spirit pearl, but the power of the hidden spirit pearl could not completely conceal the impending birth of the desolate Shadow Mother. The area affected by the spacetime rupture is expanding rapidly, reaching billions of miles, hundreds of billions of miles, and trillions of miles. Space shattered into pieces like tofu, and distant space was forcibly pulled in by some strange force. Living beings also exist in the desolate scars. They are instantly pulled close and then die silently. Whether one is at the minor, major, or perfect stage of the Chaos Realm, no one can escape this fate at this moment. In the blink of an eye, all living beings within a radius of tens of trillions of miles perished. In such a vast area, countless living beings perished at that moment. This is a great calamity, all living beings are caught in it. Lin Moyu sighed, feeling helpless about the situation. When the great calamity strikes, no one can escape it. Those who survive are truly invaluable. After the Shadow Insect King merged for a moment, a terrifying giant insect phantom slowly emerged. Even a mere phantom image sent a shiver down Lin Moyu's spine. Its power subtly surpasses that of the Great Venerable. Under its influence, space and time become tangible. Countless images appeared in the shattered void, their origins unknown, creating a chaotic scene. Then came another massive shattering, with more spaces breaking apart and space-time becoming increasingly chaotic. Lin Moyu also felt a slight unease. He felt that his own time was being messed up, that a single glance could last for 10,000 years, or that it could be reversed for millions of years. Fortunately, his physical body and soul were powerful, and the primordial energy enveloped his soul world, forcibly blocking the influence of time. In this great shattering, the desolate area collapsed in one corner and spread to the easternmost point. Originally, this was the border between the wasteland and the eastern pole, a marginal area. Now, this border has been shattered, and part of the space in the eastern pole has also been torn to shreds. Lin Moyu saw several realms. Some were perfected experts who placed their realms on the eastern edge, while others were unclaimed realms that were not yet fully formed. When spacetime shattered, these realms appeared and were then torn into pieces. No matter how many living beings or powerful figures were in the realm, they all died in that instant. The great calamity is merciless. Heaven and earth will not care about the life or death of mere living beings. Let alone a few realms, even if thousands or tens of thousands of realms were destroyed at the same time, it would be a trivial matter to the world. The primordial gem said, "The great calamity is coming. Even if they don't die now, they will die later." To survive the great calamity, besides having heaven-defying luck, one needs heaven-defying strength. In short, it's about defying the heavens. The rules are the heavens. The great calamity is a calamity of heaven and earth, and those who survive are considered to have defied the heavens. Lin Moyu said, "I understand." In the midst of a great calamity, even a great venerable can hardly protect himself. These beings are less than ants in their eyes. The primordial gem chuckled and said, "If Master wants more people to survive, then create a supreme expert as soon as possible, and the great calamity can end quickly." Lin Moyu shook his head. "Although I don't want too many people to die, I will still proceed according to my plan, step by step. I can't rush it. I'd rather go slowly and steadily." Lin Moyu is not a heartless person, but he is not a paragon of righteousness either. He only cares about the people he cares about. He doesn't care about the lives or deaths of others. Now, his own realm has been completely integrated and sent into the divine language world, no longer affected by the great calamity. He doesn't need to care about others anymore. He just needs to follow his own plan and eventually succeed. The Shadow Insect Mother continued to merge, its phantom gradually solidifying, its aura growing ever larger. The hidden spirit pearl had already lost most of its effectiveness and could no longer conceal its presence. However, Lin Moyu was not worried. He knew very well that it was difficult for outsiders to sense the aura of the Shadow Queen. Only because he was the master of the Shadow Queen could he sense it so clearly. The aura of the Shadow Insect Queen seeps into different times and spaces, and after traversing time and space, it appears in every corner of the chaos. Even a being like the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity would find it difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the desolate Shadow Mother using her aura. All they could know was that another being, not much weaker than themselves, had appeared in the world. Including the soon-to-be-formed Shadow Insect Mother, this world already has 5 beings who surpass the Great Venerable but are not yet the supreme power. And this doesn't even include Lin Moyu. The Great Calamity is about to become even more exciting. Boom! A deafening roar followed, and the laws of heaven and earth suddenly descended. Purple thunderclouds gathered in the void, and bolts of purple lightning shattered space and time, falling in response. The sudden arrival of the laws of heaven and earth was somewhat beyond Lin Moyu's expectations. He thought he was no longer subject to the rules of heaven and earth, and that the things he belonged to were no different. It seems that his thinking was too one-sided. The rules of heaven and earth will still be watching him in the shadows, and will look for opportunities to cause him trouble. The first time was to break through the spatial passage and fall into the spatial crevice of the shadow worm. Instead of killing himself, he gained an opportunity. This is the second time. This time, it merged into the desolate shadow insect mother, and the laws of heaven and earth unleashed lightning in an attempt to prevent the desolate shadow insect mother from appearing. It's also possible that the shadow insect mother was too powerful, giving the rules of heaven and earth the opportunity to act. That's really strange. Isn't it said that the rules of heaven and earth have no wisdom? Why do I feel like they have some wisdom? The two interventions by the laws of heaven and earth made Lin Moyu sense something was amiss. Previously, the rules of heaven and earth had always felt normal to him, whether he was regarded as a person destined for tribulation, or later, after his bottom line was broken through by his repeated provocations and stimulation, Yin finally regarded himself as the enemy of heaven and earth. All of this was within my expectations and aligned with my understanding of the universe. However, the intervention in the spatial passage was somewhat beyond expectations. Normally, the rules of heaven and earth would not take action themselves, because they are merely rules. Not only must the living beings within heaven and earth abide by the rules, but they themselves must also abide by the rules. However, that incident could be explained by an accident. Lin Moyu felt that perhaps her understanding of the universe was a little off. But this time, the second time the rules of heaven and earth have intervened, that's simply unacceptable. The appearance of the shadow insect mother is at most just surpassing the great venerable, and should not attract lightning punishment. Lin Mohan had also surpassed the great venerable level at that time, yet she did not attract any lightning punishment. Besides that, there was another thing Lin Moyu couldn't understand. What benefit would the laws of heaven and earth gain from killing him? Even if one becomes an enemy of heaven and earth, that becomes an opportunity for others. If others can achieve enlightenment by killing one, then killing one is of no use to the rules of heaven and earth. Could the rules of heaven and earth themselves also lead to enlightenment? The shadow insect queen faced the lightning, and it screamed within the lightning, the scream piercing through time and carrying far, far away. The cry was like a knife, instantly reaching the farthest distances, billions of miles away, where countless more lives were annihilated. The shadow insect queen has not yet fully taken shape, but its power has already begun to emerge. The power of lightning is immense. Driven by the laws of heaven and earth, each bolt of lightning can destroy space and time, causing harm to the mother of lies. But it was no use. The shadow insect mother was not an ordinary being, but an undead being. One of the characteristics of an undead is that it is very difficult to die. Even if they die, they will be resurrected very quickly. Lin Moyu essentially possessed a top-tier henchman who was virtually immortal and whose strength surpassed that of a grandmaster. Even if the lightning of the laws of heaven and earth wanted to destroy it, it would be very difficult to do so. Lin Moyu looked at it for a while and then stopped paying attention. He said to the primordial gem, "I need your help with something." Upon hearing that it needed its help, the primordial gem immediately perked up. "Since Master is so sincere, I will definitely do my best." Lin Moyu said, "I suspect that the rules of heaven and earth are conscious. Could you take a closer look for me?" The primordial gem instinctively said, "Impossible. Consciousness cannot arise from the rules of heaven and earth. The will of the world might exist, and there's an extremely small chance that consciousness can arise in a realm, but not from heaven and earth. I've never seen it before." Lin Moyu said, "Just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it's impossible. What if it is? I also hope I'm wrong. Could you take a closer look for me?" Hongmeng Gem gave an O and looked into the distance. No one knew what he was looking at, not even Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu knew he was definitely seeing something unknown to others. The primordial gem is of a higher level than heaven and earth, and it has witnessed the birth and death of countless worlds and the birth and fall of supreme beings. At Lin Moyu's request, the Hongmeng gemstone was examined very carefully, unlike before when it was just glanced at casually. He didn't overlook any detail, observing every single thing carefully every day. The conjured body slowly rotated, round and round, over and over again. His brows would sometimes furrow, and one could see some emotion in his expression. When Lin Moyu saw the change in the expression on the primordial gem's face, he immediately realized that the gem must have seen something. The thunder continued, the lightning growing denser and denser, like a torrential downpour, endless. Lin Moyu frowned as well. Something seemed amiss. The rules of heaven and earth seemed determined to kill the shadow insect mother. The lightning had struck countless times, thousands? Tens of thousands? Far more than that, it was impossible to count. The shadow insect queen was riddled with holes, and each bolt of lightning could cause some damage to it. The damage was not great, but it was astonishing when accumulated. Lin Moyu originally didn't want to interfere, but now he had no choice but to take action. Although the shadow insect queen will not really die, it is not yet fully formed. Lin Moyu cannot allow the rules of the unknown land to run rampant. 0. Seeking flowers. With a flick of his finger, a life force flew out like a long dragon and landed on the shadow insect mother. With the help of the power of life, the wounds on the shadow insect mother healed rapidly, surpassing the speed of the lightning's destruction in the blink of an eye. If this continues, the shadow insect queen will be fully restored in no time. Having achieved enlightenment last time, the current immortal Tao is many times stronger than before, and the effect of the life force has also been greatly enhanced. The thunder suddenly surged, and the power of life was like cold water poured into a hot oil pan, causing a strong backlash from the rules of heaven and earth. The lightning instantly grew stronger, as if it were going to suppress Lin Moyu's life force as well. The primordial gem suddenly exclaimed, "I see it." With a flick of its finger, the balanced gem emitted a brilliant light, enveloping the thunder and the shadow insect queen. The lightning weakened for a moment, and the balancing gem balanced the lightning of heaven and earth and the shadow insect mother. With both sides united, the heavenly thunder could no longer harm the desolate shadow mother zone. This works? Lin Moyu was taken aback. The balancing gem was indeed very powerful, but the fact that it could even balance the rules of heaven and earth was still a bit shocking. Hongming Gem chuckled and said, "It wasn't supposed to work originally, but something happened inside, so it became possible." "What is it?" Lin Moyu asked instinctively, curious about what could possibly turn something impossible into something possible. The primordial gem said, "I will tell the master in a moment." With the help of the balanced gem, the thunder of heaven and earth lost its effect, and the shadow insect mother finally completed the last step and took full shape. The moment it was fully formed, the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth dissipated, leaving only a devastated void. A colossal worm, 100,000 meters long, appeared in the void. It had 100 legs, each one as sharp as a blade. Its enormous body appeared and disappeared intermittently, carrying a 7/10 of an illusory and hazy quality. Its body is covered in smooth scales that radiate a dreamlike iridescence, an indescribable color that seems to encompass all shades, making it exceptionally beautiful. The Shadow Queen was more beautiful and powerful than Lin Moyu had imagined, and she could sense its terrifying nature. With a thought, Lin Moyu obtained a large amount of information from the consciousness of Shadow Mother. As the strongest among the shadow insects, it has developed some rudimentary intelligence and can engage in simple communication. Lin Moyu examined the abilities of the shadow insect queen, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, as dazzling as the sun. The information transmitted by the shadow mother was extensive, it even contained ancient memories. It appeared once in a very long time ago, when someone was hunting shadow bugs. At that time, there were many wild shadow insects in the world. They lived peacefully in their own space. As a result, someone came to hunt them down, and they suffered heavy losses. In the end, they fused with the shadow insect queen, which injured him and forced him to retreat. That was the first appearance of the shadow insect mother. Apart from now, it has only appeared once in the history of the chaotic ancient wilderness. As for who is hunting them, the shadow insect queen doesn't know. She only knows that the other party can also manipulate space and time, and that the other party is so powerful that they cannot fight against it. This piqued Lin Moyu's interest. At that time, the world was undergoing its second great calamity, also known as the severance of all life in the world. At that time, countless powerful beings born from heaven and earth fought and killed each other frantically for the opportunity to break through on June 17th when the great calamity came. At that time, there were indeed people who possessed the ability to manipulate space and time, such as Xiao Shu, but it seems unlikely that they could easily slaughter the shadow worms. The space-time abilities of the shadow worm are already top tier. It seems that no other living being can compare to them. Lin Moyu will not dwell on this issue for now. Besides this history, the information also explains the abilities of the Shadow Queen. As the strongest among the shadow insects, the Shadow Insect Queen no longer needs to travel through time and space. She can stay in a certain time and space for a long time. At the same time, it can hide its projection in real time and space, making it extremely difficult for others to discover its existence. Using its ability to manipulate space and time, it can easily enter other people's territories without them even noticing. It can launch attacks from spacetime into the real world, making it impossible to defend against. The attack power of spacetime is quite terrifying. It is not a spell, but it is even stronger than a spell. Moreover, the 1,000 legs of the Shadow Insect Mother are all divine weapons, enough to sever the physical body of a great venerable. These abilities differed slightly from what Lin Moyu had envisioned, but overall they were the same, exactly what Lin Moyu wanted. With this ability, at the right time, we might be able to retrieve the small world from the great Lord of Calamity. After putting away the Shadow Insect Mother, Lin Moyu looked at the shattered void that was slowly repairing itself. The space that had been smashed to pieces would take some time to repair. Lin Moyu said to the primordial gem, "Now you can speak." Hongming Gem chuckled and said, "Since Master has asked, then of course I can say it. Does Master remember when I said that there were 3 people in this world who surpassed the Great Venerable?" At that time, Lin Mohan had not yet surpassed the Great Venerable, let alone the desolate Shadow Mother. At that time, the primordial gem said there were 3 beings who surpassed the Great Venerable, namely Tao and the Heavenly Calamity Great Venerable, while the third one remained deeply hidden. Hongming Gem said, "That guy is very well hidden. Before, I only knew that he existed, but I didn't know where he was. This time, I finally discovered him. My master was right, there is indeed someone manipulating the rules of heaven and earth." Lin Moyu whispered, "Can you manipulate the rules of heaven and earth?" The primordial gem said, "It's just a little bit. The 3 most common ways to become the strongest are to prove the Tao through grand aspirations, to prove the Tao by merging with heaven and earth, and to prove the Tao through force. Every world is different, and the paths one can take are also different. If it is difficult to achieve enlightenment in this world, then one can only take other paths. One of them is to integrate the rules of the world to achieve enlightenment. That guy is on this path, but he's only just started. He can only slightly manipulate the rules of heaven and earth. He's still a long way from becoming a supreme expert. However, his ability to hide is indeed very strong. If he hadn't manipulated the rules of heaven and earth this time to kill the Shadow Insect Mother, I would have had a hard time finding out." Lin Moyu asked, "Did you see who he was?" The primordial gem shook its head. "I can't see it. It has used the rules of heaven and earth to hide itself very well. I can only know that it exists, but I can't see it clearly, let alone know where it is." Lin Moyu's eyes were thoughtful. If what the primordial gem said was true, then everything made sense. Why would the rules of heaven and earth want to kill him? Because there is someone manipulating things behind the scenes. When he becomes the enemy of heaven and earth and is also the one destined for tribulation, then Song will have the opportunity to prove his Tao if he kills him. The method used to kill is not important. The opponent used the rules of heaven and earth to hide himself, and at the same time manipulated the rules of heaven and earth to try to kill him, so that he could attain enlightenment. It wasn't that the rules of heaven and earth gave birth to consciousness, but rather that someone was walking the path of merging with heaven and earth. This time, his desire to kill the Shadow Insect Queen implies that he and the Shadow Insect Queen must have had a grudge against each other. In addition to the memories of the Shadow Insect Queen, this also proves that he was the one who hunted the shadow insects back then. He had been injured by the Shadow Insect Queen before, so his desire to kill her now seemed reasonable. So if we know who hunted the shadow worms back then, we can find out who is hiding behind the scenes. Lin Moyu posed this question to Chaos Child and Little Tree, but Chaos Child knew nothing about it. After thinking for a while, Xiao Shu said uncertainly, I did hear back then that there was a powerful guy hunting shadow worms, but I don't know exactly who it was. But one thing is certain, anyone capable of hunting shadow worms must be extremely skilled in the power of spacetime, and must surpass me in this aspect. There seems to be only one who can surpass me in both the power of spacetime and strength, and that is the Divine Void Beast. Back then, Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi ranked the ancient creatures. There was a Divine Beast in the first 10 miles. Xiao Shu ranked it 7th and Hun Dunzi ranked it 6th. The Divine Void Beast is skilled at manipulating spacetime and the power of illusion and reality. It is very powerful. In terms of ability, he is capable of ranking in the top 3, but in reality, his combat strength is not that strong. Moreover, he died very young, for reasons unknown, and crucially, no one knows who killed him. But only a handful of people have the ability to kill him. Lin Moyu shook her head. That shouldn't be him, the timing doesn't match. According to the memories given by the Shadow Insect Mother, the hunting of shadow insects occurred in the middle and late stages of the Great Tribulation, while the death of the Divine Void Beast occurred in the early stages of the Heavenly Tribulation. If the timing doesn't match, then the Divine Void Beast can be ruled out. At this moment, the Hongmeng Treasure 0.9 stone reminded, a friendly reminder to the Master, you don't necessarily need to be good at manipulating time and space to hunt the wild shadow insects. You can also use the corresponding treasures. Lin Moyu said, that's right, having the corresponding treasure is fine, but it must also possess strong combat power. Moreover, he wouldn't hunt shadow worms for no reason, there must be a reason. The shadow worms should be able to benefit from making a mistake. The greatest benefit of the shadow worms should be their corpses. After refining the corpses, you can get something similar to time stones. In other words, what the other party really wants is the time stone. He needs the ability to control time. And who has the greatest need for the ability to control time? Lin Moyu analyzed each point one by one, letting Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi think along with him, since they knew the situation best and their analysis would certainly be more accurate than his own. After discussion between Xiao Shu and Hun Zuzi, their final target was focused on the 3 guys. At that time, they ranked the creatures in the Chaos, with the Chaos Dragon ranking first, the Sky-Covering Beast second, and the Eternal Chaos Ox third. Xiao Shu and Hun Zuzi believed that only these 3 guys had this ability. The Sky-Covering Beast is born with the strongest spatial abilities, and if it could also gain time abilities, it would be of great benefit to it. But he was the first to be ruled out. Lin Moyu was already certain that the Sky-Covering Beast was the Tao, and the guy who was hiding and manipulating the rules was not him. That leaves only the Chaotic Wild Dragon and the Eternal Wild Ox. The Eternal Wild Ox is strongest in defense, but not particularly outstanding in attack. His defense was so strong it was outrageous, even the Chaotic Dragon couldn't do anything to him. He had a chance to escape from Inu Mumingming. However, the Ancient Wild Bull is not proficient in the powers of space and time. Even if he possesses the corresponding treasures, there seems to be no reason for him to hunt the wild shadow insects. When Xiao Shu and Hunyanzi perished, the Wan Gu Huangyo was still alive. Whether it ultimately died, or how it died, the two did not know. The possibility of the Ancient Wild Ox has been ruled out to some extent, but not completely. Compared to the Eternal Wild Ox, the more likely candidate is the Chaotic Wild Dragon 09, who was recognized as the strongest at the time. He is almost perfect and all-powerful. In terms of defense, it is second only to the Ancient Wild Ox, and in terms of attack, it is stronger than all other creatures. He seems to be skilled in various techniques, but no one knows which particular path he is proficient in. Because almost everyone who fought him died, and no one could force him to use his full strength, he could defeat his opponents using only his physical strength. So when Lin Moyu deduced that the Sky-Covering Beast was the Tao, both Bushu and Chaos Child were quite surprised. Because they simply couldn't fathom how the Sky-Covering Beast had obtained that wondrous flower from the Chaotic Desolate Dragon. It seems that the hidden guy is probably the Chaotic Desolate Dragon. He must have obtained some treasure and gained the power of time and space, which is why he went to hunt the desolate shadow insects. However, we cannot completely rule out the possibility of the ancient wild bull. After all, it is not an easy thing to escape from the shadow insect mother while injured. Lin Moyu thought a lot. The power of the shadow insect mother had already surpassed the level of the Great Venerable, which was the 3rd level. Although I haven't fully reached the 4th level of the Supreme Powerhouse, I've at least touched upon it. Even with its formidable defense, the ancient wild ox can only reach the limit of the 3rd level. In this way, the shadow insect queen should be able to injure the ancient wild bull, but it may not be enough to kill it. However, the ancient wild ox lacked sufficient motivation, unlike the chaotic wild dragon. There is only a 20% chance that it is the ancient wild ox, and an 80% chance that it is the chaotic wild dragon. Hongming Gemstone, however, said with certainty, it should be the chaotic desolate dragon. Lin Moyu asked in surprise, "Why are you so sure?" Hongming Gem said, "It is actually very difficult to integrate into the rules. First, you must master the rules, and the prerequisite for mastering the rules is mastering all the great Daos. The ancient wild ox clearly does not meet this condition, while the chaotic wild dragon does, so it is the chaotic wild dragon." Hongming Gemstone has a different perspective on problems, and after he explained it this way, the answer became clear. There's a 99% chance it's the chaotic dragon. The guy who was hiding the deepest secret finally found out his identity, which is quite a gain. Lin Moyu said calmly, "It seems this guy is not easy to deal with. I wonder if the other two are aware of his existence." Hongming Gem said, "He probably doesn't know. That guy is hiding very well. Since he is on the path of merging with heaven and earth, he doesn't need to fight outside. He should spend almost all his time comprehending the rules of heaven and earth. However, he failed during the last great calamity, which proves that this path is not easy for him. Moreover, judging from his current appearance, he probably hasn't gained anything over the years. So when this new calamity arrived, he finally couldn't help but take action, wanting to kill his master and use the rewards of heaven and earth to help him achieve enlightenment." Lin Moyu laughed. "He must have 2 plans, continue to merge with heaven and earth during the great calamity, and at the same time try to kill me. As long as he succeeds in one of them, his path will be clear." Hongming Gem said, "However, I think his path of merging with heaven and earth is blocked. If it were possible, he would have done it long ago. He still wants to achieve enlightenment by killing his master." Lin Moyu didn't care. Let him do the killing. Let's see who comes out on top. I'm quite curious about how he took that step back then. The sky-covering beast broke through to the Great Venerable Realm by seizing that rare flower, while the heavenly calamity Great Venerable broke through to the Great Venerable Realm by using the Time Essence Stone, fusing with his former self, and adding the primordial chi. Lin Mohan broke through to the Great Venerable Realm by using a massive amount of primordial chi and the soul power of the strongest Divine Lotus Cultivator. I'm really curious about how the chaotic dragon took that step. The primordial gem said, "There are countless paths, and each great calamity presents its own opportunities. It's not surprising that someone could take that step. In any case, he ultimately failed. As long as one doesn't become a supreme powerhouse, it's not true success." Lin Moyu said, "All right, let's wait and see, and take it one step at a time." As he spoke, Lin Moyu summoned Xiao Peng, still using Xiao Peng as his representative, and headed towards the easternmost point. Then, they returned to the central region via the interdomain teleportation array in the eastern pole. Xiao Peng moved at lightning speed, traveling along the boundary and quickly approaching the location of the interdomain teleportation array. As Xiao Peng flew along, he passed many battlefields and saw a large number of corpses floating in the void. Some of the corpses were still relatively intact, and it was possible to tell that they came from the ancient wilderness or chaos, while others were reduced to nothing but scraps of flesh, which could no longer be described as a massacre. The eastern region and the central region have now officially started a war, and the two sides are fighting fiercely. Moreover, they now have another opponent. A large number of creatures from the ancient wilderness crossed the desolate scars and entered the extreme domain. They indiscriminately kill any creature in the chaos they encounter, making the chaos even more chaotic. Regardless of which extreme region, while waging war against each other, they also have to fight against the ancient and wild creatures. Ancient creatures surged in endlessly, causing considerable damage to the chaos. Normally, the forces of the 4 poles and 3 domains in the chaos should unite to fight against the lie about the birthday. Normally, this would indeed be done, but now that a great calamity has begun, everyone's consciousness seems to have been affected. The ancient and wild creatures must be fought against, but the battles between the extreme regions cannot stop either. Chaos has turned into a complete mess, and countless lives have perished. In the midst of this great calamity, the life of a living being is utterly worthless. Lin Moyu remained unmoved. To him, the deaths of countless lives were simply a calamity. Those guys in the western regions must be incredibly busy, Lin Moyu said softly. The Great Venerable of the Western Pole originally intended to collect the flesh, blood, and souls of living beings during the Great War in the extreme regions, in order to use them to break through the portal leading to the wall between heaven and earth. The current situation means he has an endless supply of flesh and souls to collect, and he doesn't even know how far he has gone. Xiaoping suddenly said, "Father, there are people ahead." Xiaoping flew for several days, seeing hundreds of thousands of corpses along the way, before finally seeing living people. The aftershocks of the battle spread outwards like rolling waves, gradually weakening in the far distance and turning into ripples that spread even further away. The aftershocks carried an aura of ancient wilderness and chaos, filled with both heat and cold. The 2 sides in the battle were creatures from the eastern pole and the ancient wilderness. Judging solely from their auras, neither side was particularly strong. The majority were at the great master of the Chaos Realm, with only a few at the perfected Chaos Realm, which was nothing in Lin Mo's eyes. Lin Moyu had no intention of getting involved, he was just passing by, and their life-or-death struggle was none of his business. Suddenly he sensed something was amiss. When they were still quite far away, the 2 sides in the battle abruptly stopped fighting. Then Lin Moyu felt himself being locked on. Both sides in the battle had locked onto him at the same time. One's own existence is like a bright lamp in the dark night, dazzlingly radiant. The next instant, a massive attack swept across space. These attacks were completely locked onto him, with unparalleled accuracy, as if he were right in front of them. In fact, I am still very far from being like them. The rules of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu, with a clear mind, knew that this situation was caused by the rules of heaven and earth. If the rules of heaven and earth regard you as a public enemy, then any living being within heaven and earth will harbor murderous intent towards you. Even those with firm resolve will be affected. Furthermore, the rules of heaven and earth will help them lock themselves in, leaving them nowhere to escape. Lin Moyu sighed softly. This calamity was destined to befall us. There is no need to hold back. The first part refers to those beings who attack themselves. Once they attack, they are on the verge of death. The last 4 characters of the sentence were addressed to Xiao Qiu. Xiaoping responded and suddenly increased his speed. He used a secret technique and transformed into a golden light, shattering all attacks. A golden winged rock appeared in the void and flew by. The golden winged rock flapped its wings, scattering countless golden rays. Wherever the golden light touched, attacks were shattered and living beings perished. Whether they were from the eastern pole or the ancient wilderness, they all perished in the golden light. Even someone at the peak of the Chaos Realm couldn't last more than 10 breaths. Xiaoping flew over them, leaving behind a trail of corpses, and quickly disappeared without lingering. From the moment he encountered his first group of people, Lin Moyu knew that he was about to go on a killing spree. Influenced by the rules of heaven and earth, those people considered themselves the treasures of enlightenment, and everyone wanted to kill them. But the moment they took action, calamity struck. Sure enough, everyone he encountered afterward would lock onto him from afar, regarding him as an enemy, and would attack without hesitation, regardless of whether they were his opponent or not. Their eyes gleamed with greed, a thirst for enlightenment and a yearning for power, for which they would ultimately pay the price. Wherever Xiaoping went, he left behind a massive number of corpses. Cause and effect came, but Lin Moyu neutralized them all with the power of his domain. I only kill, I don't care about the consequences. As Xiaoping drew closer to the interdomain formation, he encountered more and more battles, and finally some powerful, perfected experts appeared. At this point, Xiaoping was no longer able to kill it instantly, and Lin Moyu summoned the wild shadow insect mother. The shadow insect queen travels through another dimension to launch attacks, and its enemies don't even know how they died when they fall. An attack from spacetime, silent and elusive. Lin Moyu said, "It seems the Great Calamity has entered a new phase." The primordial gem said, "More or less." A great calamity can generally be divided into 3 stages: brewing, eruption, and conclusion. We have now reached the peak of brewing, the edge of eruption. The few Chaos Realm perfection cultivators I've encountered in the past few days are among the best, yet they are still influenced by the rules of heaven and earth. When they see me, their minds are consumed by greed, and they even lose their reason. This also means that the Great Calamity has reached a certain level, and the rules of heaven and earth have already affected them. Furthermore, even top-tier, perfected experts will be affected and will attack upon seeing you. Next are the quasi-great venerables and great venerables. They seem to have a Tao heart as firm as a rock, but in the end, they still cannot avoid the influence of the rules of heaven and earth. All living things in the world are like this, it's just a matter of sooner or later. Only a few beings who have broken through to the great venerable level can disregard the influence of the rules of heaven and earth, but even they cannot avoid the great calamity. When I returned this time, I found myself surrounded by enemies, and I was ready to kill them all. Even if he wanted to hide his identity, it was useless. The rules of heaven and earth had already turned him into a beacon in the darkness, and he could not hide his brilliance no matter where he went. In the void, they can discover you from billions of miles away and then launch an attack. Their attacks are also aided by the rules of heaven and earth, locking onto them, and even inexplicably passing through the void, instantly traversing extremely long distances to arrive in front of them. There was a flying sword of a perfect expert. It was supposed to take 10 breaths to fly over, but suddenly a spatial gap appeared in front of the flying sword, and it arrived in front of him in the next breath. Only the laws of heaven and earth could do such a thing. Lin Moyu was helpless. This is what is called an enemy of heaven and earth, and there is nowhere to reason with him. Therefore, the best course of action for me is summed up in one word: kill. Xiaoping marches forward, with the shadow insect mother clearing the way. He will not let anyone who attacks him escape. They went on a killing spree, staining the air with blood, leaving only corpses in their wake. After flying for several more days, they finally arrived near the interdomain array. Stop! Lin Moyu gave a low shout, and Xiaoping, who was speeding along, immediately stopped. Xiaoping stared into the void. "Father, what's wrong?" Lin Moyu said, "There are people ahead, you should go back first." There was a hint of seriousness in his tone, and Xiaoping, being very obedient, immediately retreated back into the world of words. Lin Moyu looked at the void ahead. "Senior, please show yourself." The void twisted, and countless stones appeared, followed by the appearance of a colossal creature. His size spanned millions of miles, with countless stones flying around him, each stone resembling a continent. The one who arrived was the Chaos Wild Bull. Lin Moyu never expected to see him here. Lin Moyu whispered, "Didn't you go to the ancient wilderness, Senior? Why are you back?" The Chaos Bull slowly opened its eyes, glanced at Lin Moyu, and its deep voice slowly rang out, "I've come to find you." Lin Moyu asked, "What are your instructions, Senior?" Chaos Wild Ox said, "To Zhao 2 things. First, pass on a message, go and refine the last great formation as soon as possible." It seems he's getting impatient. Lin Moyu knew who had sent the Chaos Bull with this message. It seemed the Celestial Calamity Lord was getting impatient with him. That makes sense. The Great Calamity could erupt at any moment, and that's when a chance to break through to the strongest realm will be. He'll definitely be anxious. The more this is the case, the more it means that the Great Formation is extraordinary, and the less he wants to refine it so quickly. The more anxious you are, the less I care. Lin Moyu asked, "And the second thing?" The Chaos Wild Bull said, "Come here." Lin Moyu flew over. He didn't doubt the Chaos Bull. He could sense that the Chaos Bull had no ill intentions towards him, and he was confident in his own strength. Upon arriving before the Chaos Bull, stones flew from its body, weaving into a large array that created an independent space, shielding the two of them from their presence. Only then did he whisper, "The second thing is a business deal." The arrival of the Chaos Bull actually surprised Lin Moyu. First of all, he wondered why the bull had come to find him. Chaos Bull and Heavenly Calamity Grand Venerable are in cahoots, and both are part of Heavenly Calamity Grand Venerable's organization. Normally, his mission is complete, and he should return to the ancient wilderness, to the underground prepared by the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity, to carry out the next step of his operation. He shouldn't be looking for me. But it's strange that he's now coming to me to discuss a business deal. Lin Moyu thought there was only one possibility. The Chaos Bull and the Great Lord of Calamity were not of one mind. He had his own selfish motives. Or perhaps he discovered some secrets of the Great Lord of Calamities, which led him to have other ideas. Besides this, there is another question. How did Chaos Wilderness find itself? Although he had become an enemy of heaven and earth, the brightest star in the night sky, the Chaos Bull could not find him so easily. Clearly, he had anticipated my arrival and was waiting here. The Chaos Wild Bull's eyes were clear and calm, as if the help had not yet affected him. Lin Moyu was unaware of the Chaos Wild Bull's true strength, but judging solely from its aura, it should be at the level of a quasi-grand venerable. Quasi-great venerables can withstand the current great calamity. Lin Moyu asked, "What kind of business are you looking to do, Senior?" The Chaos Ox said, "I need you to go to a place and retrieve something for me." Lin Moyu nodded. "Where? What are we retrieving?" Chaos Wild Bull said, "I'll talk about 740 later. Let me tell you about your reward first." As it spoke, it opened its mouth, and inside, a dazzling crystal came into view. The crystal sparkles, as if it has gathered all the colors in the world. The gemstone has countless facets, each facet like a mirror, reflecting various images. This situation seems somewhat similar to that of the Space God Mountain, but it is also different. The crystal gave Lin Moyu a more sophisticated feel. This is a priceless treasure. Although he didn't know the crystal, Lin Moyu had already determined its level in his mind. The primordial gem suddenly cried out, "Celestial breaking crystal. How did this thing get here?" Hearing the shocked tone of the primordial gem in his soul, Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Is this thing called the Broken Sky Crystal? Is it related to the Broken Sky Emperor?" Hongming Gemstone said, "Yes, this is something that Emperor Putsong specially refined before entering the Forbidden Zone of Life. At that time, he used a secret method to send the Putsong crystal away, and no one knows where it went. I witnessed Emperor Putsong forging the primordial gemstone, but in the end, Emperor Putsong sent it away, and its whereabouts are unknown. I never expected to find it here. We must get him, Bab, the master must get him. I think there must be something very important inside." Hongming Gem's tone was slightly hurried. It was surprising that someone as indifferent as him would have this side to him. Lin Moyu had made up his mind, but he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he tentatively asked, "What is this?" The Chaotic Wild Ox said, "I don't know what this is either, but it is extremely extraordinary, and it seems to be destined for fellow Taoist Lin. Does fellow Taoist Lin find this reward satisfactory?" Lin Moyu did not answer directly, but asked, "Whether I am satisfied or not depends on where you want me to go, what I want to retrieve, and how much danger there is." Chaos Wild Ox said, "Fellow Taoist Lin should know that there are always some peculiar places in the world that can only be reached through special means. Fellow Taoist Lin needs to go through a space-time tunnel to get there. There are 2 corpses inside. Fellow Taoist Lin can bring them back to Jifu. Those 2 corpses are not easy to move. I have a specially made stone tower here that can hold them. Travel through a time portal to an unknown place and bring back 2 corpses. Moreover, these 2 corpses cannot be moved easily, they can only be put back in place using the stone tower given by Chaos Wilderness." Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that things weren't so simple. "You haven't told me what dangers are there." Chaos Ox said, that place is dangerous for others, but it is not very dangerous for fellow Taoist Lin. Are you sure? Lin Moyu clearly didn't quite believe Chaos Bull's words. Chaos Ox said, Old Ox is very certain that fellow Taoist Lin is at least 9/10 safe there, if not completely. Fellow Taoist Lin must be wondering why Old Ox came to find you, and what is the relationship between Old Ox and him. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. I am indeed a little curious. Chaos Wild Ox said, all the answers will be revealed by Anonymous after fellow Taoist Lin helps me find those 2 corpses. Lin Moyu fell into deep thought, seemingly considering whether or not to go. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart when the broken sky crystal appeared. I want to go. There will be benefits to going, and even if there are some minor dangers, I can accept it. Once I go there, my relationship with the Chaos Bull will change. Even if we can't become friends, at least we won't become enemies. If I don't agree, I'll have one more enemy. Even if I'm not afraid, it will still cause me trouble. After pretending to think for a while, Lin Moyu said, okay, I'll agree, Senior. The Chaos Bull grunted, and a stone tower appeared in front of it. The stone tower was only the size of a palm and was not exquisite at all. This stone tower was crafted by the Chaos Bull from a stone nearby. It has its own internal space and was used to store corpses. After giving the stone tower to Lin Moyu, Chaos Bull whispered, in the center of the easternmost point, there is a sea of fire, and that spatial passage is located within that sea of fire. As for the specific location, fellow Taoist Lin will need to find it himself. The stone tower will react when you approach the passage. The stone tower could not only be used to hold corpses, but also to sense spatial passages. Lin Moyu said, I understand. Chaos Ox continued, in the eastern sea of fire, fellow Taoist Lin may encounter some minor troubles, but I believe fellow Taoist Lin can resolve them. Lin Moyu did not refute, for the small trouble that Chaos Wild Bull mentioned was no small matter. Everyone knows that the Eastern Fire Sea is the place where the Great Venerable of the 9 Moons attained enlightenment, and it is also her lair. Going there will inevitably attract the attention of the Great Venerable of the 9 Moons. Grand Venerable September is the enemy of Grand Venerable Heavenly Calamity. Even if I am not the common enemy of heaven and earth, in her eyes I am the inheritor of Grand Venerable Heavenly Calamity's will, an enemy rather than a friend. She definitely won't let me off easily. This is what you call a minor problem. However, since he had agreed, he naturally wouldn't back down. He was just a grandmaster. If a fight really broke out, he wouldn't be afraid at all. This deal is worthwhile in order to break through the crystallization barrier. Chaos Wild Ox said, I wish fellow Taoist Lin all the best. As he spoke, his massive body twisted, and space itself seemed to fold. He left in an extremely bizarre way, and even Lin Moyu couldn't understand how he left. It seems to be some kind of rule of heaven and earth or some kind of great Tao, rather than space. Lin Moyu asked, Hongming, can you tell how he left? The primordial gem said, he left along the gap in fate. Are you sure? Sure. Destiny flows between heaven and earth. It is formless and intangible, yet it truly exists. It silently permeates every inch of space, every living being, and every moment. It is omnipresent and exists everywhere within the universe. Compared to time and space, fate is even more elusive and uncertain. Even in the most ancient times, among the countless creatures nurtured by heaven and earth, there was never one who could manipulate fate to the extreme. All living beings seem to have only a superficial understanding of fate. On the contrary, after the end of the Second Great Calamity, a new era arrived, cultivators appeared, they comprehended the Great Tao, and some of them comprehended the Great Tao of Destiny. Most of them only touched the surface, but one person went extremely far. His name is Venerable Destiny, a quasi-great venerable. His combat strength is unknown, but in the Tao of Destiny, he has been unparalleled since ancient times. He alone possessed a wealth of secrets about fate, one of which was the ability to create a gap in destiny. Destiny is closely linked to time and space. The Celestial Master can separate destiny and space, creating a gap. He can pass through the gaps and travel to all parts of the world, much faster than teleportation, and even far exceeding space travel. It is even possible to temporarily return to the past through a gap in fate. This ability is extremely mysterious and powerful, and only he possesses it. Lin Moyu was surprised that the Chaos Bull had suddenly displayed this ability. Does he think I can't understand it at all? This ability alone is almost enough to determine the identity of a Chaos Academy student. However, the Celestial Destiny Venerable has already perished, so why would he be related to the Chaos Wild Ox? The two are completely unrelated. The Primordial Gem said, "In any world, destiny is an extremely mysterious thing. Few people can comprehend destiny, and even fewer can take advantage of the gaps in destiny." His ability to do things silently demonstrates his mastery of manipulating the gaps in fate, suggesting that he has come a long way in the path of destiny. Lin Moyu continued, "Fate can predict the future, so it knew I would come here and was waiting for me here." Hongming Gem said, "That should be the case, otherwise it doesn't make sense." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "So he's confident I'll agree to this deal." Hongming Gem shook its head. "It's hard to say. Fate is just a prediction, not entirely accurate. Moreover, fate cannot predict people's hearts. It's impossible for it to know what its master is thinking. Moreover, the crystal of breaking the sky is not a thing of this world. The origin and function of this world cannot be deduced by the laws of destiny. He has no use for the crystal of breaking the sky at all." Lin Moyu said, "But he could tell that the broken sky crystal was extraordinary, and he deduced that the broken sky crystal might be useful to me. Therefore, he was confident in discussing this deal with me." Hongming Gemstone said, "That should be the case." Lin Moyu muttered to himself, "Now I'm quite curious about what those two corpses he had me bring back were." The Primordial Gem said, "You'll find out when you get there." "Is there any place in this world that our master can't go?" Lin Moyu chuckled, "Yeah, we'll find out when we get there." "Why think so much?" Lin Moyu had some thoughts on her mind and found things becoming increasingly interesting. He summoned Xiaoping again, changed direction, and flew towards the center of the East Pole. The flames of war have spread into the interior of the Eastern Pole. Creatures from the ancient wilderness are pouring into the Eastern Pole from all directions. The creatures of the Eastern Pole cannot stop them all at the border, and many have entered the interior of the Eastern Pole. In addition, chaos seems to be taking place inside the Eastern Pole, with some creatures engaging in a great battle. Countless lives were lost and injured. The chaos in the entire Eastern Pole region was far more severe than Lin Moyu had imagined. The situation in the East Pole provides insight into the situation in other polar regions, and it is unlikely to be much better. No one can escape the impact of this great calamity. The easternmost point is very large. Xiaoping flew at full speed, and it took him several years to get close to the center. Along the way, he witnessed countless battles and saw many people attack Lin Moyu. The number of people killed by Xiaoping alone was in the tens of thousands. The number of perfected realm experts who died at the hands of Lin Moyu has exceeded 100. Flames appeared in sight. We had finally reached the great Eastern Pole Sea of Fire. There is a pure land in the west and a sea of fire in the east. The Sea of Fire is the source of power in the east. The creatures of the Eastern Pole are skilled in manipulating fire-based magic, and their tempers are relatively volatile. The root of this lies here. Just as they saw the Sea of Fire, space suddenly shattered in front of them, and crystalline beings flew out from it. Eastern Dragon Python, what a coincidence! Lin Moyu smiled slightly, surprised to see them here. When he first arrived in the Eastern Pole, he used the Eastern Pole Dragon Python as a weapon to find the broken Interdomain array. At that time, he killed one of the ancestors of the Eastern Dragon Python. The Eastern Dragon Python had 8 ancestors, and he killed one of them, leaving 7 remaining. Unexpectedly, these 7 patriarchs, along with their clansmen, have appeared here at the same time. If they weren't deliberately waiting for me, then all I can say is, what a coincidence. 0. Requesting flowers. The Eastern Dragon Pythons flew out of the sky. their bodies covered in blood, and some of their members were still injured and dripping blood, clearly having just experienced a great battle. They also seemed to have come to the Eastern Fire Sea. Any living being from the Eastern Fire Sea can feel the primal power of the Eastern Fire Sea, and their injuries can heal more quickly here. But the next moment, their gazes all fell on Lin Moyu. The footsteps that were heading towards the Sea of Fire suddenly stopped. Lin Moyu, the brightest star in the night sky, firmly attracted their attention. Especially the 7 patriarchs, in their eyes, Lin Moyu is the treasure for achieving enlightenment. The moment they saw Lin Moyu, only one thought crossed their minds: killing Lin Moyu would allow them to become the Great Venerable. Faced with the temptation of becoming a Great Venerable, the 7 people's Taoist hearts, deeply affected by the Great Calamity, were quickly blinded. They lost their minds, their eyes glowing red, and they roared as they charged towards Lin Moyu. Space shattered, and a large number of Eastern Dragon Pythons traversed the space, using spatial power to attack Lin Moyu. Kill them all! Lin Moyu sighed softly and gave an order to the Shadow Insect Queen hidden in the shadows. In an instant, the chant turned into a scream. The Eastern Dragon Python traversed space, but before it could return to reality to attack Lin Moyu, it was already killed by the Shadow Insect Mother in another dimension. The Shadow Insect Queen wielded its 1,000 legs like 1,000 sharp blades, traversing time and space to attack the Eastern Dragon Python at different points in time. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Eastern Dragon Pythons, including their 7 ancestors, were simultaneously decapitated and their souls were annihilated. Space churned, and these dead Eastern Dragon Pythons returned to the real world, with fragmented corpses floating in the void and blood splattering everywhere. Lin Moyu sat on Xiaoping, flew over the shattered corpses, and rushed into the Sea of Fire. This was the fate of the Eastern Dragon Python. If they hadn't encountered Lin Moyu, they wouldn't have died. However, during the Great Calamity, they could not escape the arrangements of fate. The karmic ties between himself and the Eastern Dragon Python were thus completely severed. When Xiaoping arrived at the edge of the East Pole Fire Sea, you could feel the heat and phlegm brought by the fire. This place seems to be unwelcoming to any outsiders. Creatures from the Eastern Pole can enter here, and as long as they don't go too deep, they can be safe and sound. They can even cultivate here and recover from injuries. But if I go inside, I will be attacked by a sea of fire. You go back and rest first. I'll handle things on my own from now on. After retrieving Xiaoping, Lin Moyu ventured alone into the inferno. The flames in the easternmost part of the city instantly coiled around him like snakes, but Lin Moyu let the flames burn him, strolling leisurely through the sea of fire. The powerful physical body naturally exuded an aura that formed an invisible barrier, isolating the flames. The fire of the Eastern Pole could not cause Lin Moyu any harm. Lin Moyu's arrival was like cold water being poured into a frying pan, immediately triggering a chain reaction in the East Pole Fire Sea. The flames boiled, and the Sea of Fire seemed to come alive, determined to burn Lin Moyu to ashes. The firepower continued to increase, but no matter how strong it became, it was helpless against Lin Moyu. The Sea of Fire did not give up. Its power continued to grow stronger, seemingly without end. Lin Moyu heard countless angry roars, and a large number of creatures were rushing over. Even the Eastern Sea of Fire could not hide their presence. You've misbehaved again. You are breaking the rules of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu said 970 softly, her tone containing a hint of disdain. One reason why the East Pole Fire Sea reaction was so intense was that the rules of heaven and earth were manipulated. In the past, there were outsiders entering the East Pole Fire Sea, and the East Pole Fire Sea would react, but not to such an intensity. Countless creatures live in the East Pole Sea of Fire. These creatures usually do not leave the Sea of Fire, but now they see me as their enemy and are flying towards me. But before they could even get close to Lin Moyu, they were killed by the Shadow Insect Mother and turned into corpses that drifted in the flames. Since the cause-finding loop was unavailable, Lin Moyu randomly chose a direction to move forward, occasionally taking out the stone tower to look at it, waiting for the stone tower to react. The East Pole Fire Sea is vast, and his method of searching seems like looking for a needle in a haystack, but as long as he is fast enough, It won't be long before he can search the entire sea and find the needle he's looking for. Although the clumsy method is time-consuming, it works, and Lin Moyu is very patient. Wherever he went, corpses littered the land, and the shadow insect queen hid in time and space, slaying all enemies. Walking over the corpses, Lin Yu searched for the passage hidden in the eastern Sea of Fire. The Sea of Fire raged more and more violently, and the power of the flames continued to increase. At this moment, even a perfect expert would be burned to ashes. But for Lin Moyu, it was still nothing. She didn't even feel the most basic burning sensation. On the 5th day after entering the eastern Sea of Fire, a massive aura rushed in from afar. Finally, someone of real importance has arrived, a quasi-grand venerable. Despite saying that, Lin Moyu didn't even bother to glance at it. So what if he's a quasi-grand master? He'll have to get past the hurdle of the Shadowless Mother first. The quasi-great venerables are not deeply affected by the great calamity of heaven and earth and still retain their own thoughts and ideas. However, the quasi-great venerables of the Eastern Pole are inherently temperamental, and their rationality is somewhat questionable. Stop! Ah! The roar came from afar. Along the way, he saw a large number of corpses, all of which were creatures from the eastern Sea of Fire, which made him extremely angry. Outsiders have entered the East Pole Fire Sea and are indiscriminately slaughtering the creatures within. This is a slap in their face. The cry had barely begun when it turned into a shout in the next 3 breaths. The shadow insect queen made her move, and her fierce attack was enough to make this quasi-great venerable flee in terror. We have no choice but to run, otherwise, we'll lose our lives. The quasi-grand venerable only had time to shout stop, before fleeing, running away even faster than when he arrived. The shadow insect queen did not pursue. It continued to carry out Lin Moyu's orders, guarding the surroundings and killing all enemies that came near, forbidding anyone from crossing the line. Lin Moyu is a symbol of death, a shining star, the absolute center of attention wherever he goes. But appreciating the beauty of the stars comes at the cost of one's life. The Shadow Queen is the red line of life. Those who approach it will surely die. Several more days passed, and Lin Moyu had lost count of how many people had died. He was too lazy to count, nor did he want to. He roughly estimated that the area he had stepped out of was about 1/3 of the East Pole Fire Sea. Even with the worst luck, it should take at most another 100 days to finish searching. As for luck, it's definitely the worst possible outcome. I'm an enemy of heaven and earth, so there's no luck to speak of. The Sea of Fire boiled again, and Lin Moyu looked up and sensed something was wrong. This time, the inferno was boiling over, unlike before. Countless roars and screams rang out as the corpses of the fiery creatures previously killed by the Shadow Insect Queen instantly turned into red ash and converged in the same place. The entire Sea of Fire transformed into a spatial passage, through which these reddish-gray figures passed and arrived at the same place. At the same time, a large number of fiery creatures appeared there, shrouded in red ash. The red ash from their corpses fell on them, quickly accumulating into a thick layer. These creatures then merged together with the ash, transforming into a giant crimson beast whose body was covered in flames. The behemoth exuded an aura no weaker than that of a Grand Venerable, seemingly even stronger than the previous quasi-Grand Venerable. It is said that there are billions of creatures in the Eastern Sea of Fire, usually scattered and not gathered together, but when they do gather, they form fire beasts with the majesty of great beings. It seems this is true. Lin Moyu looked at the crimson behemoth and spoke softly. Chaos Child said, the Eastern Fire Sea should be the transformation of the dead Wildfire Beast. This fire beast looks somewhat similar to the former Wildfire Beast, but its strength is far inferior. Lin Moyu remembered that the Wildfire Beast was ranked 9th in the rankings of Little Tree and Chaos Child. Those who could rank in the top 10 in ancient times were all powerful beings, no weaker than the Great Venerables. This fire beast, formed from countless creatures gathered from the Sea of Fire, only bears a slight resemblance to the Wildfire Beast. In terms of power, it is still somewhat inferior. The Shadow Insect Queen made her move, her 1,000 legs transforming into blades, traversing time and space to launch attacks simultaneously from different directions. The fire beast roared, and flames shot into the sky, but it was powerless against the shadow insect queen. The fire beast's attacks, however powerful, are only in the real world, while the shadow insect queen's attacks come from another dimension, only entering the real world at the moment the attack erupts. Boom! The sharp blade pierced the fire beast's body, unleashing immense power that tore most of the fire beast's body to pieces. Then, the remaining half of the body also collapsed. The power of spacetime churned in the void, causing different parts of the fire beast's body to fall into different spaces and times, unable to connect, and naturally collapse. It was originally just a fusion of countless living beings, so it was inherently unstable. It possessed the aura of a great venerable, yet it was so easily defeated. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly, with a hint of disdain. If it were truly a great venerable, the attack effect of the Shadowless Mother wouldn't be this good in version 5.1. Unfortunately, the opponent was just an empty shell. Dealing with a perfected realm expert was easy, but against a stronger opponent, he would be nothing more than a sitting duck. The fire beast shattered, and countless creatures in the sea of fire died on the spot, their resentment soaring into the sky. A blinding light appeared in the distance, and a great sun rose from the sea of fire. Then, one after another, in the blink of an eye, another sun appeared above the sea. Lin Moyu looked at the Nine-Sun Venerable with some disdain. Once a defeated foe in the ancient wilderness, what tricks will this reappear now? Even though this is his territory and his strength can be greatly enhanced here, he still has no chance of winning against the Shadow Insect Queen. 9 great suns shone brightly, and the 9 Suns Venerable appeared within them. He looked at Lin Moyu with icy eyes. "It's you." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "I'm here to take care of something. I'll leave as soon as I'm done. Don't stop me, or I'll kill you." On the territory of a near-great venerable, Lin Moyu uttered such arrogant words not because he was bold, but because he had ample confidence. The 9 Suns Venerable's expression turned cold. "Do you know that you are now an enemy of heaven and earth?" Lin Moyu said, "You're asking a question you already know the answer to. You know perfectly well how I became the enemy of heaven and earth." The 9 Sun Venerable seemed to recall what had happened that day, and his expression suddenly changed. "You did this on purpose?" Lin Moyu said, "You're not stupid. Killing you might be the key to enlightenment. Want to give it a try?" "Give it a try?" A look of hesitation immediately appeared in the eyes of the 9 Suns Venerable. He really couldn't see through Lin Moyu's true strength. This guy, who looks like he's only at the peak of the Chaos Realm, is actually far stronger than that. Killing him would not be an easy task for me. But if we don't take action, who knows how many more districts will die. As a quasi-great venerable of the Eastern Pole, he clearly understood the importance of the creatures in the Eastern Pole Sea of Fire, which was related to the very foundation of the Eastern Pole. Many creatures in the Eastern Pole were born from the Eastern Pole Sea of Fire. If all the creatures in the Sea of Fire perish, then the East Pole will suffer a severe blow. Does it block 11? He wanted to stop Lin Moyu, but hesitated, not daring to make a move. Golden flames appeared, and someone came to the side of the 9 Suns Venerable. It was the quasi-celestial venerable who had been driven away by the desolate Shadow Mother earlier. His name is Venerable Golden Fire, and he is one of the quasi-great venerables of the Eastern Pole. In the Eastern Pole, besides the great venerable Jiuyue, there are 3 other quasi-great venerables, Venerable Jiuri, Venerable Jinhua, and Venerable Fenhun. He whispered, "On the 9th day, we'll join forces to deal with him." There was no reply on the 9th day, neither a yes nor a no. Lin Moyu ignored everyone else and continued searching for a passage through the Sea of Fire, saying, "I'll give you 10 breaths to think things through." For a mere cultivator at the peak of the Chaos Realm to speak to a great venerable in such a manner is utterly disrespectful. The 2 quasi-great masters were burning with anger, but dared not utter a word of rebuke. Lin Moyu has his own confidence. If he dares to say it, he can certainly do it. The Venerable 9 Suns suddenly asked, "What do you want to do?" He had a thought in his mind. He hoped Lin Moyu would finish his work quickly and get out of there. Lin Moyu paused. "By the way, you seem to know this place well. Could you please tell me if there's a passage here?" Perhaps it's hidden and the entrance is sealed off. How did you know? Venerable Nine Sons exclaimed instinctively. This secret was known to only 3 people in the entire Eastern Pole, the 2 of them and their younger sister, the great Venerable Jiu-Yue. No one else knew how Lin Moyu found out. Lin Moyu said, "It seems you know. I came here to find this passage. Take me there. I'll save my energy, and you'll lose some men." "Impossible!" Venerable Nine Sons shouted, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Moyu said, "You've refused so decisively, it seems there's no room for negotiation. Fine, I'll search slowly. I'll find it eventually, even if I have to search all over the Eastern Fire Sea. But if this place becomes a dead zone by then, don't blame me." The Nine Sons' Venerable's expression had become extremely ugly, his killing intent rising, and his eyes glowing red, as if he was about to make a move at any moment. Lin Moyu didn't care at all and continued searching in the sea of fire, moving forward step by step. The pagoda in his hand did not glow, so the passage was not here. 10 breaths passed quickly, and the Nine-Son Venerable still did not make a move. He remained still, and Venerable Golden Fire did not hesitate to make a move. But just because they don't take action doesn't mean Lin Moyu won't. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, 10 breaths have passed. Since you are unwilling to leave, I have no choice but to send you away. With a thought, the Shadow Insect Queen suddenly made her move, her attack piercing through time and space, instantly appearing in front of the 2. Faced with the sudden attack, the 2 Venerables of the Nine Sons simultaneously launched a counterattack. They were prepared, but it was clearly not very effective. Both of them simultaneously donned flame armor and each took out a magical artifact. Faced with the sharp, blade-like insect legs coming from all directions, they resolutely fought back, unleashing wave after wave of attacks. The attack passed through the insect's legs, as if the legs didn't exist. The insect's legs may seem to be right in front of you, but they are actually in a different time and space. Only at the last moment of contact do they return to the real time and space. The attacks of the 2 quasi-great beings were ineffective and had no effect on the Shadow Insect Mother. Her feet passed through the flames and landed on them. Flames shot into the sky, and the 2 were blasted away. Their fiery armor provided amazing protection, blocking the attack of the Shadow Insect Queen, with only a few tiny cracks appearing on its body. Under the firelight, these flames quickly recovered. The Nine Sons Venerable shouted, "This is a shadow worm, possessing the power of space-time. I'll hold it off, you go kill that guy." "Good." Upon hearing this, Venerable Golden Fire transformed into flames and disappeared into the sea of fire. The Nine Sons Venerable took out a barrel-shaped magic weapon, which hung upside down in the air! Amidst the furious roar, the sea of fire surged forth, encircling a vast expanse of void, locking down time and space, and sealing off the void itself. The Shadow Insect Queen is among them, and is temporarily trapped. It won't be trapped for long, at most a few breaths. For a Grandmaster, a few breaths is enough time to accomplish many things. Taking advantage of the moment when the Shadow Insect Queen was trapped, Venerable Golden Fire traversed the sea of fire and instantly arrived in front of Lin Moyu, reforming his form. He wants to kill Lin Moyu. Once he kills Lin Moyu, everything will be over. Moreover, Lin Moyu is both an enemy of heaven and earth and the opportunity for him to attain enlightenment. His eyes held excitement, greed, and a thirst for power. He unleashed his magic weapon, unleashing flames. This strike gathered all his power, and the power of a quasi-great being shook the heavens and earth, shattering the void. Lin Moyu's gaze was icy. "The Nine Sons Venerable is quite clever, sending you here to die." These words made Venerable Jinri feel uneasy, but the arrow had already been released and there was no turning back. Lin Moyu made no move, did not retaliate, and did not even stop walking, letting the attacks fall on her body. An attack from a quasi-great venerable would severely injure even a great venerable. If it were a Chaos Realm Perfection cultivator, they would be instantly wiped out in large numbers. Lin Moyu was engulfed by flames, which manifested as countless giant beasts and weapons that rained down on him, aiming to shatter him into pieces. Lin Moyu remained unharmed, with all attacks absorbed by his physical body. He had originally intended to test the effects of the heaven and earth domain, but failed to activate it. Venerable Jinri's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "This is impossible." A hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. "Your power is too weak. Since the heaven and earth realm cannot be tested, let's try another technique. Ultimate and indestructible." With the power of magic, realms, and divine language falling upon him, Lin Moyu's aura suddenly intensified, and a vast force surged from within him, instantly circulating throughout his body. Lin Moyu felt his strength had greatly increased, but he didn't know exactly how much. It seems like he has already broken through the great venerable limit, but it also seems like he hasn't. At this moment, his physical body and soul entered a state of immortality, and he could withstand any amount of power. Without thinking twice, he unleashed a punch at Grandmaster Jinri. A giant fist appeared in the sea of fire, punching a huge hole in the flames. Wherever the fist struck, the flames were extinguished. The moment the fist was thrown, the soul attack arrived first, and Venerable Jinri let out a scream. His soul was shaken. Though he wasn't seriously injured, it caused him to lose his senses for a moment, and that moment was fatal. Lin Moyu's heavy punch, carrying unimaginable immense force, landed heavily on Venerable Jinri. The powerful physical body of the quasi-great Venerable was as fragile as tofu when faced with Lin Moyu's fist, and it disintegrated on the spot. Countless pieces of flesh scattered in the void and fell into the sea of fire. The giant fist shattered the golden sun Venerable and continued to rush into the sea of fire, stirring up towering waves of fire. The entire sea of fire trembled. The power of Lin Moyu's punch had surpassed that of Dalong. Above the sea of fire, a peculiar flame flickered incessantly, within which a half-crippled phantom could be faintly seen. The soul of Venerable Jinri was filled with terror. His powerful physical body was so vulnerable. His physical body was destroyed, and his soul was severely damaged. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have perished. "What level of cultivation do you possess?" He was practically screaming as he roared. Even a great venerable couldn't possibly have injured him like this with a single blow. Lin Moyu appears to be only at the peak of the Chaos Realm, so how could his experience be so terrifying? Facing the roar of Venerable Jinri, Lin Moyu didn't waste any words and threw another punch. Venerable Jinri screamed in terror and plunged into the sea of fire, fleeing at breakneck speed. Lin Moyu's fist followed into the sea of fire, once again causing chaos as he was engulfed in flames. If Lin Moyu were to strike twice more, he would likely extinguish this ancient inferno in the eastern part of the world. Whether Venerable Kim Il can escape Lin Moyu's punches depends on his luck. After throwing a punch, Lin Moyu ignored it and looked at the Nine Suns Venerable in the distance. The Nine Suns Venerable let out a strange cry and rushed into the sea of fire, disappearing along with his 9 great sons. He fled too, and just as quickly. His eyes were filled with fear. He knew Lin Moyu was strong, but he didn't expect her to be this strong. To become an enemy of heaven and earth, one's strength is truly unimaginable. After all, this is an enemy of heaven and earth, not something anyone can just decide to do. In the eyes of heaven and earth, everyone is like an ant. Even a great being is nothing more than a slightly larger ant. To become an enemy of heaven and earth, one must break the bottom line of heaven and earth, constantly anger them, and invite powerful punishment from the rules. Some harsh conditions are also required. Even for him or other great beings, it would be very difficult to do so. Therefore, the fact that Lin Moyu can become an enemy of heaven and earth is enough to show that he is very strong. I never expected that his strength would be so great that his sun fist could almost instantly kill a quasi-grandmaster. Faced with such a being, shouldn't one just stay and wait to die instead of fleeing? Lin Moyu stood with his hands behind his back, watching the 9 Suns Venerable escape. He neither chased after him nor sent the freed shadow insect mother to pursue him. You're not slow in escaping, but where can you possibly escape to? Judging from the 9 Suns Venerable's reaction just now, Lin Moyu already knew that the passage was indeed in the eastern sea of fire, and the fact that he refused to exchange it showed that the passage was very important to them. Why is a spatial passage so important? That's interesting. And what's behind that passage? If I'm not mistaken, the Great Venerable of September should be right by the passage. So all we need to do is find the Heavenly Venerable of September. Lin Moyu thought of a simpler method. Instead of aimlessly searching for the passage, he should go directly to the Great Venerable Jiuyue. After all, the soul of a Great Venerable is different. He can see the soul directly. The soul of a Great Venerable is so dazzling that it is much easier to find. Hongming Gem said, "Actually, there is an even simpler way. Master, you can just smash the sea of fire. I feel it can't withstand more than a few punches." Lin Moyu chuckled softly, "In case." Before she could finish speaking, her body and soul shattered simultaneously, a purple light flashed, and Lin Moyu was quickly reborn. The immortality effect brought by the ultimate in indestructibility has expired. The immense power has exceeded its capacity, causing the physical body and soul to shatter simultaneously. Lin Moyu knew that his punch just now had surpassed the level of a grandmaster and touched upon the next level. However, he is far inferior to the true supreme powerhouse, but he can still fight a few rounds with a guy like the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity. Moreover, he can be reborn continuously, and each rebirth allows him to use the ultimate indestructibility once more. Facing the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity or the Tao, although I dare not say I will win, I can at least remain undefeated, and that is enough. Lin Moyu sighed softly, "My physical body and soul are still not strong enough. It seems I still need to find a suitable place to die tens of thousands more times." Hongming Gem said, "This place is not easy to find." Lin Moyu said, "There will be a way. Let's continue with the previous topic. It's not difficult to break through the sea of fire. I'm afraid that something unexpected might happen to that passage when I break through the sea of fire. For example, the entrance to the passage was damaged, the passage itself was destroyed, or the location was changed, etc. Therefore, it's best to find it using the conventional methods." Hongming Gem said, "That's fine, it won't take long anyway." Lin Moyu chuckled, "I should have found it soon." His gaze pierced through the sea of fire and landed on a ball of soul flame in the far distance. That ball of soul flame was at least 100 billion miles away from him. It was a soul flame belonging to the Great Venerable level, much brighter than the Eastern Sea of Fire. The opponent was undoubtedly the Great Venerable of September. 100 billion miles was not too far for a Great Venerable. The fighting here was so intense just now, yet the Great Venerable of September did not react at all. This was very strange. What is the Great Venerable of September doing? I won't reveal it. In his line of sight, a slightly inferior soul flame suddenly appeared beside the Great Venerable Nine Moons. Lin Moyu recognized this soul flame as the soul flame of the Venerable Nine Sons. The Nine Sons Venerable escaped to his younger sister's side. Then, another fragment of soul flame appeared. The Golden Sun Venerable was fortunate enough to escape this calamity and was able to barely survive. These three soul flames guided Lin Moyu, who immediately flew forward through the sea of fire. With a target in mind, he flew very fast, unleashing the immense power of his physical body. The sea of fire automatically parted to the sides, making way for him. At this moment, the East Pole Fire Sea was suppressed by Lin Moyu's aura, and since it could not harm Lin Moyu in the first place, it could not even be touched now. After flying billions of miles at an astonishing speed, Lin Moyu met the three people. The Venerable Jinri, now only a remnant soul, screamed the moment he saw Lin Moyu, "How did you find this place so quickly?" The Nine Sons Venerable's expression was extremely ugly. He hadn't expected Lin Moyu to find this place so quickly. After all, this was the Eastern Fire Sea, surrounded by flames on all sides. His soul perception was blocked by King Nua. Even if Lin Moyu wanted to find this place, it would take him quite a while. They never imagined that Lin Moyu could lock onto souls from the vast flames and use those souls to lock onto them. The Nine Sons have risen again. Now, there is no way to avoid it, only a battle remains. Lin Moyu ignored them and glanced at the stone tower in his hand. The stone tower was now glowing, indicating that they had reached the vicinity of the passage. However, there was no trace of a passage here. Lin Moyu's gaze swept across the area and finally landed behind the Nine Sons Venerable. Behind him, a man sat cross-legged amidst the flames. 9 bright moons floated and sank within the flames, each one different, some full, some crescent. The Great Venerable of September. Lin Moyu muttered something under his breath. He still couldn't see the passage. But one thing is certain, the passage is here. Lin Moyu's gaze swept around like a sharp blade, finally returning to September Inzuan. The passageway was right where she was sitting, its existence obscured by flames and the 9-sided moon. He noticed that Grand Venerable Jiuyu's condition was somewhat strange at the moment. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be fully engaged in something, unable to concentrate. Hong Meng Jem said she should be breaking through the passage. In terms of eyesight, Hong Meng Jem is superior to Lin Moyu. He can see more. Lin Moyu asked, "How's the cracking going?" Hong Meng Jem said, "It has created a gap. This passage is very peculiar. You can't tell anything from the surface. You have to come and touch it yourself to know for sure. The Master's stone tower should be the key to the passage. The fact that this passage could cause such a great master to struggle so much shows that it is indeed extraordinary." Lin Moyu arrived without speaking or making a move, and Venerable Jinri also dared not make a move. He raised 9 great suns and was on full alert. After observing for a while, Lin Moyu said loudly, "I am not a bloodthirsty person. I will give you another chance. Make way and I will not make things difficult for you." Venerable Jinri said in a low voice, "The answer is the same as last time, impossible." As soon as he finished speaking, the great sun simultaneously shot out 10,000 rays of fire. Eastern Purgatory. Activate the formation. In an instant, a large array emerged from the sea of fire, enveloping Lin Moyu within it. The 9 Sons Great Venerable set up an array in the Eastern Fire Sea, which could not only gather all the power of the Eastern Fire Sea, but also call upon the power of the Great Tao and the Chaos. It uses the Eastern Fire Sea as its foundation to refine all living things, while also using the Chaos Tao as a cage to prevent those within the formation from escaping. Even a Great Venerable would suffer an unbearable headache if trapped in this formation. This great formation was used once before, when a Great Venerable was trapped for 100 years. This time, Lin Moyu was bathed in flames. The fire of the Eastern Pole was pushed to its limit, but for Lin Moyu, it only brought some warmth. It would be almost impossible to harm him with this fire. Lin Moyu has several ways to break the formation. The simplest way is to use brute force. He only needs to use his ultimate indestructibility and follow up with 2 or 3 more punches to shatter the formation. One force can break all laws, as long as the power is sufficient. No matter what formation or method you use, it will all be destroyed. This method, though simple, cannot make the other party feel hopeless. To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. Since you want to use an array to deal with me, then I will not hesitate to take this array away, along with the entire Eastern Fire Sea. This formation, named Eastern Purgatory, has obviously been set up for many years. It can control all the power of the Eastern Fire Sea and has become the core of the Eastern Fire Sea. Using this formation, we can completely compress the Eastern Fire Sea, collect it all within the formation, and then take it away. Although the East Pole Fire Sea is nothing special, it would be considered a scenic spot in the world of Yushin, and it would be nice for his wife to come and admire it occasionally. If the 9 Sons Great Venerable knew that Lin Moyu was thinking this way, he would definitely regret using this formation. It was too late now. Lin Moyu observed the formation for a moment in the fire and had already grasped its entirety. Despite being an enemy of heaven and earth and shielded by the rules of heaven and earth, the level of array formation and the effect of runes still exist. The rules of heaven and earth cannot shield runes, otherwise, all formations and runes in the chaotic ancient wilderness would become ineffective. Lin Moyu drew runes, hundreds of them appearing in an instant, passing through the flames and merging into the formation. With the blessing of Lin Moyu's runes, the power of the formation became stronger once again, and the power of the Eastern Fire Sea exceeded its own limitations, becoming even stronger. The Nine Sons Venerable, who was manipulating the Eastern Purgatory Array, suddenly looked puzzled. How did the power of the array become stronger? The Venerable Jinri whispered, "Isn't it good to become stronger? Burn him to death and refine his soul into a venomous beast. He is now only a remnant soul, and it will take a long time to recover. Even if he recovers, it will be difficult for him to return to his former peak." He harbored deep hatred for Lin Moyu and never considered that the Nine Sons Venerable might have deliberately sent him to deliver vegetables, using him as a stepping stone. Venerable Jinri now regards Lin Moyu as his mortal enemy and wishes Lin Moyu would die immediately. The Nine Sons Venerable shook his head. "I feel it's not that simple. I know very well how powerful the Eastern Pole Purgatory Array is. This array has now exceeded its intended strength." Venerable Jinri asked, "What exactly does that mean? Is it good or bad?" With only a remnant soul remaining, even his thoughts became unusually simple. He had no idea that because he was only a remnant soul, he was affected by the great calamity of heaven and earth. His thinking was not only simple, but also became warlike, and even oblivious to death. The power of the Eastern Pole Purgatory Array is still increasing, and the entire Eastern Pole Sea of Fire is boiling. Screams echoed from afar, rising and falling in a continuous stream. The creatures that originally lived in the Eastern Sea of Fire are now being burned and refined by the rapidly increasing Eastern Sea of Fire, becoming the power within the Sea of Fire. The Nine Sons Venerable's expression changed drastically. "This is bad. There's something wrong with the formation." He sensed that there was a problem with the formation, but he didn't know where the problem lay. Even if you racked your brains, you would never have imagined that this great formation was changing hands. The Sea of Fire boiled to its limit, then began to shrink rapidly at an astonishing speed. In less than half an hour, the enormous East Pole Sea of Fire shrank by a factor of 10 million. Ultimately, it only covered an area of 1,000 miles, which happened to be the core area of the Eastern Extreme Purgatory Human Array. As the Sea of Fire shrank, its power intensified, and even the Nine Sons Venerable felt the intense heat. Venerable Jinri, a quasi-great venerable who had comprehended the great Tao of fire and cultivated countless times in the Eastern Sea of Fire, was now being scalded by the Sea of Fire. The Nine Sons Venerable's face turned extremely ugly as he realized he had completely lost control of the formation. This Eastern Extreme Purgatory formation no longer belongs to him. In fact, it can now be used against him. Lin Moyu emerged from the Sea of Fire unharmed. The massive array, spanning thousands of miles, shrank once more, eventually shrinking to the size of a fist and landing in Lin Moyu's palm, becoming an extremely scorching flame. Lin Moyu gently manipulated the flames as if juggling a ball. "The Eastern Pole Fire Sea is quite nice. I'll gladly accept it." Without any hesitation, he directly sent the Eastern Fire Sea into the Language God realm, and from then on, the Eastern Fire Sea belonged to him and had nothing to do with the East. The Nine Sons Venerable's face was somewhat pale, and he was trembling all over, both angry and afraid. Taking away the East Pole Fire Sea is taking away the very foundation of the East Pole. How can one not be angry? However, Lin Moyu's methods filled him with fear and dread. How could such methods exist? The formation that was meant to counter him was instead taken away by him, which shows just how skilled Lin Moyu was at formations. In the chaotic ancient wilderness, among all the array masters he knew, none could achieve this. Venerable Jinri's soul trembled violently. After a few breaths, he realized, how is this possible? This is impossible. Lin Moyu shook his head. This quasi-great venerable, who was now only a remnant soul, seemed to be going crazy with fright. His soul is becoming chaotic, and when it becomes completely chaotic, he will go completely insane. The first near-great venerable to be driven mad with fear is about to appear. Lin Moyu said, "All right, enough with the show. It's time to get down to business." As he spoke, he threw a punch, and in an instant, countless giant fists appeared in the void, covering billions of miles of space, falling like a storm. Lin Moyu did not use the ultimate indestructibility skill, as he already knew its effects and did not need to use it again. Even without using the ultimate indestructible state, one can still deal with the Nine Sons Venerable. As for the Golden Sun Venerable, that guy is already crippled. If he doesn't escape, the aftershocks alone would be enough to kill him. Moreover, Lin Moyu did not let him off the hook, and a barrage of punches engulfed him as well. The soul impact arrived first, and wave after wave of impacts caused Venerable Jinri to scream and flee. Unfortunately, there was no sea of fire for him to escape into now, so he desperately fled into the distance, using all his strength to resist the soul impact. The Nine Sons Venerable stood firm, blocking the way for the Nine Moons Venerable. 9 great suns set, merging into one, forming a giant shield in front of them. The fist slammed into the shield, producing a violent boom, and the immense force forced the Nine Sons Venerable to retreat continuously. Lin Moyu's physical body and soul are extremely powerful. With just these 2 powers, he is enough to compete with the top Grand Venerables. Although the Nine Sons Venerable is not weak, he is still far inferior to Lin Moyu. The Nine Sons Venerable was repeatedly forced back until he reached the side of the Nine Moons Venerable. He then stopped retreating and roared as he forced himself to stand up to the Great Venerable. Numerous cracks appeared on the shield. The 9 great suns were the foundation of his Tao, and the appearance of cracks meant that his Tao foundation was damaged. But he still did not retreat, firmly protecting the Great Venerable of September. Lin Moyu's fist rained down relentlessly. As long as the 9th Venerable relaxed even slightly, the rain would fall upon the 9th Venerable's body. The cracks on the shield increased, and numerous cracks also appeared on the body of the Nine Sons Venerable. If his foundation is damaged, he will naturally be injured as well. Even so, he did not back down an inch. They really have a deep sibling bond. Lin Moyu chuckled and stopped attacking. Instead, she looked at him with a smile and said, "Great Venerable Jiu is exploring that passage, isn't she? I suggest we give up. That passage is not suitable for her." The Nine Sons Venerable breathed a slight sigh of relief, but his expression remained grave. "Do you know something?" Lin Moyu said, "I was asked to go to the other end of the passage to retrieve something. I don't know what's inside the passage or what's at the other end." The Venerable Nine Sons asked, "What do you want to retrieve?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I have nothing to say, but you should know that you can't stop me. If I wanted to kill you, it wouldn't be difficult. If you die, do you think Grand Venerable Jiu can survive in her current state?" The void twisted, and suddenly sharp blades appeared. They were the legs of the Shadow Insect Queen, coming from different times and spaces, gleaming with a cold light. The Venerable Nine Sons naturally knew that what Lin Moyu said was true, but his eyes were filled with conflict and hesitation. After a few breaths, he said, "It's not that I don't want to retreat, but that I can't." "Oh?" Lin Moyu looked curious. "Tell me more about it." The Venerable Nine Sons said, "This passage was hidden in the Eastern Sea of Fire and was only revealed by an accident. It has been tens of thousands of years since then. We studied it for a long time, and Xiaoya finally broke through a crack, so her soul went in to explore, and then she could never return." Lin Moyu said, "Didn't she only have a wisp of her soul inside?" "The Undying, I can see that the soul of the Great Venerable of September is still radiant, and it must have only entered a wisp, or a soul clone, so there is no fear of any accidents." The Nine Sons Venerable said, "At that time, Xiaoya created a soul clone to enter it, thinking that everything would be foolproof, but her consciousness was locked inside and she could not return. What went in was a soul clone, but the consciousness of the Great Venerable of September was attached to that soul clone. As a result, the soul clone, along with its consciousness, was locked inside, causing the original body to appear intact but lack consciousness. However, this seems to defy common sense, as consciousness is essentially uncontrollable and can return at any time. At worst, one can simply abandon the soul clone, and the consciousness can return. This is the rule of heaven and earth. Unless the passage doesn't lead to the chaotic ancient wilderness, but rather to another set of rules governing the world, only this explanation makes sense." The Venerable Nine Sons said, "If you can get in, could you help me?" His meaning was clear. now that the Great Venerable of September's consciousness could not return, he was essentially a living dead. No wonder there was no movement from the Great Venerable of September when I came to the Eastern Pole last time. It turns out an accident happened. Lin Moyu thought to himself, it's not that I can't help you, but what's in it for me? Don't forget, you wanted to kill me before, and you might want to kill me again in the future. The Venerable Nine Sons immediately said, I can swear that no matter what your identity is, I will never be your enemy in the future. Lin Moyu laughed and said, do you think I'm afraid of you? It's rather ridiculous to make a vow based on something you're not afraid of. The Nine Sons Venerable thought for a moment and said, you are now the enemy of heaven and earth. All magic treasures are useless to you, and I don't know what I can give you. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, we have a secret method that might be useful to you. Lin Moyu said, you yourself said I am an enemy of heaven and earth, so what use are secret techniques to me? Requesting flowers, 0. The Nine Sons Venerable quickly shook his head. The method does not rely on the rules of heaven and earth. It doesn't rely on the rules of heaven and earth? There's actually such a secret method. At this moment, the primordial gem transmitted a message, Master, agree to his request. Lin Moyu believed in the primordial gem. There's actually such a secret method? That's quite interesting. I can agree to your request, but I hope you won't lie to me. The Ninth Son Venerable said, I would not joke about Xiaoye. Lin Moyu said, then you step aside, stay back 100 miles away and guard the area. Don't let anyone get close. I'll take care of this. The Nine Sons Venerable was also a decisive person. Since he chose to ask Lin Moyu for help, he chose to trust Lin Moyu. He withdrew from the vast expanse of space, leaving behind a huge void. They summoned hundreds of millions of undead soldiers, who gathered in the void and surrounded the surroundings. He was about to enter the passage, unaware of what would happen inside, and he didn't allow anyone to do anything at the entrance. He didn't even bring the Shadow Insect Queen in, leaving her to guard this place as the last line of defense. In this way, even a Great Venerable would find it difficult to break in. Arriving beside the Great Venerable of September, ignoring the flames surrounding her, he directly entered them. When an outsider entered, the flames spontaneously attacked, and the 9 bright moons shot out dazzling moonlight that struck Lin Moyu. This is Grand Venerable September's proactive defense. It doesn't require her to consciously manipulate it, it's completely automatic. Lin Moyu ignored the attacks, letting them land on her. With his physical body, the spontaneous defensive attacks of a mere Great Venerable posed no threat whatsoever. Beneath the Great Venerable of September, between him and a crescent moon, lies a tiny, inconspicuous crack. The crack is contracting, and some of the power of the Great Venerable of September is constantly being injected into it to maintain the crack. This passage was completely hidden in the void and could not be seen at all. It existed in the East Pole Fire Sea for countless years without being discovered by anyone. If it weren't for that accident, Tong wouldn't have been able to continue hiding. Lin Moyu arrived at the crack. The passage was right in front of him, but invisible. He took out the stone tower and touched the crack. The stone tower immediately emitted a bright light, and a large gate appeared before him. This crack was clearly the seam at the bottom of the door. You even managed to find it through a crack in the door. You're really something. Lin Moyu had already realized that the Great Venerable of September had simply been lucky enough to find this crack in the door. The light from the stone tower fell on the gate as it slowly opened. The door opened, and an unusual aura rushed out. As expected, it's not the chaotic ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu could clearly sense that the aura came from another world. Beyond this passage lay yet another world. How did the Chaos Bull find another world and even let himself go in to retrieve the corpses? And how did he know there were 2 corpses inside? This means he went inside, and even the bodies inside were placed there by his own hands. Before entering the passage, Lin Moyu glanced back at the 9 Sons Venerable. The 9 Son Venerable did not seem to see the opened portal. The reverse passage was only visible to himself. Upon entering, Lin Moyu vanished instantly from the chaotic ancient wilderness. The 9 Sons Venerable suddenly lost Lin Moyu's presence. Strange, where did he go? What was happening before his eyes was beyond his comprehension. He wanted to go and take a look, but the massive number of undead spirit soldiers, as well as the shadow insect queen hiding 920 in another dimension, were all warning him not to come over. 000. Lin Moyu walked at a leisurely pace through the passage, with auras from other realms constantly emanating from him. Judging from the aura Lin Moyu exuded, this world was already dead, and was also a remnant of the world. Of all the worlds I've visited, the remnants of the world at the other end of the passage are the weakest. Entering the passage was equivalent to leaving the chaotic ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu asked, "What is that secret technique?" The fact that the primordial gemstone was so insistent on making me agree before means that its secret technique must be extraordinary. The primordial gem said, "Almost all secret techniques in the world rely on the rules of heaven and earth. Without the support of the rules of heaven and earth, there is no power of the great Tao. Without the power of the great Tao, secret techniques will lose their function. However, there is a special secret technique in the world that is not included here. When each realm is first born, it simultaneously evolves a secret technique, which is called the primordial technique. The primordial technique and the primordial chi are born simultaneously, and they even predate the rules of the realm. They are on the same level as the realm, but above the rules. However, even if ordinary people obtain the heavenly beginning method, they cannot cultivate it. It is not for them to cultivate, but is prepared for the strongest. The strongest can use the heavenly beginning method to further control the world. Legend has it that the heavenly beginning method hides the secret of the origin of the world, but no one has ever been able to fully understand it. Most of the strongest believe that it is just a legend. Lin Moyu understood the underlying meaning. "You think the legend is true?" Hongmeng Gem said, "There must be a reason for any rumor. Emperor Putzong once said that whether a legend is true or false depends on the person who sees it. If you can see through it, it is true. If you can't see through it, it is false." It was Emperor Putzong again, the one who once stood at the very pinnacle of all the strongest beings in the world, and whose knowledge far surpassed that of others. Did he see through it? Hongmeng Gem shook its head. "I probably didn't see through it completely, but I did see some clues. If Master can obtain the heavenly revelation technique, he can study it carefully. Although Master does not want to become the strongest in the chaotic ancient wilderness, learning from others can help us improve. There is no harm in studying it more." Lin Moyu understood that even if he couldn't see through the mystery, he could always understand the surface things, which was indeed only beneficial and had no drawbacks. Moreover, the method of revelation is not easy to find. Many supreme experts have spent a great deal of effort to find it. The laws of revelation are on the same level as heaven and earth. Although they exist within heaven and earth, they are ever-changing and can exist in any form, making them extremely difficult to find. Since he was going to enter the passage anyway, he figured he might as well help the 9 Sons Venerable without suffering any loss. The passage was eerily quiet. An invisible force was pushing me forward, and 2 days passed in this way before I suddenly reached the end of the passage. The sky is high and the land is vast, and a brand new ruin of heaven and earth appears before our eyes. Lin Moyu could sense that the space was quite large, and there was a hidden vitality here, with green trees, mountains, grasslands, and lakes all present. In addition, there are many other buildings that seem to bear the marks of history. Some of the formations are still in operation, protecting these buildings from being destroyed by time. On the surface, it's not obvious that this is a destroyed world. This world has a very special feature: its heaven and earth are upside down. The earth is above our heads, and the sky is below our feet. When the heavens and earth collapsed, this part of the rules was damaged, which led to the current situation. The spatial passage behind him had disappeared, and he needed to find a way back in the world, otherwise he would not be able to return. The stone tower no longer emits light. It has entered this realm. It now serves only one purpose: to hold corpses. A glance swept across the area. There was nothing unusual, no souls, no living beings, and seemingly no danger. Strange, even in such a world, how could it trap the great venerable of September? The sole avatar of the Great Venerable of September entered this place. If there were no danger, it should not be trapped. Even if we can't find our way back right now, so many years have passed, the entire world's ruins should have been searched thoroughly. He summoned the primordial gem and said, "Take a look and see what's wrong here." The primordial gem circled around, surveying the entire world, and narrowed its eyes slightly. There are indeed some problems. The rules of this remnant of heaven and earth have not completely collapsed. It is currently in the process of slow collapse. How so? Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Things seemed more complicated than she had thought. The primordial gem said, "Simply put, this world has indeed collapsed, but it is collapsing very slowly, and it will take a long time to completely shatter. After the world collapses completely, it will not leave behind debris, but will be destroyed directly. If the heavens and earth were to collapse all at once, they would form the remnants of the heavens and earth, which could last for a very long time. However, if it collapses slowly, there will be no step of leaving behind the remains of heaven and earth. It will directly fall into destruction. Although both ultimately lead to destruction, the processes are different." The primordial gem continued, "This kind of world is the one that the strongest beings dislike the most, because it is easy to enter but difficult to leave during the process of collapsing. Getting in isn't difficult. The strongest individuals can create spatial passages to enter. But getting out is troublesome. Those who came in need to find a way out, and such ways are often few, if not many." Lin Moyu asked, "Is there a way out of this world?" Hongming Gem shook its head. "Yes, there are quite a few, but we can't go." "Why?" Lin Moyu asked, puzzled. "Why couldn't they go?" The primordial gem said, "As the world crumbles, space will gradually disintegrate, and the barrier between the 0.5 dimension of the world and the forbidden zone of life will be broken, forming a spatial passage. Therefore, most spatial passages are not the way back, but the way to the forbidden zone of life." Hiss. Going to forbidden zones of life, what's the difference between that and suicide? Even someone as prone to courting death as myself wouldn't dare venture into forbidden zones to seek misery. That's not courting death, that's real death. Lin Moyu said, "There's no way to tell, right?" Hongming Gem nodded, "There's no other way. That's why the strongest people hate it. Entering this kind of world is basically just waiting to die." Lin Moyu thought for a moment and muttered to himself, "Even if the world collapses, the rules still exist. There must be a glimmer of hope in the rules of the world, so it's not a dead end. There must still be a way out." The primordial gem said, "The only way to survive is to find the core of heaven and earth, refine it, and only then can we find our way back. I've had similar experiences twice. Everyone has a causal connection with their own world, and even if they enter another world, this connection will not be completely severed. Just before refining the core of heaven and earth, by following this causal connection, as long as the passage from which they came is still there, they can naturally find it. This method was developed by numerous supreme beings who explored countless worlds. When there's no way back, it's the only way." The primordial gemstone had seen too much in the forbidden zone of life back then. Many of the most elite expeditions used this method to return to their own world. The only problem is that some core elements of heaven and earth are not easy to find, especially those of heaven and earth that are slowly collapsing. They have not completely collapsed yet. The scope of heaven and earth is extremely large, and the core of heaven and earth has not yet emerged. It is not easy to find them. The sole avatar of the Great Venerable of September has been trapped here for many years, and she still hasn't been able to find it. Even if she finds it, she may not have the ability to refine it. Lin Moyu said, "I think I understand why the Chaos Desolate Dragon didn't come on its own. It probably knows something and is afraid that if it comes in, it won't be able to come back." Hongming Gem nodded, finding Lin Moyu's words quite reasonable. Perhaps it was indeed true. Lin Moyu now has 3 tasks. First, to find the 2 corpses mentioned by the Chaos Desolate Dragon and put them into the stone tower. Secondly, find the sole avatar of the Great Venerable of September. Thirdly, find the core of heaven and earth and refine it. Let's take it one step at a time, starting with finding the Chaos Desolate Dragon. With a thought, Lin Moyu summoned a massive number of undead spirit soldiers, which then scattered in all directions. A map appeared in his mind, and it quickly became more detailed. The undead soldiers transmitted back everything they had seen and heard, which was then gathered together to form a detailed topographical map. Lin Moyu felt as if he had returned to the time when he was exploring secret realms. Back then, the first thing he did upon entering a secret realm was to have the skeletons explore the realm and create a map. Planning before acting has always been my approach. Back then, my strength was not great, and I could have perished if I wasn't careful, so I always acted very cautiously. As their strength increased, they gradually became bolder. Looking back now, I still feel a bit nostalgic. The primordial gem said, "Master's technique is truly very useful." Lin Moyu said, "Yes, without this technique, I would have had a hard time getting to this point." Hongming Gem said, "I have carefully examined Master's technique before. It does not belong to any of the great Tao rules of the Chaos Ancient Wilderness, and I have never seen such a technique in other worlds. But strangely enough, it is also restricted by the rules of the Chaotic Ancient Wilderness. If the Master had not forcibly sublimated it this time, it might have been trapped there." Lin Moyu said, "I also find this matter a bit strange. I don't understand it yet, but perhaps I will figure it out in the future." His own summoning magic evolved from the initial few types of skeletons, which gradually emerged to become undead servants, and finally to the undead spirit soldiers he is today. The techniques you use improve step by step, which is no different from other techniques. Now that I have reached this level, my understanding of heaven and earth is completely different. My techniques do not actually belong to the chaotic ancient wilderness. But this problem doesn't require much thought. Even the primordial gem couldn't understand it, so there's no way I could possibly figure it out. Only with enough power can I unravel all the mysteries. The world is vast, and this world is undergoing a slow collapse. It has been collapsing for countless years, and the process of collapse has not yet ended. It is still ridiculously large. Lin Moyu released 1 trillion immortal spirit soldiers, which flew in different directions. They had been flying for 3 whole months, but still had not found the boundary of the world, nor had they made any discoveries. The map in her mind had become extremely large, and Lin Moyu also discovered that not all areas in this world were chaotic. There were also a few areas with normal rules. In the normal area, the sky and the earth are not reversed, the mountains and lakes are still under your feet, and the sky is still the same sky. Within each realm, there should be countless worlds, like in the chaotic ancient wilderness, where besides the void, there are numerous realms. According to the primordial gem, the first step in the collapse of heaven and earth is the collective collapse of all the worlds within it. They don't necessarily collapse completely. Worlds that don't collapse completely will merge together, compressed by the entire universe, and become one. If the chaotic ancient wilderness were to fall into such a state, all realms would appear in the chaos, the worlds within the realms would be revealed, different realms would collide with each other, and eventually connect to form the Sun continent. The chaotic, ancient void may disappear, and the world may revert to its original state of heaven and earth. It is said that this was the original state of heaven and earth, and the process of collapse was also a process of returning to the origin. At the moment the collapse begins, a terrifying power will erupt from the heavens and earth, annihilating all living beings. Only the strongest beings, even the 10 categories of venerables will not be spared, will survive. The same was true of this world. For 3 months, the undying spirit soldiers did not encounter a single living being. They saw many formations and traces left by the passage of time. Lin Moyu followed in the footsteps of the undying spirit soldier to see the array formations. The formations that have survived to this day are all incredibly powerful. From these formations, Lin Moyu can deduce that the creatures that once inhabited this place were extremely powerful. By studying the formations of different worlds, Lin Moyu discovered some similarities. Although the rules of the worlds are different, the basic principles of formations are the same. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that the formation should eventually be able to break away from heaven and earth and become an independent entity, so that it could play a powerful role even without relying on the power of the rules of heaven and earth. If we must rely on external force, then we should rely on the power of the forbidden zone of life, as the power of the forbidden zone of life is at a higher level than the rules of heaven and earth. His idea was incredibly audacious. No one had ever dared to think of using the power of the forbidden zone of life. Not even the strongest beings would avoid it. Lin Moyu shared his ideas with Hongming Jim, who was speechless and didn't know what to say. Audacious was an understatement. It was simply thinking of the impossible. Lin Moyu, however, did not think so. He had dealt with the forbidden zones of life before. Although the power inside was terrifying, it was unusable. The key was how to use it. If used correctly, the results will be absolutely amazing. During this time, the primordial gem also carefully observed this world, searching for its core. Finding the core of heaven and earth is extremely difficult for others, but for the primordial gem, it's not so much difficult as it is not easy. He searched along the remaining power of heaven and earth, unraveling the mystery bit by bit, while constantly having Lin Moyu change direction so that he could determine the location. The rules of heaven and earth here have collapsed. If the rules of heaven and earth still existed, it would be much easier for him to search. He could just follow the rules of heaven and earth. But now, it feels a bit like looking for a needle in a haystack. 6 months later, the undead soldiers finally made a discovery. They found a mountain formed from corpses. When Lin Moyu arrived at the mountain of corpses discovered by the undying spirit soldier, the mountain was enormous, like a vast mountain range stretching into the distance. Lin Moyu's eyesight was so sharp that he couldn't see the end of it at first glance. The vast majority of the bodies sank underground, perhaps less than 1/10 remained on the surface. In the chaotic ancient wilderness, the largest creature Lin Moyu had ever seen was the chaotic wild bull, which was millions of miles in size, like a moving world. However, compared to the corpse before him, chaos wilderness seemed to be quite inferior. The rules of each world are different, but generally speaking, body shape can determine combat power. The corpse was so enormous that its fighting prowess in life was unimaginable. Unfortunately, it died, and all its energy vanished. The rules of heaven and earth collapsed, and it was unable to generate new consciousness. It was utterly dead. This corpse is probably more than tens of millions of miles long. Lin Moyu looked at it carefully and muttered to himself. The primordial gem also looked at the corpse. This guy, I think I've seen him before, let me think. Searching its vast memory bank, the primordial gem finally found the answer after a moment. I remember now, it's this guy. No wonder this world seemed so familiar before. So that's how it is. Lin Moyu immediately understood what he meant and gave him a way out. Then please explain in detail. Hongming Jim chuckled and said, since Master asked, then I will tell you. This guy is the strongest in this world. Is it a supreme being? Lin Moyu was taken aback. What he saw was the corpse of a supreme being. If he is the strongest being, then it makes sense why he is so enormous. Hongming Jim said, his name is Tsanlong, and this place is called Tsanlong World. Among all the strongest beings, his strength is among the top 100. There are quite a few supreme experts, and those who can rank in the top 100 are already considered top tier. The primordial gem continued, at that time, he was already very strong. He not only refined the heavens and earth but also obtained the heavenly beginning technique, thus gaining control of the entire world. I remember he had a magical artifact at the time, which came from the wall of heaven and earth and was hanging on the same level as heaven and earth. He used this magic treasure to extend the lifespan of heaven and earth. The effect was even better than the primordial energy. His heaven and earth should have only been able to withstand 5 great calamities, but with this magic treasure, the time of the calamities was extended. It was still 5 great calamities, but the time was twice as long. The strongest beings do not want to die. They organize expeditions to search for primordial energy and treasures in otherworld ruins. One of their purposes is to extend the lifespan of their own world, which is actually to extend their own lifespan as well. The Azure Dragon's magic weapon can delay the Great Calamity by half, which is equivalent to giving the world twice as much time. This is much better than searching for any primordial energy. Hongming Jim continued, back then, several supreme experts coveted the Azure Dragon's treasure and even fought a few battles with it. However, the Azure Dragon was too powerful and defeated them all. Lin Moyu said, perhaps it was this treasure that caused the world, which should have collapsed, to slowly crumble, thus preserving the Azure Dragon's corpse. Hongming Gemstone said, it should be. There are many materials in the wall of heaven and earth, but not many treasures. Occasionally, one or two treasures will appear. Peng Long is considered lucky. Lin Moyu asked, do you think it's possible that this treasure still exists? Hongming Gem said, I remember that to avoid future troubles, the Azure Dragon integrated the treasure into the core of heaven and earth. If it's still there, we can only go to the core of heaven and earth to take a look. Lin Moyu nodded. I have another idea. Could I bring him back to life? No. Hongming Gem said firmly and decisively, rejecting Lin Moyu's idea. Lin Moyu said, tell me your reasons. The primordial gem said, it's not that the master doesn't have the ability to revive him, but rather what to do after reviving him. He is the strongest, and the strongest are bound to their own world, inseparable under any circumstances. Moreover, unless the strongest beings want to invade and occupy other worlds, they cannot force their way in, as this would cause the world to collapse prematurely. This world is already dead. If we forcibly revive the Azure Dragon, the dead world will not be able to withstand the Azure Dragon's power, which will lead to a rapid collapse. The Azure Dragon will still die. Even the Master's binding spell cannot revive him. And once such a rapid collapse occurs, the owner may never be able to find their way back. Hongming Gem explained its reasons in detail, stating that there were several reasons why Lin Moyu did not support his actions. It's not that resurrection is impossible, but rather that resurrection would bring many troubles, so it's better not to resurrect at all. He had originally thought that he might have another supreme expert under his command, but now it seems that's completely impossible. Then forget it. Lin Moyu dismissed the idea. He really couldn't be resurrected. Resurrecting him might just be digging his own grave. The primordial gem looked at the Azure Dragon's corpse and pointed into the distance. Master, there's something there. Lin Moyu immediately flew in the direction indicated by the primordial gem. The Azure Dragon's corpse transformed into a mountain range that stretched across the heavens and earth, spanning tens of millions of miles. The direction indicated by the primordial gem was precisely where the Azure Dragon's tail was located. The dragon's tail was also enormous, with most of it buried deep underground, leaving only a tiny, insignificant, on the surface. When Lin Moyu arrived at the location indicated by the primordial gem, he initially found nothing, but upon closer inspection, he discovered 10 tiny cracks where the tail of the Azure Dragon had fallen into the earth. The crack is small relative to the enormous size of the Azure Dragon. In fact, the crack is over 1 kilometer in diameter, making it a large canyon. The primordial gem said, that thing is deep inside the tail. Lin Moyu flew into the crevice and continued downwards. Compared to the enormous tail of the Azure Dragon, Lin Moyu is as small as a speck of dust. Although the Azure Dragon had turned into a corpse, its scales still had a metallic luster. The crack looks like it was made when the tail hit the ground, but upon closer inspection, it seems to have been caused by human intervention. Has anyone been here? Lin Moyu thought to himself that as they went deeper, the signs of human intervention became more and more obvious. Lin Moyu has confirmed that someone has indeed been here, but many years have passed, so it is unlikely to be the work of the Great Venerable of September. Gradually, Lin Moyu sensed a strange aura. The Azure Dragon's corpse did not exude any aura. It had completely perished along with the collapse of heaven and earth, and even the aura of its entire body had disappeared, leaving only a faint outline. But now, Lin Moyu sensed something different. The primordial energy of heaven. Lin Moyu was somewhat surprised. Although the aura was faint, it was still discernible that it was the aura of the primordial heaven. The existence of primordial energy here is truly astonishing. Next, Lin Moyu sensed a second, different aura, one that came from the chaotic, ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, he realized he had probably found the corpse that the Chaos Bull wanted him to find. Finally, we arrived at the deepest part and entered a huge cave, where we saw 10 pools of clear water. The clear water formed a small pond, in the center of which a person sat cross-legged, and a cow lay on the edge of the pond. Both the man and the ox were corpses. Found it! The 2 corpses, 1 man and 1 ox, were exactly the 2 corpses that the Chaos Ox wanted him to take back. The person in the pool appears to be meditating and cultivating. The oxen by the pond are kneeling on the ground, seemingly drinking from the water. The water in the pool evolved from the primordial energy of heaven. The primordial gem said they are using the primordial chi to temper their physical bodies. They appear to be dead, but their physical bodies are actually still alive. After countless years of tempering by the primordial chi, their physical bodies are already very strong, only slightly inferior to their master. The primordial chi here is not ordinary primordial chi. It is the primordial chi that leaked from the corpse of the Azure Dragon after its death. It contains a trace of the Azure Dragon's power. Its effect is more profound than that of ordinary primordial chi. Lin Moyu whispered, "Who are they, and why are they here?" Chaos Child suddenly exclaimed, "How could it be him?" Lin Moyu asked, "You know?" Chaos Child flew out automatically, circled the ox carcass once, and declared, "He is the eternal wild ox." Ancient wild ox? In ancient times, it ranked 3rd and was known as the invincible ancient wilderness creature. But this cow carcass looks just like an ordinary cow, not at all like the ancient wild ox. In Lin Moyu's understanding, the ancient wild bull should be enormous, since the rules of the chaotic ancient wilderness state that the larger the size, the stronger the power. The ancient wild bull must have been incredibly huge to rank 3rd. This ancient wild ox is a bit small. Lin Moyu remarked unconsciously. Chaos Child said, "The eternal wild ox can be large or small, ranging from 1,000,000 miles in size to less than 10 meters in size. When it shrinks, that is its strongest defensive form. When it is only 10 meters in size, it is impervious to all laws, no one can harm even a hair on its head. 10 meters, but the cow carcass in front of us is at most 5 meters. Hongmeng Gem said, "Chaos Child is right. This guy's physical body is very strong, even stronger than the people in the pool." Lin Moyu used himself as the standard and quantified the strength of his physical body. If his physical body was 100, then the person in the pool would have 80, and the ancient wild beef by the pool would have about 90. As for the other great masters, their physical bodies are at most around 60 to 70 years old, with even greater differences. The corpse of the ancient wild bull is here, and the Chaos Wild Bull wants him to take it back. So what is the relationship between the Chaos Wild Bull and the ancient wild bull? The two seem to have many similarities. I once thought that the Chaos Wild Bull might possess the bloodline of the ancient wild bull, but now it seems that it's not that simple. BCFD. Lin Moyu sensed the passage of time from the corpse. Although he couldn't be completely certain of the time, he could only roughly sense that the eternal wild bull must have perished during the second great calamity. So the question is, if he has already perished, how did he get here? This should be related to the person sitting in the pool. But who is the person in the pool? To be precise, who is the corpse in the pool? After examining the primordial gem closely for a while, it whispered, "Master, he carries the aura of destiny." Destiny. Lin Moyu suddenly understood, things she couldn't figure out before suddenly became clear. The man in the pool is the venerable one of destiny. He was almost 80% certain that he was sure of the other person's identity. As far as he knew, the celestial destiny venerable had calculated the future and his own appearance, allowing the celestial calamity venerable and others to make arrangements. As a result, he suffered a backlash, was physically destroyed and reincarnated, and was never heard from again. In fact, his story of being reincarnated after his death was only spread by himself. Whether he was actually reincarnated after his death is unknown. In short, he never appeared again, and everyone assumed that he had died. It now appears that this is not the case. The celestial destiny venerable did not truly dissolve his body, but instead came here. He calculated his own fate and perhaps discovered something, so he used the pretext of self-destruction to escape. He brought the corpse of the ancient wild ox here, found the corpse of the azure dragon, and used the primordial energy left behind by the azure dragon to enhance the strength of his physical body. Now, another great calamity has struck the world, and he needs to find his physical body. Since he couldn't come over, he asked me to come and take the body back. The reason why someone believes they can do something must be because they have calculated it through fate. Therefore, the celestial destiny venerable did not die, and his soul is still in the chaotic ancient wilderness. As for where he is, the answer is already obvious. His soul resides within the Chaos Wild Bull, which is the reincarnation of the eternal Wild Bull after its disintegration. The two corpses I brought back this time were actually their physical bodies. Once they have a physical body, the eternal wild bull can reappear, and the heavenly mandate venerable strength will far surpass that of before. Only then will they have a chance to survive the great calamity of heaven and earth. This is the answer I got by guessing and figuring things out. It may not be entirely correct, but it's probably pretty close. Lin Moyu was curious about what kind of future the Venerable One of Destiny had deduced with all his might back then. He must have many things he hasn't told the great Lord of Calamity, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a plan. But no matter what, in order to break the crystal, we need to get these two guys back first. Take out the stone tower, and it automatically emits a faint light and rapidly grows larger. Two beams of light enveloped the corpses of the eternal wild bull and the celestial destiny venerable, drawing them into the tower's hand. The whole process went smoothly. After taking away the corpse, Lin Moyu retrieved the stone tower, then waved his hand like a knife, cleaving the earth. After a few moments, he dug a large pit and completely cut off the pool formed by the primordial energy of heaven. Taking away the pool and preparing to give it to the Chaos Wild Bull is considered doing everything in our power. After all, he still had some questions at that time, and it would be easier to ask them if he could get on good terms with the Chaos Bull. After collecting the body, Lin Moyu got up and left without lingering. The corpse of the Azure Dragon is only for show and not for use, so it's better to just leave it and not see it to avoid getting annoyed. The first task is complete. Now we should do the second task, find the Great Venerable of September. The first thing went relatively smoothly, with almost no setbacks, it just took a little time. The Undying Spirit weapon continued to explore the world, but after half a year of exploration, it still hadn't reached the boundary of the world, hadn't discovered the Great Venerable of September, and hadn't found the core of the earth. As the scope expands, Lin Moyu has now released a staggering 500 billion undead spirit soldiers. If it were someone like Grand Venerable Jiuyue alone, even if she were given another 100,000 years, she probably wouldn't be able to complete the cycle of the world. After all, this is not the chaotic ancient wilderness, the rules are different, and she cannot use the rules of heaven and earth to perceive it. Lin Moyu explored patiently. Fortunately, he wasn't idle. He had been studying the formations left behind by the Azure Dragon heaven and earth. By combining formations from different heavens and earths, Lin Moyu's understanding of formations had taken another step forward. He began to move beyond the primordial chaos, and his understanding of formations began to transcend the boundaries of heaven and earth. Although it's still just a vague feeling right now, Lin Moyu believes that as long as he continues, sooner or later his formation will be able to surpass the heavens and earth. Finally, 3 years later, the Undying Spirit soldiers sent new news. They had discovered the whereabouts of the Great Venerable of September. It was a palm print about 1 kilometer in diameter. The palm print landed on the ground, causing the ground to sink more than 100 meters. It was only 100 meters long, and the force wasn't strong. The palm print that was struck on the ground had some patterns on it, and you could vaguely make out that it was 9 bright moons. Finally, we've got some clues. Lin Moyu sighed softly. The appearance of the palm print meant that the Grand Venerable of September was not far off. The handprint was left not long ago, no more than 10 years ago, so she should be in this vicinity. This also means that the Great Venerable of September is still alive and well, and at least still has some power. The primordial gem said, "Doesn't Master find it strange?" There's no danger here, so why did she leave a palm print on the ground? Indeed, there were no living beings or dangers here, so why did she leave her palm print? The Great One wouldn't do something pointless. There must be a reason why he left his palm print. Moreover, since the Great Venerable of September is a soul clone, it is difficult to replenish his soul power here, so he can only use a little bit. Why leave behind a palm print that's a kilometer in size, when there's no danger and one wants to conserve their soul energy? The only explanation Lin Moyu could think of was giving directions. He left his palm print as a landmark to prevent himself from getting lost. It's a bit funny that a great master would worry about getting lost, but this is indeed the case here. The rules here are chaotic in many places, and powerful outsiders simply cannot find the correct route through these chaotic rules. Getting lost is a common occurrence, so signposts are needed. But where does this palm print point? Lin Moyu looked in the direction of the middle finger of the palm print. That should be it. He didn't move. The undying spirit soldier had already gone in his place. After flying tens of thousands of miles away, another palm print appeared. It was still a kilometer in size, but this time the direction of the palm print changed slightly. Continuing along the direction the middle finger was pointing, there was indeed another palm print 10,000 miles away. Then, a palm print is placed every 10,000 miles, and the direction in which the middle finger points in each palm print is different. The Great Venerable of September used this method to continuously guide himself. Where is she going with these directions? As Lin Moyu thought to himself, he started with the first palm print and had a group of undead soldiers search in the opposite direction. Not only do we need to find the way out, but we also need to find the way we came, so that we have a beginning and an end, so that we can deduce the whole thing. Lin Moyu whispered, I have a feeling that if we find the Great Venerable of September, we should be able to find the core of heaven and earth. The primordial gem asked, why is Master so certain? The palm prints on the ground gave me the answer. First, they pointed to the direction, and second, they showed me the power of the palm prints. The varying strengths were not because she was reluctant to give up her power, but because she was in a hurry, which is why she used different amounts of power. But why is she in such a hurry? There are only two possibilities, either she is running for her life, or she is chasing after something. There's no need to leave a palm print when escaping. This is clearly pointing the way for the enemy, so she must be chasing something. What could possibly be worth pursuing here but the core of heaven and earth? According to Lin Moyu's deduction, the Great Venerable of the 9th month found the core of heaven and earth and knew that only by refining the core of heaven and earth could she leave this place. However, the core of heaven and earth is obviously not so easy to refine, and this core of heaven and earth can hide, so she needs to keep chasing it. The primordial gem said, even if you're chasing the core of heaven and earth, you don't need to leave a palm print. Lin Moyu said, I have another guess, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. We'll find out soon. Perhaps these handprints have another function besides being road signs. Lin Moyu continued to follow the palm print, and after several days, he stopped. The primordial gem said in surprise, strange, we've been here before. The place where Lin Moyu stopped was exactly where she first discovered the palm print. Lin Moyu said, there are a total of 3,600 palm prints, each 10,000 miles apart, forming a circle. We have just completed one circle. My previous thinking wasn't entirely correct. Besides pointing the way, the palm print also serves another purpose, to define the area. The Great Venerable of September has defined this area, which should be the area where the core of heaven and earth is located. In that case, let's look for it here. A large number of undead soldiers flew out and conducted a thorough search of the area enclosed by the palm print. The mountain ranges stretch endlessly, and there are enough undead soldiers to take over every village and piece of land. I spent several days searching the entire area, but found nothing. Lin Moyu was confident that his thinking was correct. Since it wasn't on the surface, he would look underground. Within the mountains, there were canyons and caves, and the undead soldiers began to venture inside. They pay attention to all traces, and will not let go of any trace of human activity. The soul clone of the Great Venerable of September usually disappears without a trace when it lands, and it may not even land at all. But if she's ever been here, she'll definitely leave some clues. The undead soldier quickly discovered some traces of being burned by the soul fire. The traces were faint, but they still left a trace of soul energy. Based on these traces, the undead soldiers searched even deeper. This enclosed area contains countless caves, forming a vast underground labyrinth. Lin Moyu was getting a headache just looking at the map that was constantly being refined in his mind. This labyrinth is more complex than ever before, stretching at least 1,000,000 meters underground. Even Lin Moyu found it a bit daunting. Without these undead soldiers, you would get lost even if you went in on your own. Even with undead spirit weapons, it would still take a lot of effort to explore them thoroughly. Especially in the underground labyrinth, there are some broken rules, and the rules are somewhat chaotic. Sometimes, if you go into one hole, you will come out of another hole, or even be directly teleported to the surface. The undead spirit weapon has encountered similar problems many times, further increasing the difficulty of its search. If Grand Venerable Jiuyue didn't have any special methods, this labyrinth alone would have been enough for her to explore for tens of thousands of years. The undead soldier continued searching deeper and deeper into the cave, and Silent Whisper felt that he was getting close to his destination. Finally, several undead soldiers passed through an invisible barrier and entered a vast underground space. 2 undead spirit soldiers were instantly annihilated by an invisible force the moment they entered this space, their bodies vanishing without a trace, leaving not even ashes behind. They cannot be reborn on the spot, they can only be resurrected in the magical realm. Lin Moyu frowned. The power of the Forbidden Zone of Life. He connected with the vision of the undead spirit soldier and saw a thin mist, the lotus garden filled with the Forbidden Zone of Life. He had dealt with Forbidden Zones of Life before, risking his life tens of thousands of times in similar fog, so he was very clear about it and would not be mistaken. Using the surviving undead spirit weapon, Lin Moyu was able to see this space clearly. This space is very vast, filled with fog of varying thickness, drifting everywhere at different speeds. These mists are the power of the Forbidden Zone of Life. Almost any living thing in the world that touches them will die. The undead soldiers explored forward, dodging the mist as they ventured deeper into the fog. More and more undead soldiers entered that space, exploring it while avoiding the surrounding energy. Lin Moyu followed him into the cave, and following the pre-planned route, quickly traversed the underground labyrinth and entered that space. He examined the mist. Unlike the undead spirit weapon, he could clearly sense the anomaly in this space. The remaining rules of heaven and earth intertwine with the power of the Forbidden Zone of Life, causing mist to fly everywhere. Sometimes the rules will also form special forces, either pushing or sucking. If you are in it, you are very likely to be pushed into the mist by the rules and die a violent death. This place is somewhat similar to the celestial vortex, but it is even more chaotic. The Azure Dragon realm is slowly collapsing because the Azure Dragon once obtained a rare treasure, which made the collapse of the Azure Dragon realm very slow, thus allowing it to survive until now. This slowness has also caused some of the rules in the Azure Dragon world to become chaotic, collapsing but not completely collapsing. Beyond heaven and earth lies the Forbidden Zone of Life. After successfully surviving the first tribulation of life and death, heaven and earth become the living world, and thus form a special connection with the Forbidden Zone of Life. For example, the primordial vortex at the deepest part of the chaotic ancient wilderness is a kind of connection. This connection remains a mystery to this day, yet it truly exists. The Azure Dragon realm is similar. It has an area that is also connected to the Forbidden Zone of Life, containing some of the power of the Forbidden Zone of Life. Originally, there should have been a pattern here, but now the chaotic rules have made this area unbearable because it has lost its original pattern. The power of the Forbidden Zone of Life transformed into a thin mist called 537, drifting everywhere, sometimes expanding and sometimes shrinking, sometimes dispersing and sometimes gathering, changing at an extremely rapid speed without any warning, making it impossible to fathom. This terrifying power from the Forbidden Zone of Life possesses unimaginable destructive force. Even a Great Venerable would be injured if he touched it. If it were a soul clone like the Great Venerable of September, it would almost certainly die upon contact. If the Great Venerable of September were here, he would find it impossible to move an inch and would face danger at every moment. A large number of undead soldiers rushed into this place to explore the space, but they encountered the fog not long after they flew out and died on the spot. Those killed by the power of the Forbidden Zone of Life can only be resurrected in the realm of magic and cannot be reborn on the spot. With the exploration of the undead spirit soldiers thwarted, Lin Moyu had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. We traversed a labyrinthine cavern to descend into the depths of the earth, entering this terrifying and deadly region. Upon entering, Lin Moyu sensed several auras. The chaotic rules that have not yet collapsed, the familiar power of the Forbidden Zone of Life, and the soul aura from the ancient wilderness of chaos. As expected, the Great Venerable of September is here. Lin Moyu confirmed that the Great Venerable of September had indeed come here and stayed for a long time, leaving behind a very strong spiritual aura. Following the scent, she must have gone inside. It's unclear whether she's dead or alive. Let's give it a try first. He came to the edge of a foggy area and reached out to test it. Having dealt with the power of the Forbidden Zone of Life countless times, he was quite familiar with it. He boldly reached out and touched the mist, and several wounds appeared on his hand, but unlike the undead spirit soldiers, he did not turn into dust on the spot. Our past interactions weren't for nothing. Lin Moyu chuckled softly. His physical body had already adapted to the power of the Forbidden Zone of Life. This adaptation was not only applicable in the heavenly vortex but also in the broken heaven and earth. He sensed the mist. The power of the Forbidden Zones of Life is the same everywhere. The primordial gem disagreed. It's definitely the same. No matter how many heavens and earths there are, there's only one Forbidden Zone for life. Lin Moyu shook his head. I originally thought that after the Forbidden Zones of Life enter the world, they would be affected by the rules of heaven and earth and undergo some changes. After all, the initial energy of each realm is different. It seems that this is not the case now. The Forbidden Zone of Life is not affected by the rules of heaven and earth. It is at a higher level. The primordial gem said, so that's what Master was thinking. But it's not surprising. It is indeed possible. It's just that the Forbidden Zone of Life is very special. It is unaffected by any power. It is simply itself. Nothing will change. It will be the same no matter where you are. Lin Moyu's gaze was thoughtful. Every realm contains the power of Forbidden Zones, some weak and some strong. The weaker ones can harm a Great Venerable, while the stronger ones can harm a Supreme Being. Kill the Celestial Venerable. The primordial gem asked, what has Master thought of? Lin Moyu said, if I'm not mistaken, some of the strongest beings have studied the power within their own world that belongs to the Forbidden Zones of Life. Hongmeng Gem nodded. Yes, those supreme experts who mastered the heavenly beginning technique have basically all done this, but they didn't get anything useful. Did you really not get it? Even if they obtained something, they probably wouldn't say it. The primordial gem was merely an observer and wouldn't even see it. Some insights and gains are unique to oneself and cannot be shared with outsiders. Lin Moyu said, it seems that I was right. This is the path left for the strongest, but no one has been able to walk it. There is always a way out, and so it is with the universe. The strongest are already at the end of the universe. Taking another step is entering the Forbidden Zone of Life. The heavens and earth absorbed some of the power of the Forbidden Zones of Life, which manifested as mist. The mist varied in strength, like steps that allowed the strongest to climb step by step until they could leave the world. Some of the most powerful individuals should understand this principle, but unfortunately, no one has succeeded in doing so over countless years. Lin Moyu seemed to have thought of something. You mean, those supreme beings who went to study the power of the Forbidden Zones of Life all possessed the art of the beginning of heaven? Hongmeng Gem exclaimed, yes, to be precise, they all went to study the Life Forbidden Zone Power Emperor only after mastering the heavenly beginning technique. No exceptions? Of course there are. Some people have studied it in advance, but they gave up quickly. Lin Moyu continued, think again, what did these supreme experts do after they gave up? The primordial gem searched its vast memory and found the commonalities among these supreme beings from the ancient memories. After a moment, it said, after giving up, They all went to search for the heavenly beginning technique, but not everyone can find it. After all, this thing depends on fate. Lin Moyu's eyes gleamed slightly. It seems there should be some connection between the celestial beginning technique and the forbidden zone of life. The celestial beginning technique and heaven and earth belong to the same level. Heaven and earth can exist under the power of the forbidden zone of life, so the celestial beginning technique may be the key to entering the forbidden zone of life. The primordial gem said, "What's the use? So many people have obtained the heavenly beginning technique, yet not a single one of them has managed to enter the forbidden zone of life alive." Lin Moyu said, "The road is there, but whether you can make it through depends on your own abilities. But now that we know where the road is and have a direction, that's a good thing." As he spoke, he flew into the mist, the power of the forbidden zone of life sweeping over his entire body, but Lin Moyu was unharmed. Lin Moyu's voice came from the mist, "Just like me, adapting to the power of the forbidden zone 0.8 of life, from weak to strong, step by step, I will always reach the end. The art of beginning heaven may be the key to entering the forbidden zone of life, but I feel that there may be more than one path. Once I obtain the art of beginning heaven, I will study it carefully and see if I am on the right path." Lin Moyu's voice was full of confidence. He had confidence in himself and in his abilities. The primordial gem laughed and said, "Master can definitely do it. Master is the best." Lin Moyu suddenly said, "Ever since that trip to the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, you seem to have changed a bit." The primordial gem was stunned for a moment. "Have I changed?" "No, Master must have seen wrong." Lin Moyu was certain, "You've changed, but that doesn't matter. As long as you're still you, that's enough." He flew out of the mist and continued deeper into space. Lin Moyu moved through layers of mist, ignoring the terrifying mist that could cause even a great venerable to perish. Some of the fog was quite dense, and the power emanating from the forbidden zone of life was quite strong, so Lin Moyu also suffered some minor injuries. But these were all just superficial wounds. After the life force circulated, the wounds healed in the blink of an eye, without even a drop of blood flowing out. Without needing to avoid the fog, his speed was astonishing. He tracked the soul aura of the Great Venerable of September and quickly approached. I don't know how long Grand Venerable Jiu Yue has been here, or how deep she has gone, but none of that matters. My speed is many times faster than hers, and I'll catch up in a few days. The aura of the soul grew stronger and stronger, drawing ever closer. At the same time, the fog became denser and stronger. Lin Moyu continued to walk through the fog, suffering only minor injuries. She was too lazy to dodge and actually found it quite enjoyable. 10 days later, Lin Moyu finally met the Great Lord of September in a corner. Grand Venerable Jiu Yue stood in a corner, surrounded by mist not far away. She looked somewhat nervous, holding her breath. There was a considerable amount of fog, which was slowly moving, but its direction was uncertain and constantly changing, making it very difficult to predict. Lin Moyu knew she was looking for a gap in the flowing fog where she could pass safely. She was completely focused and unaware of her own arrival. Lin Moyu didn't disturb her, but just watched quietly from a distance. Finally, the Great Venerable of September seized an opportunity and swiftly passed through the two clouds of mist. She was very fast and controlled it very precisely, without the slightest error. It seems that she is using this method to go deeper and deeper. I don't know how long we've been walking, but we're almost at our destination. Lin Moyu gazed into the distance, where, about 10,000 miles away, a dazzling gem was shining brightly. The core of heaven and earth radiates a captivating luster, full of allure, as if telling everyone that it is the most beautiful existence in the world. Indeed, the world that did not completely collapse was a perfect core. This is an ultimate perfection, a beauty without any flaws, completely different from the core within the ruins of heaven and earth. The primordial gem said, "She really did find the core of heaven and earth, but unfortunately, she can't refine it." Outside the core of heaven and earth, there was a mist that swirled around, with no passage at all. Grand Venerable Jiu Yue could not possibly pass through this mist, let alone refine the core of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu looked at the core of heaven and earth, and he vaguely saw something inside. There is something in the core of heaven and earth. Something? Let me take a closer look. The primordial gem immediately stared wide-eyed at it, muttering to itself, how could there be something inside the core of heaven and earth? Strange, there shouldn't be anything there. The core of heaven and earth should not only be perfect, but also pure, containing only the primordial energy of heaven. But now, Lin Moyu has discovered that she can see things inside the core of the azure dragon heaven and earth. He couldn't be mistaken, he just couldn't tell what it was. Perhaps the primordial gem could provide some clues. The primordial gem's gaze was as sharp as lightning, piercing through the surface of the core of heaven and earth to see what was inside. He was also surprised, there really is something there. He paused for a moment, then continued, there are two things. One is the beginning technique of the azure dragon heaven and earth. The azure dragon may have sensed that the heaven and earth were about to collapse, so he placed the beginning technique in the core of the heaven and earth. There is another thing, which is the strange object he obtained, something that can extend the lifespan of heaven and earth. All the supreme experts thought that he had integrated this object into heaven and earth, but they did not expect that he had placed it in the core of heaven and earth. Lin Moyu asked, what's the difference? The primordial gem said, if this thing were integrated into the universe, it would cease to exist, but its effects would be maximized. Right now, it's just placed in the core of the universe, so although it's still effective, it only achieves about half the effect. The advantage is that this thing can still exist and can be retrieved and reused in the future. I understand. He wants to use this thing to prolong the life of heaven and earth first, then continue to use the expedition team to search for the primordial energy of heaven until the expedition team finds nothing, and then use this thing again. He was using this as his trump card. Lin Moyu shook his head. No, that's not how it works. This thing must have other uses, not just for extending the lifespan of heaven and earth. He must know that, which is why he was reluctant to integrate it into heaven and earth, but he also didn't want others to continue fighting for it, thus deceiving others. If the goal is simply to prolong the life of heaven and earth, directly merging with them and continuing the expedition's search for the primordial energy, there is no inherent conflict. Therefore, Lin Moyu was certain that the supreme expert, Azure Dragon, did not intend to do so. He just didn't expect that the Heaven and Earth Society would collapse, and all his previous ideas and plans would be reduced to ashes. The primordial gem pondered for a moment. What the master says makes sense, but what use is it? Lin Moyu said, we'll know once we take it and study it. Besides, I think he has other ideas. The primordial gem instinctively asked, what are your thoughts? Lin Moyu said, it's just a guess. Even a great venerable doesn't die so easily, so the survival ability of a supreme being must be even stronger. His body is still intact, and the heavenly beginning technique and that strange object are both placed in the core of heaven and earth. Guess what he's going to do? Hongmeng Gem blurted out, he wants to be resurrected. Lin Moyu said, it can't be called a resurrection. To be precise, he shouldn't have truly perished. There are more than two things in the core of heaven and earth. To be precise, there are three things. Within that wondrous object that could prolong the life of heaven and earth, a flame of soul was burning fiercely. The soul flame is not powerful, even somewhat weak, it is in a dormant state, but it truly exists. Although weak, its essence is astonishing, surpassing even the Great Venerable. If we compare the Great Venerable's soul to a huge piece of iron, then the soul at the core of the world before us is a grain of steel. Although steel is small, it will surpass iron this week. This is the soul of the strongest being, and also the soul of the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon entrusted a wisp of its soul to that wondrous object, waiting for the opportunity to return. So he didn't die, nor did he resurrect, he has always been here. The soul avatar of the Great Venerable of September acted once more, moving like a snake among several deadly clouds of mist, getting a little closer to the core of heaven and earth. The light from the core of heaven and earth had enveloped her, and at the same time, it emitted a soft buzzing sound, as if the core of heaven and earth had discovered her presence. To be precise, it was a wisp of the azure dragon's soul, hidden within the core of heaven and earth, that discovered her existence. The core emitted an unusual brilliance, illuminating the surrounding area, causing Inchia Inzuan's soul clone to instantly lose focus. The next instant, the Great Venerable of September flew straight toward the core of heaven and earth, completely ignoring the deadly fog ahead. Oops! Lin Moyu's heart stirred, realizing that the Great Venerable of the Ninth Moon had been affected by the core of heaven and earth and had lost control. Once the soul clone touches the mist, it will surely die, and even its consciousness will be annihilated. By then, the Great Venerable of September will truly become a living dead until a completely new Will is born. But by then she was no longer herself. Normally, Lin Moyu wouldn't bother with it, it's none of her business. Now, for the sake of the heavenly beginning technique, I have no choice but to get involved. He instantly accelerated, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the deadly fog, pulling her back before the Great Venerable of September could touch it. Wake up! Lin Moyu shielded the Great Venerable of September from the light emanating from the core of heaven and earth, while simultaneously sending forth a vast life force. Grand Venerable Jiuyue woke up with a start, her eyes widening as she shouted sharply, "Who are you?" The voice was full of vigilance, and the pressure of a Great Venerable swept out, but it had no effect on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, "Hide your aura, it's useless against me. I came here to find you at the request of Venerable Nine Sons." Grandmaster Jiuyue was slightly taken aback. "Did my elder brother send you?" Lin Moyu said, "To be precise, he invited me here, and he paid a price for it." The Great Venerable of September instinctively asked, "What price?" Lin Moyu chuckled, "You'll find out when we get back. It was really troublesome looking for you, but thankfully you're still alive. As expected of a Great Venerable, your ability to protect yourself is quite strong." Grand Venerable Jiuyue calmed down and looked Lin Moyu up and down. "You're only at the Chaos Perfection stage, how could you enter inside?" Lin Moyu said, "Sometimes, strength and realm are not necessarily related. You are a Grand Venerable, don't you understand such a small matter? Is this a trivial matter? Even a great sage like her treads on thin ice here, her life hanging by a thread. It's no small matter that a mere child at the peak of the Chaos Realm could arrive here so easily." The Great Venerable of September pressed further, "How long have you been here?" Lin Moyu calculated, based on the timeline of the chaotic ancient wilderness, it should have been a few years. Grand Venerable Jiuyue exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible. How could you have only been here for a few years?" Lin Moyu said, "I know you've been here for a long time, probably tens of thousands of years, but that's the truth. Enough with the nonsense, you want to refine this core of heaven and earth, right?" The Great Venerable of September said, "So this thing is called the core of heaven and earth." Heaven and earth? You mean, this is another world? Lin Moyu was speechless. "You don't know anything, so how did you find this place?" Grand Venerable Jiuyue said, "Naturally, I followed my intuition. I felt that as long as I could refine this thing, I could go back." The Great One's intuition is indeed quite accurate, Lin Moyu thought to himself, and continued, "Your feeling is right, refining this thing does indeed offer a chance to find your way back, but you can't refine this thing." Grandmaster Jiuyue nodded, "Yes, I almost died just now." She was still self-aware enough to know that she had almost died just now. She looked at Lin Moyu with a strange expression. She couldn't see through Lin Moyu at all and couldn't understand how Lin Moyu had found this place in such a short time. It took her tens of thousands of years to find the right path in that vast underground labyrinth, and another few thousand years to walk here as if on thin ice. It's unbelievable that they've gotten here in just a few years. Lin Moyu asked, "I saw your palm print on it. What does the palm print mean?" Although I had some guesses, I still wanted to know the definite answer. The Great Venerable of September said, "I have been teleported back to the surface from the underground labyrinth many times. Each time I return to a different place. After many times, I have summarized some experience and roughly determined the scope of the underground labyrinth. From the extent of the maze, I calculated its depth and searched for the normal path. These handprints are my test of the underground maze. Lin Moyu asked, those palm prints are from the place where you were teleported out? The Great Venerable of September said, yes, the distance between each palm print is fixed, forming a circle. I strike each palm print at a teleportation point, preventing the underground maze from teleporting me back to the same place. I tried again and again, failing repeatedly and disrupting the teleportation, until I finally found the right path. Lin Moyu said, all right, although it wasn't a smart method, at least it worked. We almost succeeded in courting disaster. All right, I'm going to refine this thing. As for you. Lin Moyu thought about it and felt it was a bit troublesome. If I let her follow me, I'll be fine going into the fog, but she's doomed. If we don't let her come along, who knows what might happen? To ensure her absolute safety, the only options are to either take her into the soul world or directly into the divine realm of language, but that's impossible, as both places are core to Lin Moyu and outsiders are not allowed to enter. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moyu said, I will set up an array, and you will stay inside the array. Knowing his current situation, the Great Venerable of September did not refuse. Lin Moyu's understanding of formations has deepened further, and the formations he has created seem to transcend the heavens and earth. Relying solely on formations is insufficient. The power of the forbidden zone of life is too strong for formations to withstand. However, Lin Moyu used the cataclysmic scepter as the core of the formation, and with the primordial gem present, the safety of the Great Venerable of September could be guaranteed. As a Grand Venerable, September possessed exceptional insight. Upon seeing Lin Moyu set up the formation, she realized that Lin Moyu's formation skills were unprecedented. Soon, an array was formed and began to operate smoothly. Lin Moyu took out the Heavenly Calamity Scepter and threw it into the array's core. The moment he saw the Scepter of Calamity, Grand Venerable September's expression changed drastically. How do you know this thing? What is your relationship with Grand Venerable Calamity? Lin Moyu had no intention of hiding his identity. I guess you could say I'm the successor to his will. The Great Venerable of September's eyes held both wariness and hostility, along with a deep sense of complexity, as if he were struggling with something. Lin Moyu said, I know you have a grudge against the Great Lord of Calamity. Although I don't know the specifics, you should know that you can't kill me. Moreover, the matter of the Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity is not so simple. The situation in the chaotic ancient wilderness is also very complicated. I suggest you obediently listen to me, enter the formation obediently, and wait for me to finish my business and take you back. The Great Venerable of September instinctively asked, what happened to the chaotic ancient wilderness? You'll understand when we get back to the chaotic ancient wilderness. There's no point in telling you all this now. You have to choose between life and death. I'll give you 10 breaths to think it over. Here, the night is long and things can get complicated, so Lin Moyu didn't want to waste any more time and stopped talking nonsense. After thinking for a while, the Great Venerable of September finally flew into the formation. The Grand Formation was activated, and the primordial gem manipulated the cataclysmic scepter to control the formation. Lin Moyu then flew towards the core of heaven and earth. He wanted the core of heaven and earth, and he also wanted everything inside. Let's see if Canlong has any backup plans and if he can come back to life. Fog appeared ahead, but Lin Moyu kept his direction unchanged and flew straight toward the fog. Careful! The voice of the Great Venerable of September came from behind, but Lin Moyu seemed not to hear it. Grand Venerable Jiuyuel watched as Lin Moyu flew into the mist and moved freely through it, and she was completely stunned. This deadly fog couldn't even harm Lin Moyu. How did he do that? What happened to Lin Moyu completely overturned her understanding. She didn't know where the fog came from, but she knew very well that it was deadly. Even if I were at my peak and came here, I wouldn't dare to touch it. I never imagined that someone could travel through the fog, especially since this person was only at the peak of the Chaos Realm. This is just too outrageous to believe. But that's the reality. It happened right before my eyes. The core of heaven and earth once again emitted a faint light, which gathered and fell upon Lin Moyu. A force surged into Lin Moyu's soul, attempting to influence him, but Lin Moyu ignored it, disregarding the faint light. The faint light from the core of heaven and earth was powerless against Lin Moyu, and the power from the forbidden zone of life was also powerless against Lin Moyu, at most causing some superficial injuries. Lin Moyu passed through and stood before the core of heaven and earth. The core of heaven and earth seemed to be trembling, as if it were afraid. The remnant soul of the Azure Dragon. Lin Moyu chuckled and flicked out a ball of blazing flame. The world-burning fire fell and enveloped the core of heaven and earth. The world-burning fire used to refine the world, now it can refine heaven and earth, and at the same time, it can burn souls. Both the core of heaven and earth and the remnant soul of the Azure Dragon within it were perfectly restrained by the burning world. A deafening scream erupted as the remnant soul of the Azure Dragon, hidden within the core of heaven and earth, suddenly awoke, and a terrifying divine dragon instantly appeared in the void. A terrifying pressure descended. It was the pressure of a supreme being, many times stronger than that of a grand venerable. Under the impact of the oppressive force, this space was completely destroyed. The mist flew everywhere, crashing into the formation several times, but was blocked by the formation each time. The cataclysmic scepter, serving as the array's core, shone brightly, controlling the formation. The balancing gem gleamed, instantly balancing all the mist that collided with the array. The formation swayed in the wind and waves, yet it never collapsed. The great venerable of September revealed a look of fear. She had a feeling that without this formation, she would surely die. Even without the deadly fog, the sheer oppressive force alone would be enough to crush him to death. What is this? Unfortunately, her question was destined to remain unanswered. The primordial gemstone wouldn't pay her any attention. Lin Moyu had no time to pay attention to her at the moment. Lin Moyu was looking at the illusory image of the Azure Dragon, a supreme expert, indeed powerful. Today, we've glimpsed just how powerful the truly supreme beings are. The mere pressure alone was enough to render the great venerable unable to move. With a flick of a finger, one can crush the great venerable. Even the strongest grand venerable has no chance of winning against the strongest. Under normal circumstances, there is no possibility of fighting above one's level at this level, unless the situation is abnormal, like it is now. Ultimate and indestructible. With a thought, Lin Moyu activated the ultimate indestructibility, causing his aura to surge rapidly, and he simultaneously entered a state of immortality. In this state, he will not be injured, and he is also immune to pressure. He unleashed a punch at the illusory image of the Azure Dragon. This punch shattered space and dispersed the mist. Even before the fist arrived, the soul impact swept in like a tsunami. The phantom of the Azure Dragon was constantly distorted by the impact on its soul, as if it would collapse at any moment. It let out a scream again, but the scream was no longer a dragon's roar and was extremely unpleasant. Then Lin Moyu's fist arrived, the huge fist sweeping across the phantom of the Azure Dragon, directly shattering the phantom and preventing it from reassembling. The expression on Grandmaster Jiuyue's face became even stranger. The phantom of the Azure Dragon that had just appeared was frightening enough, but Lin Moyu's punch was even more terrifying. This punch has already surpassed the realm of a Grandmaster. But Lin Moyu is only at the peak of the Chaos Realm. How can he be so strong? Moreover, this is another world altogether, where all the rules are ineffective, and one cannot even unleash a fraction of their own strength. Based on this, if Lin Moyu returned to the chaotic ancient wilderness, wouldn't his strength be even greater? She had no idea that Lin Moyu was using a physical body and soul, purely derived from her own power, and was not restricted by the rules of heaven and earth at all. Whether in the chaotic ancient wilderness or here, Lin Moyu's strength is not much different. With a single punch, Lin Moyu shattered the illusory image of the Azure Dragon and activated the world-burning flame to accelerate the refining process. The screams from the core of heaven and earth grew even more intense, and the entire space suddenly began to shake violently. Countless pebbles fell from the sky, turning into dust the moment they hit the mist, leaving not even a trace behind. The underground labyrinth above collapsed, and a huge black shadow smashed through the incredibly solid stone layers and forced its way in. A roar resounded, this time a true dragon's cry. The main character has arrived. Lin Moyu chuckled softly. Just as he had expected, when his life was threatened, the Azure Dragon's physical body would surely come. This is a contingency plan left by the Azure Dragon. Even if any enemy comes to the door, as long as they are not the strongest, the Azure Dragon can deal with them with its powerful physical body. Manipulating one's physical body does not require a strong soul. The wisp of soul within the core of heaven and earth, amplified and enhanced by the core of heaven and earth, is sufficient to manipulate the physical body. The Azure Dragon, Bedf, has an enormous body that occupies almost half of the space. The mist formed in the forbidden zone of life can only cause superficial injuries to it. The enormous dragon head slid down and spewed dragon breath at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu let out a low shout and charged towards the Azure Dragon, braving the dragon's breath. He was fearless and unleashed countless punches in an instant. It's true that the opponent is an extremely powerful being, but right now it's just a physical body. I might not be able to defeat him, but it's not like I can't give it a try. Fighting against the strongest is a very exciting experience. The Great Venerable of September was stunned. The previous Phantom of the Azure Dragon was already frightening enough, but this guy who came now was even more terrifying. The feeling that Songlong gave her was far beyond what the mysterious Tao and the chaotic ancient wilderness could compare to. How could there be such a terrifying guy? Her voice trembled, but she had no idea that Lin Moyu was even more terrifying. Lin Moyu, at the peak of the Chaos Realm, showed no fear and actually confronted this terrifying being head-on. Countless fist shadows forcefully pushed the dragon's breath back, raining down on the Azure Dragon's body. Countless fist marks appeared on his body, and his scales were covered with white spots. Lin Moyu's punches were powerful, but they still couldn't break through the Azure Dragon's physical defenses. The strongest is indeed the strongest, especially a top-tier expert like Songlong who ranks among the top 100. His physical body has already surpassed Lin Moyu's. The enormous claw struck Lin Moyu like lightning, sending him flying thousands of miles away. But the next instant, Lin Moyu returned, equally unharmed. He is now in an immortal state, and even a blue dragon cannot harm him. The absurdity of Lin Moyu's magic can be seen from this example. Lin Moyu and Songlong clashed physically, exchanging blows. Lin Moyu was repeatedly sent flying, but returned unscathed to continue. Grand Venerable Jiu Yue was completely stunned. She felt that what she was seeing was so unreal. He kept repeating to himself, "This is impossible, this is impossible." Bang! With a loud bang, Lin Moyu was sent flying again. This time, he couldn't fly back. His body suddenly exploded halfway through the flight, shattering into pieces. When Lin Moyu was shattered to pieces, the Great Venerable of September exclaimed in shock, "She was fine before, how could she suddenly turn into this?" But the next moment, a purple light flashed, and Lin Moyu flew out from the purple light, completely restored. His aura surged once more, and he once again used the ultimate indestructibility technique to enhance his power, entering a state of immortality. That felt great, so great. It's been so long since I've played like this, let's continue. Lin Moyu's voice rang out clearly, filled with satisfaction. It had indeed been a long time since he had experienced such a visceral, impactful fight. Moreover, this time the opponent is the physical body of a supreme expert, so we can fight without restraint, which is really exhilarating. Lin Moyu had a great time, but Songlong didn't. Within the core of heaven and earth, the infernal fire continuously refines him, and his soul is facing a fatal threat. If Lin Moyu cannot be dealt with, his soul will be completely refined, and then he will truly die. Having lived such a wretched life for so many years, how could I be willing to die now? The core of heaven and earth trembled violently, the entire world was in turmoil, and boundless power flew towards the core of heaven and earth. Vast swathes of the world began to crumble at an accelerated pace. The Azure Dragon world was originally in a state of slow collapse, and after countless years, it had only collapsed by more than half. At this rate, maintaining this pace for another 100 billion years wouldn't be a problem. But now, it has begun to collapse on a large scale in a very short time, and the culprit is the former master of this world, the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon gained immense power by accelerating the collapse of the universe through the core of heaven and earth. The cost is high, but he has no other choice now. If we don't do this, we will soon be refined by the world-burning fire. His soul was hiding within the core of heaven and earth, but now that core had become his prison. The world-burning fire enveloped the core, constantly invading inward and blocking all his escape routes. As the world crumbled, immense power surged in from all directions, crashing into the core of the universe. The remnant soul of the Azure Dragon suddenly began to grow stronger. He was the master of this world, which he had refined, and his soul imprint remained in every corner. These soul imprints have now transformed into his soul power, temporarily strengthening his soul. As his soul grew stronger, he wanted to break free, bombarding the world-burning flames time and time again. The world-burning flame flickered wildly, and with wave after wave of soul power impacting it, the refining speed couldn't keep up, and a channel was forcibly created. We can't let him out. Lin Moyu knew that if he came out, his soul and body would become one, and his power would greatly increase. Even if the strongest being only recovers to 1% of their former strength, it is still beyond my ability to stop. While an immortal being might not necessarily die, the fate of the ninth heavenly venerable is uncertain. Moreover, with the union of spirit and body, the Azure Dragon's brief regeneration could completely destroy this world, even skipping the step of the world's remnants. He would then fall directly into the forbidden zone of life, and whether he could remain immortal at that time, who knows? Humming. He instantly transmitted a thought to the primordial gem, believing that the primordial gem knew what to do. On the scepter of calamity, the soul gem suddenly lit up, and a beam of earthy yellow light shot out, instantly arriving outside the core of heaven and earth, forming a yellow halo. Unlike the previous earthy yellow light, this yellow light is filled with vortexes that will devour any souls that come into contact with it. The soul gem can not only defend against soul attacks, but also devour souls. With its addition, even if the remnant soul of the Azure Dragon manages to break through the seal of the world-burning flame, it will be devoured by the soul gem. The desire to return to the physical body and achieve unity of spirit and flesh is no longer possible. Lin Moyu blocked the Azure Dragon's physical body, striking back with punches. Although slightly inferior in strength, Lin Moyu held his own against the Azure Dragon thanks to the immortality effect of his magic and his innate regeneration ability. The Great Venerable of September, who was inside the formation, was stunned. With her keen eyesight, she could roughly tell the difference in strength between the two sides and also roughly knew what Lin Moyu had done. What surprised her most was that the Scepter of Calamity actually moved. Back then, it seemed that the Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity could only use it to smash people, and could not use its true power at all. He's only at the peak of the Chaos Realm, so why can he use it? There must be something else going on here. Could he be the reincarnation of the Great Calamity Lord? Grand Venerable Jiu sensed something was amiss. Had Grand Venerable Tianzai concealed something back then? And what was the identity of the person before him? Was he merely an heir to the will? Or was he actually the reincarnation of Grand Venerable Tianzai? She had many questions in her mind, but she dared not move now. Deadly fog was everywhere. The fog was dispersed and filled the entire space. If she left the formation, she would surely die. The Azure Dragon finally broke through the seal of the world-burning flame, but before he could even rejoice for a second, he was plunged into deep despair. The soul gem's devouring power has arrived, and the remnant souls that managed to escape are immediately consumed by the soul gem. Moreover, this devouring is even more terrifying. It simply swallows up as many as come in. The dragon's roar was fierce, resounding throughout the heavens and earth, and at the same time, there were screams from souls, intertwined with the roar of the collapsing heavens and earth. Whether the Azure Dragon's soul hid in the core of heaven and earth or escaped, it could not escape its fate of destruction. When Lin Moyu used the world-burning flame to seize the initiative, the ending was already predetermined. The cries gradually faded, the soul reached the end of its days, and the collapse of the earth slowed down. When the soul was completely destroyed, the enormous body of the Azure Dragon turned into dust and vanished without a trace. Lin Moyu stood in mid-air, surrounded by purple light, having just completed a rebirth. His gaze was as still as a deep well. You should have perished long ago. All that you did, and the result is still the same. In his view, the remnant soul of the Azure Dragon had eked out a living in the core of heaven and earth for countless years, so it would have been better for it to have died long ago. Living such a miserable existence is utterly meaningless. The physical body previously existed thanks to the power of heaven and earth, but now that the soul has been annihilated and the power of heaven and earth has dissipated, the physical body has also collapsed. This upheaval has caused the world, which was only half collapsed, to collapse even more than half again, and it is not far from truly crumbling. If it weren't for that wondrous object at the core of heaven and earth would have completely collapsed by now, leaving not even a remnant behind. The world-burning flame has begun to formally refine this world. It had refined the core of the world twice before, but those were the cores of the world that were already broken and incomplete, found in the remnants of the world. This time, the core of heaven and earth is relatively intact, which means the world-burning flame can have a good feast and may even be able to reach a higher level. The scepter of calamity also joined in, absorbing the primordial energy from the core of heaven and earth. The primordial energy from different heavens and earths was different, and it had different flavors and effects on the boundary gems. Lin Moyu watched quietly as the core of heaven and earth gradually melted and shrank until what was inside was revealed. With a quick pull, both items were drawn into his hands simultaneously. A piece of green jade about the size of a finger, and a leaf. Without rushing to examine them, Lin Moyu simply put the two items away. At this moment, the world began to tremble violently again. Without that strange object, the world began to collapse at an alarming speed. He was about to complete his entire journey and turn into nothingness. The world is about to collapse completely, and the spatial passage that was once connected to the world is revealed. There are several passages, but most of them are incomplete, with only one intact, which is the one I came from. Lin Moyu stepped into the formation, grasping the cataclysmic scepter. A powerful force enveloped the formation. Go! He packed up the formation and took it with him, rushing into the spatial passage at the last moment when heaven and earth collapsed. Within the spatial passage, he could sense that heaven and earth were becoming ethereal, an indescribable and terrifying force rapidly erasing the last traces of their existence. The land and sky became a forbidden zone for life. Anyone who entered would surely die. The spatial passage was also collapsing, and he moved through it at top speed, fortunately a little faster than the collapse. Without stopping for a moment, Lin Moyu rushed out of the spatial passage at top speed. A familiar aura greeted them, and they had finally returned to the chaotic ancient wilderness. The moment it entered the chaotic ancient wilderness, the soul avatar of the Great Venerable of the Ninth Moon transformed into a stream of light and fell into its main body. The aura of the Great Venerable rose, and the Great Venerable of September, who had been silent for tens of thousands of years, returned once again. A moment later, the Great Venerable of September slowly opened his eyes, his pupils like dazzling stars, looking around. The undying spirit weapon had already been put away by Lin Moyu. All she could see was Lin Moyu and the Nine Sons Venerable with a look of surprise on his face. "Big brother, I'm back, ye." The joy of the reunion of brother and sister was palpable. Especially after experiencing life and death, and living in fear and trepidation for tens of thousands of years, the Great Venerable of September completely put aside his status as a Great Venerable in front of his brother. Unfortunately, discordant sounds shattered the joy of their reunion. "Now that the matter is settled, you can give me what you promised." Lin Moyu stood by, her voice calm, a stark contrast to the joy of the two. The Great Venerable of September asked, "Brother, what did you promise?" The Nine Sons Venerable said, "It's the secret technique we obtained. We've been researching it for many years without any results, so this is the perfect opportunity to use it." A hint of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the Great Venerable of September. She knew very well that this secret technique was extraordinary. As a Great Venerable, there were very few things that she could not see through, and this secret technique was one of them. She knew that the secret technique was at a very high level, possibly even surpassing the Great 490 Venerable, but after studying it for millions of years, they had gained nothing except knowing that it was at a high level. Although I was reluctant to leave, I thought about Lin Moyu's performance there, and if I changed my mind, the result would probably be even worse. So she acquiesced to the deal and did not object. True to his word, the Nine Sun Venerable passed on the secret technique to Lin Moyu. It was a crystal-clear gem, a near-perfect polyhedron with countless facets. Even a tiny ray of light can reflect more than 10 times the brightness. It is a very beautiful thing. However, on the surface, it reveals no aura whatsoever. It is simply an extremely beautiful gemstone, and one would never guess that it is a supreme treasure that records the art of heaven's beginning. Lin Moyu put it away without ceremony. All right, our deal is done. I should be going now. Wait a minute. Grand Venerable September suddenly spoke up. Lin Moyu asked, "Is there anything else?" The Great Venerable of September said, "I have a few questions for you." Lin Moyu hummed in agreement. "Since the deal seems to have gone smoothly, go ahead and ask." The Great Venerable of September gave the Venerable of Nine Suns a wink, signaling him to leave first. The Ninth Sun Venerable listened to his sister and turned to leave without the slightest hesitation. Lin Moyu chuckled, "You don't want him to bear this karma, do you? Actually, there's no need for that. You should be able to see from the current situation that I am the enemy of heaven and earth, with endless karma on my shoulders. Moreover, the great calamity of heaven and earth has arrived, and none of you can escape it." Grand Venerable Jiu Yuen naturally understood that she had already seen the changes in the world when she returned and instantly deduced the approximate situation. The Great Venerable's understanding and perception of heaven and earth allowed them to grasp many of the secrets within them. Therefore, when they discover things they don't understand, they always feel a great sense of curiosity, which breeds a desire to explore further. In other words, knowing everything leads to boredom, while encountering something you don't know can spark intense interest. Now, the same is true for September. She has an extremely strong interest in Lin Moyu. She asked her first question, "Are you the reincarnation of the Great Calamity Lord?" Lin Moyu chuckled, "It seems you've already concluded that I'm not the successor to the will of the Great Calamity Lord. But unfortunately, I'm not the reincarnation of the Great Calamity Lord either." The Great Venerable of September continued, then. But before she could even ask her question, Lin Moyu interrupted her, "It's my turn to ask you." "Let's each ask one, that's fair." Grandmaster Jiu Yue hummed in agreement, "All right, go ahead and ask." Lin Moyu asked, "Why do you want to be an enemy of the Great Lord of Calamity?" An invisible aura spread out, and Xiao Peng, following Lin Moyu's instructions, secretly activated the hidden spirit pearl to ensure that their conversation would not be noticed. Grand Venerable Jiu Yue sighed softly, "Actually, it's not that I'm against him. I just disagree with his approach. He was going all in to break that so-called Tao, which I don't think was necessary. I feel that we can all go our own way and may be able to reach the same level as the Tao. If we then have to fight against the Tao again, we will have a greater chance of success. I also know his plan. He set up a large formation in the eastern pole, but I did not try to destroy it." Grand Venerable September said a lot. Back then, she was friends with Grand Venerable Tianzai and others, and they were considered to be in the same group. "We once traversed the ancient wilderness together, searching for rare treasures. However, they disagreed on how to deal with the Tao, which eventually led to conflict. The Great Venerable of September felt that he could find another way, walk his own path, until he reached the same level as the Tao, and then deal with it. That way, he would have a greater chance of success. The Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity advocates taking a desperate gamble, sacrificing himself to severely damage the Tao, and making plans for the future. The most crucial figure at that time was the Venerable of Destiny, who used the Tao of Destiny to predict the future and obtain some information that further solidified the ideas of the Great Venerable of Calamity. However, the Great Venerable of September still insisted on his own idea. The future predicted by fate is not necessarily accurate. The future is constantly changing. If the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity were to perish, and fate were to change again, then everything would be in vain. Lin Moyu could fully understand the thoughts of the Great Venerable of September, but unfortunately the Great Venerable of September was unaware that the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity had a deeper plan. When the Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity decided to make his move, he had already planned his retreat. He did not perish at all, he merely faked his death, deceiving the Tao and everyone else. The destiny predicted by Venerable Destiny is correct, because Venerable Great Calamity has not perished, so the future is unlikely to change. Moreover, as long as he is alive, even if the future changes, he can set things right. Minor changes may occur, but the overall trend remains unchanged. This is destiny. Perhaps because she hadn't spoken for so many years, the Great Venerable of September spoke at length, and Lin Moyu listened patiently, finally understanding what had happened back then. Grand Venerable September did not necessarily want to be enemies with Grand Venerable Heavenly Calamity, so she did not interfere with the great formation that Grand Venerable Heavenly Calamity had set up in the Eastern Pole. Otherwise, given her abilities, how could she have allowed the great formation to exist for so many years? The Great Venerable of September asked a second question: if you are not the reincarnation of the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity, then who are you? Lin Moyu laughed and said, it seems that the Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity did not tell you the results of the Destiny Venerable's deduction back then. Actually, who I am is not important. I am just me, Lin Moyu, a cultivator from the chaotic ancient wilderness. Your question is pointless. Let me tell you something else. The Great Venerable of Heavenly Calamity is not dead. What? Grand Venerable Jiu Yue exclaimed in surprise. Judging from her shocked expression, she was terrified by her own words. For tens of thousands of years, her consciousness was not in the chaotic ancient wilderness, and she was unaware of many things. Lin Moyu laughed and said, don't be so surprised, let's continue. It's my turn to ask you. Through the question and answer session, Lin Moyu also gained a lot of information that she wanted to know, as did the Great Lord of September. The two exchanged information, and Grandmaster Jiu Yue gradually accepted it after her initial shock. Lin Moyu could tell that she still didn't get along with the Great Lord of Calamity, especially after learning that the Great Lord of Calamity had set up a scheme within a scheme, which fueled her anger and even a hint of murderous intent. In her view, the Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity was treating them like monkeys, which was intolerable. The Eastern Sea of Fire reappeared in the void and began to burn fiercely. The exchange with Grandmaster Jiu Yue was very pleasant. Lin Moyu eventually returned the Eastern Fire Sea to Grandmaster Jiu Yue. After all, it was the foundation of the Eastern Pole, and it was never a good thing to dig up someone else's roots. However, judging from the reaction of the Great Venerable of September, she should have a way to rebuild the Eastern Sea of Fire. Even if he really refuses to return it, she won't do anything about it. However, the East Pole Fire Sea serves no purpose to me other than being a scenic spot, so I might as well do it as a favor. On the way, Hong Ming Gem said, Master told her a lot of things this time. She doesn't know what to do next. Lin Moyu said, she just knows, but there's nothing she can actually do. Even if Boyang and Zixing knew a long time ago, what could they do about it? I guess she'll protect herself, stay out of it, and try to survive this big wave of aid. Boyang the Great Venerable helped him a lot, but many things were actually arranged by Tianzai the Great Venerable, and he had to do them. Even knowing there's a hidden scheme within a scheme, he still has to follow the plan while in the midst of it. In other words, Yang Daozuan was actually just a pawn of Tianzai Daozuan. But he also resisted, for example, by taking his wife away, which was a form of resistance, and in fact, a form of protection. Otherwise, his wife might encounter an accident, or be taken away by the Great Lord of Heavenly Calamity, just like that small world, becoming a bargaining chip that hinders him, which would be even more troublesome. The real battle that follows belongs to those above the Great Venerable level. If several Great Venerables insist on getting involved, their chances of perishing will likely be very high. Lin Moyu said, I still have one question that I haven't figured out yet. The Primordial Gem asked curiously, is there any question that Master cannot understand? Lin Moyu said, it is that mysterious Master in the Great World. I was basically certain before that the mysterious master was the great Lord of Calamity, but from the methods the mysterious master has shown, it can be seen that he is able to manipulate the destruction of the world. But as far as I know, the great Lord of Heavenly Calamity and others cannot control the world burning fire, which presents a contradiction. Moreover, if the mysterious master was the incarnation of the great venerable of Heavenly Calamity, then some of the techniques he displayed at that time were contradictory. The mysterious master once displayed some spells related to skeletons, but the Heavenly Calamity path is not skilled in this bed. That's a minor problem. The world burning flame is the real issue. The great Lord of Calamity has no control over it. How did he, disguised as a mysterious master, manage to wield the world burning flame for himself? The primordial gem murmured, looking at it this way, it is indeed a bit strange. I think there is a possibility. Could it be that back then he took advantage of the master's weakness and poor eyesight, so he used some kind of illusion to deceive the master? Lin Moyu said, that is indeed possible, as it would better conceal his true identity, but I don't think he needed to do that. At the time, I could not have been in contact with that level. Perhaps there are other reasons, but the mysterious master is indeed the great Lord of Calamity, that should be true. Lin Moyu pondered this question many times, but still couldn't find a definitive answer. Perhaps it was something like the illusion the primordial gemstone was referring to. At the time, my strength was too weak to discern it. But something still feels off. It shouldn't be this simple. As Lin Moyu pondered, he looked up and whispered, Xiao Peng, stop for a moment. Xiao Peng, who was flying at high speed, suddenly came to a stop. Father, what happened? Lin Moyu said, there are people waiting for us up ahead. He announced loudly, you can come out now. The void twisted, ripples spread through space, and the colossal body of the chaos wilderness slowly emerged. He seemed to have been waiting there for a long time, and he was yawning, clearly having just taken a nap. Lin Moyu knew that he must have anticipated that Lin Moyu would pass through this area and had been waiting for him for a long time. The chaotic wild bull asked, is the matter settled? Lin Moyu took out the stone pagoda, saying, cash on delivery. Chaos Wild Ox said, let's go somewhere else, this place isn't good. As he spoke, the void began to distort, and rocks flew around the Chaos Bull, opening up layers of space. In the layers of space, Lin Moyu suddenly noticed a peculiar fold. This fold clings tightly to the layers of space, present in every single one. It remains hidden until the very end. It is the fold of fate, stretching across heaven and earth from ancient times to the present, recording destiny. At this moment, the Chaos Bull used a special method to separate this fold of fate from space, creating a peculiar independent region between them. The Chaos Bull whispered, go in. Lin Moyu had no doubts and flew directly into it. There was no warning from the soul, and based on what he knew beforehand, there should be no danger inside. After Lin Moyu went in, the Chaos Bull also flew in, and the space quickly returned to normal. Before entering, the Chaos Bull erased the marks of time, leaving no trace. In the strange region between space and destiny, there exists a vast grassland, with a few houses and a lake in the distance, and several towering old trees on the lakeside. Someone was sitting by the tree, and Lin Moyu smelled the aroma of tea. The Chaos Ox followed and entered the area. It shrank its body, transforming into an old ox, with the stones on its body becoming its skin. Go on, he's waiting for you. A man and an ox arrived at the big tree, where Lin Moyu saw a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man exuded a unique aura. Lin Moyu sensed the passage of time emanating from him, as if he were someone who had existed for countless years. Fellow Taoist Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for not greeting you properly. If you don't mind, please come and have some tea with me. He was very natural, not at all polite, didn't bow, didn't waste words, yet he didn't come across as impolite. 310. Lin Moyu smiled and sat down opposite him. Fellow Taoist Tianming, this place is indeed quite nice. The phrase fellow Taoist of destiny drew the attention of the Chaos Wild Bull standing nearby. His eyes clearly showed shock. How did Lin Moyu know? Ha ha. The Celestial Destiny Venerable laughed out loud. As expected, you can't hide it from fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu said, as expected of fellow Taoist Tianming, it seems Lin Mao was right. The Celestial Destiny Venerable was taken aback for a moment, then laughed even more heartily. Fellow Taoist Lin, your half-knowledge and half-guessing really surprises this old man. Lin Moyu picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup, took a small sip, and said, the tea is good. Actually, fellow Taoist Tianming need not be surprised. Isn't that how we are? 3 parts thinking, 3 parts observing, 3 parts guessing, and 1 part relying on luck. The Celestial Destiny Venerable smiled and nodded. That's right, but I have 12 parts here, and the extra 2 parts will be given to destiny. He cultivates the way of destiny, and sees more than ordinary people. This extra 2/10 is destiny. Lin Moyu said, since Venerable Destiny sent me here, could you please answer my questions? The Venerable One of Destiny said, of course, otherwise I wouldn't have done it this way. As he spoke, he took out the broken sky crystal and placed it on the table. The broken sky crystal emitted an unusual aura, which was not strong but extremely profound. Lin Moyu also took out a stone pagoda and placed it on the table, exchanging money for goods. The Celestial Master gently touched the stone tower, and the tower immediately flew up and grew larger in midair. 2 physical bodies flew out of the tower, and Venerable Destiny said, Old Ox, you can go back now. The Chaos Wild Bull moved, and a soul flew out from its body and merged into the flesh of the Eternal Wild Bull. Then the physical body of the Chaos Bull also turned into flowing water, merging into it along with its soul. The aura of the ancient Wild Ox surged rapidly, surging and reverberating within this unique space. Lin Moyu laughed and said, as expected of a former top expert, the ancient Wild Bull has returned. Is it going to challenge the peak again? The Celestial Destiny Venerable was not surprised that Lin Moyu knew about the ancient Wild Ox. He smiled and sipped his tea, speaking slowly and methodically. It was just to save his life. The old ox was timid. Back then, in order to save his life, he attempted self-destruction and almost perished because of it. I was lucky to survive, and this time it's just to save my own life. If I were to remain as the Chaos Bull, it would be much more difficult. It's better to return to the Eternal Bull. Lin Moyu said, if he returns to the ancient Wild Ox, the Tao will probably kill him immediately. The Celestial Destiny Venerable shook his head. Perhaps it was before, but not now. With the great calamity beginning, he will not act easily anymore. Moreover, the current Eternal Wild Bull is different from before. It won't be so easy for him to kill Yuan Sheng. Even if he could succeed in killing them, he would suffer losses himself, and given the current situation, he dares not. He said I dare not with great confidence. Lin Moyu could also see that the physical body of the Eternal Wild Ox had become even stronger after absorbing the primordial chi from the Azure Dragon's body in the Azure Dragon world. At this moment, the defense of the Eternal Wild Ox is even stronger than its previous peak. Even if the Tao wanted to kill him, it would take a lot of effort and might even suffer backlash and damage. Now that the 4 strongest powers are standing together, including the Heavenly Calamity Grandmaster, Lin Mohan, and the Hidden Chaotic Desolate Dragon, if he is injured, he will probably immediately attract attacks from others. Therefore, he dared not make a move. It wouldn't matter much if he didn't kill the ancient Wild Bull, but if he himself were to be injured, that would be fatal. Lin Moyu smiled and said, the ancient Wild Ox has reappeared. I wonder what your status was back then. The Celestial Destiny Venerable chuckled, take a guess. Lin Moyu said, there were countless powerful people back then, and you certainly weren't one of those who could be considered top tier. There was a Destiny Herb at that time, but it disappeared without a trace. That must have been you. Ha ha. Fellow Taoist Lin is indeed an extraordinary person, you even guessed that. The Celestial Destiny Venerable burst into laughter, making no attempt to hide his feelings. That's right, I was that blade of grass, almost eaten by that ox. Lin Moyu's guess wasn't just a guess. Chaos Child and Little Tree had once compiled a list of the powerful figures from all sides at that time. At Lin Moyu's request, they compiled a very detailed list, including both the famous and the unknown, as long as they knew them. There are many legends and stories among them, and the Destiny Herb is one of them. At that time, the Destiny Herb contained the great Tao of Destiny, attracting countless powerful individuals to fight over it. Later, for some unknown reason, the Destiny Herb disappeared. At that time, the Destiny Herb had not yet taken human form, and no one even knew if it possessed sentience. The Venerable One of Destiny said, "Back then, Old Ox almost ate me. Luckily, I shouted, 'If you're not afraid of death, then die,' which scared him and saved my life." So that's how it is. How could the ancient wild ox be so timid? Just then, a muffled sound came from the air. Nonsense. That's because the old ox has a benevolent heart and doesn't eat living beings. Now that you have sentience, you are a living being, which is why the old ox released you. The Celestial Destiny Venerable did not refute. Subsequent events proved that your initial choice was correct. Focus on the integration, speak less, and avoid making mistakes. The ancient wild ox said no more and continued to merge its soul and body. Venerable Tianming said, "Fellow Taoist Lin should also know what happened later. Old Nyo wanted to undergo the dissolution of his body, but it was very dangerous. So I helped him calculate that if he really did undergo the dissolution of his body, it would be the same as dying. I gleaned from fate that if I were to merely dissolve my soul, I might escape this calamity. Fortunately, old Nyo trusted me, so he dissolved his physical body, and I found a way through the cracks of fate to place his physical body. And I hid inside. Everyone thought I was dead, so we escaped unharmed. Later, the old ox's soul was successfully reincarnated as the chaotic wild ox, and I also successfully took human form. I emerged from the crack of fate, became the Celestial Venerable, and found this guy. Later, fellow Taoist Tianzai began to make plans and asked me to predict the future. The future he wanted to predict was too far away, with countless variables. Any small error would lead to the destruction of the future heaven. I know of the existence of the Tao. If we cannot destroy it, we will surely perish in the end. Therefore, my fellow Taoists have worked together to collect a vast amount of treasures to help me with my deductions. I have been predicting the future for 1,000 years, and I have predicted the future 100 times. Finally, I saw a relatively certain future, and it was at that time that I saw fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "It was at that time that you confirmed that the great Lord of Heavenly Calamity was not only not dead, but also had a trap set up." The Celestial Destiny Venerable said, "That's right. After I deduced this result, I knew that fellow Taoist Tianzai would not let me go. After telling him most of the deduction results, I used the backlash to disintegrate as a way of giving an explanation." Lin Moyu said, "This time it's old Nyo who's looking for you." The Celestial Destiny Venerable shook his head. "No need. In fact, what I've been doing outside has always been just an avatar. My true body has never left the crack of destiny. If you say old Nyo is timid, then I'm just cautious. It's true what they say, one is influenced by one's company." Lin Moyu took a sip of tea. "It turns out your caution was justified." The Celestial Destiny Venerable said, "In the future, I have seen this great calamity. I know that we will all perish in this calamity. It will be very difficult to survive this calamity. Fortunately, I saw it early on, and with the help of my fellow Taoists, I found a glimmer of hope through hundreds of deductions. I have found a passage to the Azure Dragon Realm and moved it to the Eastern Fire Sea to hide it. Once again, I and the old ox's physical bodies were sent into the Azure Dragon Realm to find the Azure Dragon's tail and absorb the primordial energy it leaked out to strengthen ourselves." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "How did you manage to enter the Azure Dragon Realm and return?" "The 9 Moons' great venerable soul avatar went in but couldn't come back." Li Nuoz. The Venerable One of Destiny said, "This is the benefit of the Way of Destiny. Destiny exists in every world, and the destinies of the worlds are interconnected. They are usually difficult to communicate with each other, but if there is a spatial passage, then it will be possible. I walk along the cracks of fate, barely able to control it, but unable to turn back. I lost most of my soul for this, and it has only now barely recovered. At that time, I deduced that if fellow Taoist Lin had gone there, the situation would have been completely different. That's why I asked fellow Taoist Lin to bring back our physical bodies. Lin Moyu said, "It's impossible to make such a detailed deduction. You only made a rough estimate." The Celestial Destiny Venerable said, "Indeed, the most important point in my deduction is that fellow Taoist Lin is a special person. Nothing can stump fellow Taoist Lin. In fact, it was just a guess." "Okay, this deduction is just a guess." Lin Moyu said, "I have a question. In your deductions, have you ever seen this fire?" A world-destroying fire ignited in his palm, emanating an unusual aura. After devouring a world that had not completely collapsed, the world-burning flame grew stronger once more, and the aura it emitted was enough to make even a great venerable tremble. The Celestial Destiny Venerable seemed to have already guessed what the fire Lin Moyu was talking about. He only glanced at it briefly before paying no more attention. His reaction confirmed to Lin Moyu that he definitely knew. The Venerable One of Destiny sipped his tea and said slowly and methodically, "I have met you." Lin Moyu said, "Does fellow Taoist Tianming know that in the world I once lived in, there was a mysterious person?" The Celestial Destiny Venerable nodded slightly. "Of course I know. It was that person who gave you this fire." Sure enough, he knew it all. He must have seen it when he was speculating about the future. Putting away the world-burning flames, Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "Please explain in detail. If you have the means, you may open the door." He still had some questions and curiosities about the mysterious master, and perhaps he could find the answers today. It wouldn't be a bad thing to pay a price for it. Venerable Tianming shook his head. "No need. The original reason I called fellow Taoist Lin over was to tell him some things." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Actually, I was the one who started all of this." Lin Moyu was somewhat surprised. He remained silent, waiting for the Venerable One of Destiny to continue. "When I was making predictions about the future, I saw a lot. Everyone knows that there are countless possibilities for the future, which are constantly changing. A single prediction is not accurate, especially the longer the prediction period, the more accurate it becomes. The future I predicted back then involved something much more distant, so distant that the time could not be calculated accurately, and the accuracy was even lower. Even if I predicted it 100 times, I would not have an accurate answer. Everyone thinks so, but they don't actually realize that the future can be predetermined to a certain extent. For example, I can solidify some conditions, so that under specific conditions in the future, they will become fixed and the variables will be greatly reduced. This is my ability. At the time, no one knew about it except myself. However, I had to find and pinpoint those conditions myself. Thus, through repeated deductions, I saw the most likely future, a future that did not undergo any changes. Even if I changed some conditions, the direction of this future remained stable, with minor differences but generally consistent. Therefore, I was 80% certain at the time that the future of our world seemed to have been fixed by some unknown. At that time, I met the future fellow Taoist Lin. To be precise, I didn't know it was fellow Taoist Lin at the time. BFDD, at the same time, I also saw this peculiar fire. Fellow Taoist Lin, do you know why I know this fire is called the world-burning fire? Lin Moyu shook her head. I don't know. With a smile on his face and a calm tone, Venerable Tianming said, "In the future, there will be no sound, only images. But I discerned the name of this fire from the lip movements of fellow Taoist Lin in the future, the world-burning fire. I think I am right." Lin Moyu could tell from his confident tone that he was quite certain of his prediction. "I have deduced the origin of this fire and know that no one but fellow Taoist Lin can control it. Moreover, no matter how we deal with this fire, it will eventually return to fellow Taoist Lin's hands for various reasons, because this fire belongs to fellow Taoist Lin. However, different processes will lead to different results. If we seize this fire, we will all perish because of it, without exception." After informing everyone of this result and discussing it, we decided to hand over the fire to fellow Taoist Lin as a way to establish a good relationship. The key issue is how to hand it over, so I came up with a solution. I had fellow Taoist Tianzai create a clone, and when fellow Taoist Lin arrives in this world, it will follow him to the world where fellow Taoist Lin is and wait for him. Lin Moyu said, "Wait a minute, I've only been in the great world for a few decades since I was born, while the person who gave me fire was a figure from millions of years ago. The timeline doesn't match up." The celestial destiny venerable laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin may not know, but before obtaining the celestial calamity scepter, fellow Taoist Tianzai was known as celestial venerable Tianyu. He is skilled at manipulating time, and if he can combine it with some time-manipulating magic treasures or time-refining stones, reversing or accelerating time would not be difficult for him. In the small world where fellow Taoist Lin was born, perhaps only a few decades have passed, but in the great world where that small world is located, millions of years have passed, and even tens or hundreds of millions of years have passed in the entire realm. With the power of a great venerable, manipulating time within a realm is not difficult, let alone a small world within that realm." Lin Moyu remained silent. With his current understanding, he knew that what the Venerable One of Destiny said was entirely possible. Venerable Tianming continued, "I don't know what fellow Taoist Tianming will ultimately choose to do, whether to reverse time or accelerate it. That's up to him to decide. But no matter what we do, a problem will arise, space-time will become disordered, and things that do not belong to this world or to this space-time may appear. It is also possible that things related to this world, which are clearly in another space-time, will be presented simultaneously somewhere in this world, and on a large scale." Lin Moyu was startled. He realized that the ancient battlefield ruins he saw outside the great world contained something similar to the Divine Tower, as well as Meng Anwen's message. "I've never understood how this came about. The small world was indeed taken away by the great Lord of Calamity, but why did things from the small world appear in the large world? And why did the ancient battlefield ruins appear? This mystery remained unsolved for so long, but now it's finally clear. The small world belongs to the large world. Although it was separated from the large world and forcibly taken away, the small world and the large world still have a mysterious connection. Because of the influence of time, some things that happen in the small world outside will also appear in the large world due to the distortion of spacetime and time. This is like a void projection of a small world, entering the larger world along the rules. In other words, Meng Anwen and his comrades may be fighting a major battle with some enemy elsewhere. The projection of the Great War enters the vast world along the rules, and is then materialized by the rules. In reality, that Great War never actually happened in the world. It was a bit confusing, but Lin Moyu quickly sorted out her thoughts and figured out most of the things. "Fellow Taoist Tianming, besides the world-burning flame, that mysterious master also seems to be connected with the undead." Lin Moyu was interrupted by the celestial destiny venerable before she could finish her question. Venerable Tianming said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, please don't be in a hurry. Let me continue. Fellow Taoist Tianzai has created an avatar. His avatar will give the fire seed to fellow Taoist Lin. At the same time, I have also given him some projections of skeletal spirits so that he can refine them into his avatar. In this way, fellow Taoist Lin will believe that he is related to the mysterious master, and will naturally form a karmic bond with fellow Taoist Tianzai during the true banquet. That's what I said at the time, and fellow Taoist Tianzai didn't refuse. It seems he did just that. Actually, I know exactly what he's going to do." The celestial destiny venerable saw the future. Although the future was constantly changing, he discovered that the general direction of the future of the chaotic ancient wilderness remained unchanged. So he knew very well what the great Lord of Calamity was going to do, and he also knew that the great Lord of Calamity would not let him go. At that moment, he was already thinking about how to escape. The method was to feign death by disintegrating his body, thereby deceiving the great Lord of Calamity. Many of the things that the great Lord of Calamities does come from his mouth and are arranged by him. Lin Moyu's doubts have been largely resolved. The mysterious master is indeed an avatar of the great Lord of Calamity. The seed of the world-burning fire was seen by the Venerable One of Destiny from the future, and then found by the great Venerable of Calamity. After confirming that he could not control it, he decided to give it to him. Furthermore, in order to have a deeper affinity with oneself, or to make oneself remember a favor, or to make oneself believe that one is the successor of the mysterious master. Whatever the reason, it's all about wanting to incur karmic debt to the great venerable of heavenly calamity. The method involves the celestial venerable giving a projection of himself controlling a skeleton undead in the future to the avatar of the great venerable of calamity, who, as the mysterious master, then uses some special means to make it visible and felt by himself. In fact, he had indeed once believed himself to be the successor of the mysterious master. Moreover, when he learned about the heavenly calamity grandmaster's plan, he was amazed by its strength and even felt a bit of admiration for it. It was only later that I learned that everyone had been used as pawns in the disaster relief effort. The celestial mandate venerable knew all this long ago, so he chose to retreat. He succeeded, avoided the great calamity, and is still alive today. Lin Moyu asked, what will be the final outcome of the future that fellow Taoist fate predicted? The celestial destiny venerable shook his head. I can't see it. It's a fog. There are limits to predicting the future, and that limit is the great calamity. When the great calamity occurs, fate is thrown into chaos, and I have no way of predicting it. He knew of the impending calamity long ago and had made preparations to deal with Daisuke. Find the Azure Dragon realm, absorb the Azure Dragon's primordial energy into your physical body, and become even stronger. Lin Moyu sipped his tea and continued, fellow Taoist Tianming, I have a few more questions I'd like to ask you. Venerable Tianming said, fellow Taoist Lin, please don't stand on ceremony, ask away. Lin Moyu asked, the great Lord of Calamity took away the small world where I was born, and I don't know where he went. The celestial destiny venerable said, after he took that small world away, he didn't do anything to them. In the future I foresee, a large number of powerful people will appear in that small world, bringing him many benefits. As for what the benefits will be, I cannot deduce them. There are very few things that I cannot deduce, do you understand, fellow Taoist? Lin Moyu was taken aback. Another world? The celestial master nodded, not giving a direct answer, but acknowledging Lin Moyu's words. His tone remained calm. For some reason, in my deductions, it seems that our chaotic ancient wilderness has many spatial passages connecting different worlds. These spatial passages appear and disappear intermittently, and I only found one at the time. If the deduction is correct, fellow Taoist Zixing should also have found one. It is indeed strange that one world can connect to multiple worlds at the same time. However, facts have proven that the Venerable One of Destiny was not talking nonsense. He saw those passages when he was making his deductions, but he did not find them later. In the end, he only found one. Lin Moyu transmitted her voice to the primordial gem, asking, why is this happening? The primordial gem said, it may be related to the collapse of all heaven and earth. All those heavens and earths collapsed, and now the only intact heavens left are the chaotic ancient wilderness and the Master's language god heaven and earth. This unique, living entity will generate an attraction, drawing nearby remnants of the universe closer to it. Upon contact, a spatial passage will be established between them. These spatial passages don't usually appear, but now that the great calamity has come, they will sometimes emerge during the calamity. It's like when the tide goes out, the sand hidden beneath the seawater is revealed. The Hongming gemstone uses a very simple metaphor, which may be the truth. The Venerable One of Destiny saw many spatial passages at the time, but the reason they could not be found afterward was because they were submerged by seawater. The seawater represents the rules, and these hidden spatial passages can only be revealed when the rules are disrupted during a great calamity. These passages lead to the ruins of heaven and earth, where danger lurks, but for many, danger and opportunity coexist. Once the great calamity officially began, the celestial destiny could no longer see what would happen next, and he had no way of knowing what would happen next. Lin Moyu said, thank you for clearing up my doubts, fellow Taoist Tianming. I will remember this kindness. The Venerable One of Destiny laughed and said, no need to be so polite. Everyone has their own selfish motives. I am just trying to survive. To survive, such a simple request. Dot. However, this is the most difficult thing during a great calamity. During their conversation, the fusion of the chaotic and primordial forces was finally completed. A golden lion, not very large, with its body shimmering with dazzling light, appeared in the air. He was like a blazing sun, his golden light spreading across the fields before slowly receding after a while. The golden light, after receding, transformed into complex patterns that covered his entire body. The aura of the ancient wild bull surged forth, surpassing even the great venerable and subtly reaching another level. But Lin Muyu knew very well that compared to those who had broken through to the next level, such as the great venerable of heavenly calamity, he was still a little lacking and had not reached the same level. The celestial destiny venerable was very satisfied with the current state of the eternal wild ox. Not bad. Although it can't compare to them, with the old ox's defensive capabilities, it can protect itself without worry. Lin Muyu looked at the ancient wild ox and smiled. Congratulations on your successful return. Point 0. Wan Gu Huang Yin let out a moo, then transformed into a middle-aged man and landed. Without any hesitation, he sat down at the table, grabbed a handful of grass from the side, and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "Thanks to you this time. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know, and old Nyo will definitely help you." Venerable Tianming laughed and said, "Then you can help fellow Taoist Lin kill the sky-covering beast." The ancient wild ox cried out, "Don't mention him to me. Just mentioning him makes me angry. If it weren't for him back then, I wouldn't have had to be executed." The venerable one of destiny laughed even louder, "You're not as skilled as others and you still won't admit it? They were able to snatch the flower, that's their skill, and there's no use in you being unconvinced. Besides, there's more than one path. Look, the chaotic dragon has already emerged from here." Wan Gu Huang Yo was still unconvinced. Everyone has their own path. Why should you kill others just because you've found your way? You've already reached a higher level. What's the point of killing others? If it were me, I wouldn't do that. Lin Muyu was surprised, never expecting that the ancient wild ox would have such an idea. This idea is too kind, it wouldn't have been right for him to leave back then. This is especially true during a great calamity, as it could very likely bring about one's own demise. The celestial destiny venerable seemed to understand him and did not try to persuade him. "All right, there's no point in talking nonsense. Although you now have the power to protect yourself, with the great calamity approaching, you could still perish if you're not careful. Let's just stay safe and be content as long as we can live." Old Nyo snorted, "Let them fight and kill, we just need to be alive. It's good to be alive, but to live well is not easy. It takes a long time." The celestial destiny venerable personally escorted Lin Muyu away. He then fused with his own physical body, and only after the fusion was complete would he be the celestial destiny venerable in his full form. By then, his strength will surely surpass that of a grand venerable. Even if he doesn't reach the level of a heavenly calamity grand venerable, he won't be too far off. With his and the ancient wild ox's strength, the chances of surviving the great calamity became extremely high. Lin Muyu didn't ask what they would do next, nor did she want to. During his conversation with the celestial master, Lin Muyu could vaguely sense that he harbored some hope for the future. Sitting atop Xiaopeng, and transforming into a golden streak of light as they traveled through the void, Lin Muyu casually asked, "He said he only wanted to save his life. Do you believe him?" Chaos Child and Xiaopeng remained silent. The conversation they had just had was beyond their comprehension and they could not make a judgment. Hongmeng Gem said, "He wasn't telling the truth." Lin Muyu laughed and said, "Of course, he held back some information about the 070 Calamity Master back then, so he naturally wouldn't tell me everything either." Hongmeng Gem said, "He probably also has the ambition to become a supreme expert." Lin Muyu said in a low voice, "That's only human nature. He wants to save his life, and the best way to save his life is to become the strongest. He said that due to the influence of the great calamity, fate is in chaos and he can't predict it. We can only believe half of what he said. The deduction should be difficult, but not impossible. I believe he must have seen some opportunities. Actually, killing me would be the best way for him to become the strongest in the conflict, but he has no confidence in doing so, so he doesn't dare to make a move. Perhaps he is waiting for an opportunity, or for a lucky break. Lin Moyu's gaze deepened. He could deduce some things from his conversation with the celestial destiny venerable. I do not understand the great principles of destiny and cannot predict the future, but I can calculate people's hearts. The venerable one of destiny spoke cautiously, but still revealed some information. He inadvertently mentioned that there are many passages in this world. These spatial passages connect to other worlds, which are mostly ruins. If he has the opportunity, it lies in the ruins of other worlds. Perhaps he can go further from there, at least gaining real experience of being able to stand on equal footing with the great Lord of Calamity. If so, then joining forces with the ancient wild bull would give them two powers, giving them the upper hand in the struggle for the strongest. The primordial gem said, no matter how he schemes, as long as Master is strong enough, there is nothing to fear. Of all the supreme experts I've seen, almost none succeeded through scheming. They all earned their places through hard work and skill. Lin Moyu smiled. That was indeed the case. As long as one's strength was sufficient, no matter what schemes others might employ, they would be thwarted in a day. The hidden spirit pearl manipulated by Xiaoping exuded a peculiar aura, concealing his own existence and that of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu sat on its back and began to study the harvest. 2 copies of the primordial technique, a rare treasure, and the skybreaking crystal. The first thing to look at is this rare treasure, a single leaf. This leaf has a purple sheen, as beautiful as jade and emerald. The leaves are covered with delicate veins, as if they were created by nature, and they faintly reveal profound truths. Lin Moyu may not be able to see through the secrets hidden in this leaf, but that's okay. When something is unclear, the most basic manipulation for a cultivator is refining. The fire of the soul burned fiercely and penetrated into it. Suddenly, a warning came from the depths of Lin Moyu's soul. A malice rose from the leaf and mocked the soul. Lin Moyu's instinctive reaction was that the azure dragon wasn't completely dead, and that its remnant soul was hiding inside, trying to possess him. But the next moment, he sensed something was wrong. The malice did not come from the azure dragon, but from the leaf itself. Go back. With a low shout, the soul world hummed. Enveloped in the primordial energy, the soul world possessed powerful defenses, firmly blocking this malicious force. Malice manifested as a sharp arrow outside the soul world, spinning wildly, attempting to pierce the primordial energy. Its power was extremely strong. It forcibly broke through the primordial energy, and even the barrier of the soul world could not stop it. The soul gem on the cataclysmic scepter shone brightly, instantly condensing into an earthy yellow vortex at the gap. The soul gem, as if it had encountered an unparalleled delicacy, swallowed the malice completely, leaving not a trace. What was that? Lin Moyu breathed a slight sigh of relief. The malice he had just felt threatened. Without the soul gem, he had no idea what would happen next. Hongming Gem said, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a spirit of filth. Lin Moyu was curious. Tell me more details. The primordial gem said, everything has yin and yang, emptiness and fullness. This applies not only to heaven and earth, but also to the forbidden zones of life and the walls of heaven and earth. The forbidden zones of life represent death, while the walls of heaven and earth represent life. But even within the barrier of heaven and earth lies the possibility of destruction. This attribute of destruction becomes the spirit of filth. The spirit of filth is not a specific thing, it is a will, a trace of spirituality. It attaches itself to some of the primordial treasures of heaven and earth, entering various realms. These primordial treasures, nurtured by heaven and earth and infused with the primordial energy, become extremely powerful and extremely. They possess wisdom, but also a bloodlust, often unleashing a great calamity upon the world. This calamity is sometimes the second great calamity of the world, the source of all life in the world. But not every world that obtains the primordial treasure will receive this kind of treasure. I have roughly counted, and only about 1/3 of the worlds will receive this treatment. It is extremely rare for a spirit of filth to attach itself to such a rare treasure. I did not expect to find a trace of it here. But with us here, Master, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Moyu asked, what would have happened to me if you hadn't been there? The primordial gem said, the filthy spirit will pollute the soul, making it no longer pure, and it will develop a liking for killing. Over time, the master will become a person who doesn't recognize his own family and only knows how to kill, and may even slaughter the entire world. Such things have happened before. The terror of the corrupted spirits is something that even the strongest beings would find troublesome. Suddenly his voice rose, I know why the Azure Dragon didn't merge it with the heavens and earth. It's because there are unclean spirits inside. Once it merges with the heavens and earth, who knows what those unclean spirits might do, or even corrupt his soul. Normally, the best course of action would be to abandon this extraordinary treasure, but the Azure Dragon is clearly unwilling to do so. Therefore, he uses the core of heaven and earth to suppress the corrupt spirit, and at the same time, he can use the extraordinary treasure to extend the lifespan of heaven and earth. It's a really good method. Lin Moyu said, this method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. I think it would be best to let the soul gem swallow it. The primordial gem said, that's right. For Little Soul, this is an unparalleled delicacy. Little Soul loves this kind of pure consciousness to the extreme. Having cleansed himself of the impure spirits, Lin Moyu refined the leaves. Gradually, the leaves began to glow, leaving behind a soul imprint that belonged only to Lin Moyu. As messages came from the leaf, Lin Moyu realized that the Azure Dragon had never refined it at all. Because of the existence of the spirit of filth, the Azure Dragon can only utilize its outermost power, while the Ring Dragon has no idea about its core power. Lin Moyu also knew the name of this leaf, the leaf of the primordial spirit tree.